Good evening. Longest running episodic, whatever it is, we don't know.
Oh, God.
I see the comments already. Good evening, Stevie with PH. Good evening, Carlos and friends. Good evening to you. Amanda here showed up. Are they late? I think they're late. No, you're in the past. We are 3 hours in the future. Joke's on you, Amanda. Good evening. Philly Joe, good evening. Yes, yes. So we're here. Now, I got to be honest, I don't have tons of an agenda, but I do have a couple of matters that I think need to be addressed and discussed. However, before we get to Eric's latest crimes, allegedly, I do have one thing that I want to touch on. We briefly touched on it previously, and I feel it's appropriate to bring up right now. Eric, this is not a euphemism. Eric spent time this week at Sports World. He even bragged about it on social media. He went to Sports World, Yannick, and he was bragging about, hey, guys, I got to hang out with Willie. And that's a euphemism, I think. I think that's, that seems inappropriate. There are laws against that kind of thing. But Eric, do you want to explain, maybe clarify your stance on this issue a little bit more?
You're going to hell,
Oh,
he said he was
much more than that. For much better stuff than that.
He told me he was going to play with his Willie.
That's what I heard. Go on.
You're going to hell with him. You guys can hold hands on the way down the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
With my job, these last few years since I left my career and been doing this, I've had the pleasure of being able to meet a lot of athletes and former athletes and Hall of Famers and all that. And and I've said this before, I've had the privilege of doing this, but I've only had the honor of meeting one, and that would be Willie O'Ree. And for those who may not know who, that's real nice.
And that's a beautiful photo. That's fantastic.
Beautiful. And for those who may
not so happy to get the jar,
who Willie is, Willie O'Ree was the first black man to play in the NHL. He laced them up in 1958 for the Boston Bruins and broke the color barrier. And as many of you could probably suspect, that was not an easy thing to do in 1958. And he has lots of stories. Some of them are absolutely wonderful stories, and some of them are not so wonderful. And since I've been able to be around him so much over the last few years, it's gotten to a point where we've become friends. And if someone had ever told me that I would be friends with Willie O'Ree, I would have laughed at you hysterically. Because
laughed hysterically in general, or laugh hysterically like I did when I got to enjoy this wonderful picture of you and Willie O'Ree holding a jar of mayonnaise.
Holding a jar of mayonnaise. That's really funny.
Eric, the images don't lie. Like, I'm looking at here, and you know what I'm seeing? And not only that, this is how good it is. I'm looking at Willie O'Ree. Willie O'Ree's got a great smile on his face. He's having a great time. But the only person having an even greater time is Eric Wade in this image. Like, look, you were jubilant as the two of you hold that jar of mayonnaise in hand. I didn't realize that Willie's passion for mayonnaise rivaled only your own.
They think the genie's going to come out.
And had me laughing when the picture was taken. So, it's wonderful that I've developed a friendship with him, and he gets off the elevator, sees me, comes over, gives me a handshake, and brings me in for a hug, asking me about things, asking me how my family's doing. It's just a dream come true to know this guy and to have a relationship with him. It's just incredible, and I'm very fortunate and lucky and honored to be able to work with him and to interact with him and all that. So he was up in Toronto at the Expo last November, so that was the last time I saw him. And I kind of surprised him. I didn't tell him that I was going to be up there. So when he walked in to the back,
that's when you tackle him down, right?
Yeah, that's when I tackled him. Yep. and I asked him to give me a piggyback ride. So, for those who may not have done the math, Willie's 90 years old, and he is.
And you give a piggyback ride to Eric.
He's in unbelievable shape. He's completely with it. Tons and tons of energy, and it's just he's freaking amazing. And
Eric, you know what the secret is to his longevity?
Mayonnaise.
His strength, his longevity.
Mayonnaise.
A jar of mayonnaise.
Yeah, you're full of shit. Okay.
I'm looking at a photograph that clearly suggests otherwise, Eric. I'm looking right at it. And I'm sorry.
And Willie, we made sure he was okay with the number of things we would like to have him sign beforehand. He totally agreed. So it wasn't a surprise. And we had him working for about 2.5 hours, and he signed a few hundred, couple of hundred, 300, 200 to 300 things. And the very last thing he signed, for those who don't follow me on Instagram, and that's fine,
was a jar of mayonnaise.
Not a jar of mayonnaise. It was this 16 by 20. And this was the point I'm making is because I throw this temper tantrum all the time, and I've used Willie as an example every single time, is that this guy's 90 years old. And this was like his 300th autograph, somewhere between 250 and 300, somewhere in there. At 90 years old, this was the last thing he'd signed, and his autograph is this good. Okay? 90 years old, that's the 300th autograph of the day. And it looks that good.
And you would also note that it says to Eric in quotation marks, like Billy is not sure that Eric
don't know why he does that. He has signed things for me in the past and put my name on them. And I don't know why he puts quotation marks around people's names.
Who's this man?
That's what you sure he shows quotation marks around people's names?
And I do not argue with him. Whatever he wants to do, I let him do. So
Eric, you too. Some people break bread. Eric, some people break bread. Others share mayonnaise jars. You do not disrespect the code.
No, I don't disrespect Willie at all. I mostly call him sir. I feel uncomfortable.
You call him Sir Willie?
Calling him Willie.
Sir Willie.
I do at times. I do. I mean, I don't call him Mr. O'Ree, but I either call him Willie, or usually I call him Sir, because he deserves to be called Sir, and that is what I refer to him as and call him when speaking to him. Yes, sir. No, sir. Thank you, sir. That's how I interact with him usually. So, but on a side note,
my name is Eric, sir.
If a 90-year-old man with arthritis in his hands on the 280th, whatever we had him do, autograph looks that good, we have to stop being okay with a 20-year-old scribbling on something and us paying hundreds and hundreds of dollars for it. It's just wrong. It's disrespectful to the fans. It's disrespectful to the players that came before them. It's disrespectful to their sports, and we need to be louder about it and say, no, we won't tolerate this anymore.
No more.
So anyways, I didn't know Carlos was going to start the show off with asking me to talk about this.
I thought it was very important. Listen, Eric, as passionate as you are about people with their good autographs, I am equally passionate to make sure that people understand about Willie O'Ree's love of mayonnaise.
So yes,
and that's what I got out of this entire thing.
But thank you for bringing it up and letting me talk about it. Willie's very important, not only to the game of hockey, but society, in my opinion. What I loved most, and I'll just kind of wrap it up because I know we want to move on, but he has met Jackie Robinson, and they met on 3 or 4 occasions, and 3 of the occasions, the press was there. There were functions, and the press was there, and they couldn't really talk. But on the fourth time they met and got together, they were able to sit down privately and talk. And we're able to talk about the things that you would expect these two gentlemen would discuss and compare notes with and support each other through. So the fact that, Willie O'Ree is telling me stories yesterday about his interactions with Jackie Robinson and what they shared. I can't believe that's my life sometimes. Okay. And it blows me away that this is what I get to do. So,
What was the secret?
You could use your imagination of what these two great men discussed privately about the things that the hurdles they had to jump over. And we'll just leave that right there. But yeah, I had a great day seeing him again. And again, the fact that he knows me, Eric, hey, how you been? I haven't seen you since Toronto, and how's the family? Willie O'Ree's asking me how my family is. That does not compute.
Yannick, what I'm hearing is that Willie O'Ree, Eric's good friend, would love nothing more than to sign a photograph of him and a smiling Eric holding a mayonnaise jar. That sounds to me like a winner right there. This is what I'm hearing from Eric right now. I'm picking up what he's putting down. I'm picking it up.
It ain't happening.
I don't know. We'll see.
And on a side note, now here comes because I'm not bragging about this.
All right, I'm shutting Eric up. He's had like 10 uninterrupted minutes. I'm reading the damn comments. My good says, "Oh my God, I just tuned in. What the hell is going on? Eric holding a jar of mayonnaise. All true. None of it is AI whatsoever, Yannick. It is the most legitimate photograph in the history of photographs."
That was from this Thursday.
Yeah. On an unrelated note, fear our AI overlords. On a completely unrelated note, fear them, for they are powerful. Next. What's next? Eric eating a Big Mac? Maybe. Again, fear our AI overlords, Yannick. Fear them.
Fear.
And make good with them, because after Terminator 2 happens, y'all want to get on their good side. I'm just saying. We've seen this playbook. Watch the movie. Steven says, incredible. Yanks Vad, good evening. Nice auto, yes. Show me your autograph, Eric. My cam might want it for totally not nefarious purposes. Philly Joe says, not very well versed in hockeys. Where is Willie from? We'll let Eric answer that in a minute. He's already had like 10 minutes to drone on about this. So Steven here says 100% in terms of the kids having a good autograph. I struggle with my signatures. Good stuff, Eric. Big ups. Thank you, Philippines Collection. It's awesome. Well said, Eric. Orlando's proud of you, Eric. Look at that. Mostly for holding the jar of mayonnaise so well, but for other reasons too. I'm sure the other reasons are also valid. Evening, Paul. Evening, all, and Eric. Good. All right. We are now caught up. All right, Eric, what else you got?
Oh, I was going to kind of just throw a little humor in there that,
well, thank goodness. We were being so serious. Even that photograph was so solemn.
Out of words.
It's not the whole Willie thing. No jokes, no bragging. It's just awesome. I'm overwhelmed by the whole
still
thing.
On the Willie cloud.
But yeah, a little bit. So, but on a brag and on a silly, hey, listen to this. Not while we're doing this, because the Bruins were, all in town for Chara's number retirement last night, right? So a ton of Bruins were in town. They all stay at the same hotel when they're in town. And I saw a bunch of the guys that I've seen before, and we're working with Willie in this private area and all that. And Tim Thomas walks by, and Corey and who is the the owner's son of Sports World and the vice president of Sports World. He's 25-year-old guy, and he's taken over the family business at some point. And he and I are doing the signing with Willie, and Tim walks by and sees us, and he stops and comes over. Hey guys, how you doing? It's like, hey Tim, and it's like I'm sitting here with Willie.
High five, Tim Thomas.
And randomly, just like, hey, it's no big deal. Tim Thomas is saying hello to me, and I'm saying, hey Tim, and he's waving
High
with a
five,
good
Tim
smile.
Thomas.
And there goes your, Conn Smythe, Vezina Trophy winner, Stanley Cup winner, possibly future Hall of Famer himself, Tim Thomas, walking away, and he stopped to make sure he said hi to me. I don't understand this life that I live, and I never take it for granted. It's absolutely nuts. It does not make any sense to me. I'm hanging out with Willie O'Ree doing this, and Tim Thomas is like making sure he says hi.
Did he tap you in the back and basically like put a little sticky note and says, "Kick me"?
I would allow it.
Okay.
Listen, Yannick, I'd love to be impressed. And listen, Eric is very passionate about this, almost as passionate as that
Mark
Jarmaine
Recchi
is.
doesn't know me, so when Mark Recchi walked by, he just ignored me.
Lord knows
that was rude. Just because we never met doesn't mean you should ignore me.
Well, listen, you are big in YouTube in Canada. You do have that going for you.
I got a sign.
Eric.
I got a sign.
YouTube famous.
In Canada, specifically.
In Canada.
I got a sign.
Yeah. As far as I know, though, in Canada should be more specific. It's like part of Scarborough, like very specific, like a very specific, like one neighborhood is like, but Eric, what they lack in quantity and numbers, they make up for in passion. I happen to know for a fact the people in that one neighborhood in Scarborough, they walk around with a shirt with your head all over it. Like one of those deals like Upper Deck did it. That's literally what they walk around in.
Well, they should.
They make up for it in passion is all I'm saying. They make up for it.
They should.
Like I said, I would have loved to have been impressed with Eric's story, Yannick. But like I said, I was out earlier helping out Carlos Sr., and I was about to get out to pump some gas. And then when Gretzky came over, I said, I got it, Carlos. Don't worry about it. I go, at least you can do. Get on it, Wayne. About some goddamn time. And then after I was done, I went over to the donut shop, and I was going to go get myself a Boston cream donut. Appropriate, eh? Eric will appreciate that, a Boston cream donut.
Boston cream,
and I was going to go out there, no chocolate stick, but a Boston cream donut is solid. So I sit there, and then all of a sudden, the gentleman comes up to the counter, and there's Eric Lindros. He goes, sir, what do you want? Boston cream donut, Eric. Hand it over. This shit happens all the time. And he was good, though. He did get the good one. He got the fresh one that they had just pulled out. They just heated it up. So you know what? I left Eric a tip.
Carlos.
Least I can do.
Did you know there's no Boston cream donut in Boston?
No, they just call it donut.
That's right.
They don't just, I would like a donut. Okay. And then they hand you Boston cream. Done. It's just a donut. It would be how stupid would it be to call it a Boston cream donut in Boston? That'd just be redundant. It'd be Boston squared. That's redundant. That's foolish. That's why Eric was complaining about Boston pizza. He goes, I've never seen a Boston pizza. That's because you're in the area of Boston. They just call it pizza. Right. It's just called pizza. That's it.
I still think that's hysterical that this Boston pizza franchise that's all over Toronto,
Canada.
There's no such thing here.
I told Eric, I just explained to you why. It's just called pizza.
This pizza.
Eric, wherever you go in the city of Boston, that is a pizza joint is a Boston pizza.
That's
all of them.
True. That is true.
All of them. Every last one.
I just found that to be absolutely hysterical.
Mike here says, I agree with you, Eric. Players today have a crap autograph. Gunnar Henderson puts a G. It looks like a giant N. Should be embarrassed. I'd like to know what his contract auto is. There you go. The full name. Paul says, Scarborough, more like Whitby or Flin Flon. Ooh, we like us some Flin Flon.
Ooh.
You know what would be good though, Eric? If you were going to choose like a random tiny niche area to like worship you like a god, go like Moose Factory.
Yes.
Come, one of those cool names. Like go with like one of those random, like, why would a place be called Moose Factory? Dude, don't even question it.
I know.
Look, you've got boroughs every 4 seconds. If you can have 47 boroughs, they're all boroughs, Marl Burrow, Larry Burrow, Dave Burrow, everything Burrow. You know what? We can have a Moose Factory. Go with it.
To your point, some of you may have seen it on Jimmy Fallon Tonight Show the other night. Ben Affleck, and Matt Damon did a skit where they quickly, as fast as they could, named every single city and town in Massachusetts with their Boston accents. All right, the skit lasts a few minutes because there's 300 towns, but they did it as fast as possible with the thickest Boston accents that they could muster because they're all from the area. And for those of us who live around here, we found it entertaining. Other people have been like, this is stupid. Why are they doing this? But all the mall boroughs were listed, all the norths, all the souths, all the wests, all the easts. I mean, Peru, Florida, you know, the real classics. Yeah, they're all listed.
I see.
Interesting.
Nice.
So it's funny if you have a second and you want to see those three idiots name every single town. They say Peabody correctly.
Peabody.
Did not say Peabody. It's Peabody. They said it correctly because they're from here.
Peabody Borough?
That's next. I wouldn't be shocked.
Just hyphenate it. It works. Mike says, can't write, can't think, and overpaid, and we're paying for this. They owe to max out salaries and cap team salaries. Yes. Mike Ham says, if Willie hands you a ham and mayo sandwich and says, you got to try this, my wife made it for you, do you eat it? Do you reject ham sandwich from Willie? It's a valid question.
No, I'm not eating it.
I
will call him sir, and I will respectfully decline the offer.
Your friendship ends there.
After you two co-fondled a mayonnaise jar, friendship over.
Yes.
Unbelievable. I've arrived. Good evening, Rob. Better late
He
than never.
drops the jars and breaks the jar.
Yes. Yank fan saw it. Yes. Been around says Boston has baked beans. They got a lot of things going on. A lot of things. And listen, after Eric saw that show on the Tonight Show, he went and consulted with his good friends at Pizza. Not Boston Pizza, just Pizza. He went to pizza. And they went and commiserated over a donut. Just donut.
Oh my God.
That's right.
All the things we learn. It's incredible. Sensational. The other thing we learned, and this will segue us over into the video that I posted earlier today. So now we're going to go into it. So now we need to discuss Eric's other love. The only thing he loves more than fondling a mayonnaise jar with Willie O'Ree, which we already saw earlier. The only thing he loves more is Beckett, the man and the company. It's the only thing he loves more.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Their cases, their label, everything about them.
Oh, everything. Yes. Keith here, Lonely Basic. Good evening. So anyway, the video was really simple. The concept was simple. The point was that Boston Card Hunter, or as they like to call him in Eric's area, Card Hunter. Again, redundant. Boston Card Hunter. That'd be foolish, you know. Eric just says, just Card Hunter is fine. There.
We're in the Twilight Zone, so we'll just call it card hunting.
Yeah, just Card Hunter. So anyway, so he does an interview with a former Beckett employee. Emphasis, employee, not grader, because they go through specific pains to make sure this is clarified. Now, I caught this yesterday or the day before. And look, the reality is I included a link in the description. I'll include a link in the description tonight if you want to check it out. It's about 20 minutes, give or take. Most of the revelations in it aren't really anything earth-shattering, but it is interesting. Now, he goes through, at the beginning of it, he goes through a couple of moments to try to establish the bona fides, shows a couple of things that'll kind of establish that this person worked at Beckett. The key point of it, though, is that whatever NDA he may or may not have has already expired. He worked presumably in the marketing department, but most importantly is that we're talking about 2017. So they established that he was working there in 2017. They don't talk about what's going later. So we're talking about a very specific window of time. However, he did have some fun things to say, and being in the marketing group still means that you're out doing stuff in the shows with some of the graders and with some of the other folks in it. So that's the angle he's taking on it and giving some of this information. So really the main revelations, if you want to call them that, first one is that presumably while they were working on some different marketing stuff, they bring up magazines over to Panini and apparently do an exchange. They'd exchange the magazines for product. And at the time, Panini, a lot of the products, Select and Prisms and all that, were maybe like $100 boxes, give or take around that time. So they were getting basically free boxes for magazines. Now, one of the comments made a valid point. Why on earth would anybody want Beckett magazines for product? No idea. Can't answer that question. Again, we'll take him at his word. The key takeaway, though, Yannick, the key piece, and I think I actually cut it as a clip so I can actually share it with you guys. I put it in the video as well. Definitely check out the video because I talk a little bit more about it from that perspective. But I'll see here if I can pull up the actual clip for you.
You can see the one that Eric takes the money.
Oh, that's basically what we want to talk about.
Hey, you told me you wouldn't say anything if I split it with you. You're not getting a dime now.
The problem, Eric, is I don't think you counted it correctly because Yannick is like, wait a minute, I counted it. All right, so I got it queued up here. Fortunately, I did save it as a clip, so that makes it a little bit easier. So let me share with you this one. So I've actually got it queued up to exactly the spot. So I want you to listen. I want you to listen to what's said here. And then you'll kind of understand where we're at. Okay, so let me make sure I'm unmuted. Here we go. All right. So listen carefully.
That you didn't like about the grading, or stories you may have heard, or maybe not stories, but like something you can actually confirm that you didn't like that happened.
Yeah, so I mean, I saw graders take money under the table at shows for cards, for grading. Yeah,
All right, let's talk about that for 1 second. Let's start with that one. So this is a pretty serious thing. What show would you be talking about? Like a regional show that Beckett might be at, like the Philly show, or a Dallas card show, or a national?
Actually,
Boston.
at the Beckett headquarters, they would do a show like quarterly at Beckett. So local people would come in, and there's some pretty big local dealers. This was in Dallas, Texas, in the area. And yeah, I saw money exchanged under the table. And I mean, the graders saw me see them, and
So now, given this revelation, what do you have to say for yourself, Eric?
I plead the fifth.
We know where the money came from, Eric. We've learned a lot tonight. Yannick,
I'm not
I am
here.
shocked. I am scandalized. I
I'm
am
not.
mortified.
I'm not
I'm
here.
not surprised one bit.
I'm not here to talk about the past. Here
Do you want to talk about the Dallas card show theft then?
here to talk about the future and how we can improve this hobby and
That's right.
and stop this type of behavior. I'm not here to talk about the past.
Do you want to talk about the future of figuring out who took the Dallas cards in the Dallas card show robbery?
In regards to the Dallas card show robbery, I'm not here to talk about the past. I'm
Mm.
here to talk about the future and how we can prevent these things from happening again. Thank you.
Yannick, so every time that I say that Eric pays for the like button, we know where the money came from.
Yes.
I'm just saying. I'm just
Dallas.
saying. So I'm going to read a couple of comments here. Eric keeps all the money now. Exactly. The new label will fix everything. Correct. Eric, I just checked out Jimmy Fallon. What the hell were our founding fathers thinking when they named those towns? Listen. Bobbles was there. He could tell us more. Paul says, it's Dallas Card Show Week. Eric did steal that money. I know. I see a lot of finger pointing. This is what I'm saying. I believe it. Many of the BGS Gem Mint 9.5s I have in my collection look like 8s. Fair. Shriners, yes. Eric, are you wearing a Richmond Spider jacket?
No, just like that ski brand. This is the jacket that started the whole bougie thing a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and now
Yes.
we know how you were able to
I've
afford
had
it.
this
I'm still wearing the same damn jacket. Okay.
Yes.
I don't have a new one.
Eric, we figured out how you were able to afford it.
No.
We know now.
We went over this a couple of years ago. I got
Yannick,
this,
Eric was working.
J
Eric was
Mac.
working
Time.
back at
Every-
Beckett
I
HQ.
got it.
And then he went to the
J Mac.
show with the marketing guys. And when he came back from the show, Yannick, it was all Eric was all. All the pieces come together. Ham, whenever you're good, just give me a thumbs up.
Every time that there's a 9.5, Eric gets the money.
Ham, can you believe that we've got this ridiculously unrepentant thief in our midst?
Oh, well, based on the comments I've heard from other places that do shady card deals, it seems like it's happening everywhere.
Yeah. And I can only assume that Eric is behind it all. He may be the cardboard hobbies Kaiser Soze, except he's really sucks at hiding.
I mean, he goes to two places: this room and Sports World.
Yeah. Well, if Eric, think about this though. If Eric was in the usual suspects, the way it would go is basically we'd walk in and he'd do his whole verbal kid thing. And then literally the movie would end within about 2 minutes. And I'd walk in and go, you're fucking Kaiser Soze. And it's like, son of a bitch. I wouldn't even bother with the rest of it. It's like, it's you. It's 100%. Cuff him. Throw him in the dark hole. That's it. We're done.
What are you gonna do?
Mm. So you know how they do those introductions at on like Monday Night Football, where it'll say like, I don't know, Justin Herbert from whatever college.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That should be everybody's introduction each time they come on the show, who they are and where they're from.
Eric, with all the concussions, probably won't be able to remember. He goes, which one of the boroughs was it? It's like University of Marlborough?
So
That doesn't sound right.
what would yours be,
DVD,
Eric? What would yours be, Eric?
Which was the witches
Eric
college?
Wade.
Which is the one that was where you were a witch?
Eric Wade, Beverly,
Hogwarts?
Massachusetts. Beverly High School, class of 92.
There you go.
Oh, Panthers.
1892.
Oh, that's funny, Panthers, because that's me. I'm Mike Cam, Tampa, Florida, HB Plant High Panthers, class of 97.
Wow, look at you. I would do it, except Eric refuses to acknowledge it exists. So I've had it right here the whole time.
It's not a real place. Listen, you've had your own mugs made with your face on.
Also legitimate.
I completely believe you made up that water bottle also. So I put nothing past you.
Listen, my powers are not to be questioned. As a witch, you should know this.
Mm-hmm.
Eric, with all that extra
place.
Yes. With all that extra money, you ought to be able to buy the California Seals ashtray now. Exactly.
Got to find it to buy it.
The Burrell right now is pursuing a solo project.
In the vintage. I watched his video today.
I think, yeah, exactly. I think he has a new video that just came out today. That is correct. Yeah. Taking Eric's dirty money makes you Hankus Pankus adjacent. And your point is, I think I've been perfectly clear, Ben and Ryan, that I am here to sell out. I welcome our fanatics overlords. Look, cut the check, put enough zeros on it. Done.
And Brendan, I just want to say I loved the baubles. Draw. I don't know what you want to call cartoon. We'll call them cartoons.
Well, it's supposed to be like a comic book, basically, like a comic book series. Is I think the concept.
It's a rendition. Yeah.
So loved the baubles.
Yes.
Not a huge fan of Yonex. So you can take that one down and just kind of poo-poo it and just you don't need to put that. You don't need that. You don't need that.
I mean, Champs has got yours done, Eric. Jumbo Joe University. Go Hawks.
Jumbo Joe.
I like it. With Ham, we now have the athletic director, the coach, assistant coach, and introducing stat man. That's facts. So Dan, whenever you're good, just give me a thumbs up.
Running a squad.
Oh no, we got a squad today. Look, I said to Dan when we recorded, we were actually going to talk about it here for a moment. I said that my intention was, listen, the Burrell is working on his solo project. He's got his thing going on. But I said, look, I'm gonna give the link to a bunch of folks. We're gonna have a deep bullpen here. We got a lot of folks. We got a lot of folks that throw a fastball and curveballs, off speed and everything. And we got whatever Eric is.
Knuckles? I don't know.
Well, I think you
don't know where it's going to go.
I got six things on the agenda for tonight.
All right. I think Eric is probably one of those guys who uses one of the all the illegal substances, except all of them are mayonnaise. I saw the picture with you, Willie O'Ree. I saw the smile on your face where you're like, I bet Willie doesn't know what I do with this mayonnaise on my own time.
Peanut butter meme.
Just saying.
He was in a good mood, and he was just cracking jokes left and right and being a wise ass. And just before the pitch, I don't remember what he said, but I remember he said something, and I just started laughing my ass off. And they snapped the photo. So,
Happy Champs. There you go. That's right. Nice gear tonight. Yes. Deep. Hoping to see Dan from Saugus. Dan from Saugus is an acquired taste. There's a certain time and place. Dan from Saugus right now is hanging around in pizza, eating a donut.
Dan from Saugus can eat shit.
Both circular.
Well, funny you should mention this. Not specifically about Dan from Saugus, but hold on. Dan, this is beautiful timing. I'm glad Eric brought this up. As a man of peace, I can't relate, but Eric does like to create a lot of enemies. So you know what? I would like to take a second. Since Eric brought this on himself, I feel it's appropriate to bring this up. So obviously, you and I have we did the first episode of Cardboard Cynics officially on your channel. We talked about that, and let me tell you, the feedback that I've been hearing on my end of it is very good. Dare I say, rapturous praise? Rapturous praise. Let me tell you, incredible. Like, look, there was basically like one guy and Eric who were bitching and moaning. That was basically it. Everybody else was like they were enjoying it to different degrees. But Eric, don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it. Okay. Eric, come with receipts. So allow me to share some of the feedback that was received on this.
I've noticed that there's been quite a few new duos sprouting up around the YouTube and adjacent content worlds. Me too. Not just so obviously I'm talking about Dan Vintage Baseball PC, and because I'm Carlos, it started their show.
So
we
you
welcome
didn't
them
tell
all.
me you were going to talk about this, but this was a thing for me.
Okay.
So I saw that Dan posted that he's going to do a show with Because of Carlos, and I'm like, I'll tell you what, I've been waiting for those guys to do a show together for a long time. Like, those guys would be great together.
Yeah.
Then I saw the name, the Cardboard Cynics. I'm like, that is perfect for those guys. Like, I think that show's going to be good because I really like. First of all, I like Dan. I like Carlos' stuff, but I mean, we could all do a little less Sanderson to Orr in our life, and the other guy who sends the cards back if they grade too high. So, like, yeah, get rid of those guys. Dan's a good team.
It's a good team. I'm excited to see.
But
what
yeah,
goes
I
on.
listened to the first episode yesterday. It was good. Yeah, I thought it was going to be good. It was good.
So I believe the feedback was very clear. And I got to say, Eric, Dan from Saugus, Matt from Providence, basically anybody from Jesus from Nazareth, anybody from, you seem to cause, and you're the opposite of, get friends and influence people.
It wasn't for the debilitating beatdown that he gave me in the parking lot all those months ago. I would really be pretty upset with him. And try to stand up to him again and give him the what's for. But I still walk with a limp from the beating he gave me the last time. So I'm just gonna let him say what he wants and just take a step back.
I did enjoy a little Sanderson Orr slander. That's always fun for me. But bobbles and ball cards catching a stray on that one. But look, you got to take the feedback. It's the good with the bad. Dan, look, I didn't want to just. I could read something and quote comments, or I could just play the clip.
Or I could talk. Well, there were two negative comments. One was Eric.
Was Eric?
It doesn't even count.
This isn't going to be good for me.
He's barely a person. He doesn't count.
And I responded that Eric, in a very unique moment of clarity, was able to figure that out. It wouldn't be good for her. And then there was one other guy who has his own channel. I subscribe to it. Good guy. But he said he much prefers when I do my own, when I'm on my own doing my history stuff. And so I replied to the guy extensively, but the reality is that Cardboard Cynics has about 800 views. My last history lesson got about 150. So this guy's clearly in the minority. So we got a lot of really positive comments. We got a lot of views. I think it's going to break 1,000 probably this week, and really happy. So first episode, a hit. Engagement was strong.
Man, Eric. You better be watching that on loop or repeat, or Matt from Providence is going to get you.
I don't want that.
Just saying. And you know what, Eric? Watch it in 1/4 speed. I want to get the watch time up. Make sure you do that. 1/4 speed. Fred from Manitoba, James from Mississauga, Tony
Steve.
from Saskatoon. Listen, it's bad, Hobby Champs. Eric is literally angering everybody from everywhere. It's horrific.
So that was the first thing I wanted to talk about. So you already got one of my agenda pieces.
And
but I have
video footage
three hobby scandals. Three hobby scandals. To talk about.
Three?
How many involve Eric? We already started.
There are no scandals in this hobby. No scandals.
So real quick, I'll touch on Steven's point. So I think, like I said, I got a kick out of the comment question. I don't take offense to it. My big, because I've been very clear on it. Everybody's going to enjoy different things, and it's one of those things where, to be perfectly honest, I think for a lot of channels, you kind of want to have a mix of stuff, because we'll have we always talk about here, and we've talked about with Mike here. He gets along with just about everybody. But it's one of those things where that's helpful. But that also means that there's a lot of things that he can talk about, which is always super handy. I like having a mix. I talked with you and I said I like having a mix of different voices. If we're just talking about one thing all the time, I think a lot of people I'll pull behind the curtain for just a fraction of a second, then we'll get back to your regularly scheduled program. I like having a mix of different voices because it would get really boring if it was just the same categories. I got a lot of things that I can talk about too, and I like to delve into them. That's why the Friday Live is great, because it's kind of an open format. It doesn't have to be sports cards. It can be. It can totally be. We can go there. But if I left it the way it was, like even just the way we were not long ago, when Bobby's here, he can talk at length, in depth, about a lot of these vintage hockey things and some other things as well, but really in depth on the vintage hockey things. Eric pretty much collects vintage hockey at this point. That's like 99% of what he collects. If we have to go anywhere else, Dan, like he's just going to sit there in the corner, and I would still make fun of him. The key is I wouldn't, waste an opportunity, but then he'd just be sitting in the corner, sitting there with his arms crossed the whole time while I just make fun of him, as opposed to occasionally participating and then I make fun of him. See, big difference. But you got to have a mix and match. Well, on the podcast, though, we do a different thing. We bring Brendan in there, and he brings a different component to it. He's got different experiences, doing different. I want different voices talking about from different perspectives. Otherwise, it's just an echo chamber, and we're all talking about the same stuff, and I get bored in 5 seconds. So you got to have the mix.
Let's talk about the 1969.
Settle down. Anyway, the point is,
Horrible design.
yeah, just heinous. And honestly, that set is the Guelph of hockey sets. It doesn't even exist. Eric literally printed that out like somewhere, and he figured out how to do a printer, and you only can print on one side. Let's be honest. Tell the truth. But yeah, the point is there is a role for the history episodes because I think there is fun in that. I think a lot of folks get a kick out of that. But then talk about the other stuff too. Like I think there's a mix and match, and having a little bit of both. I don't care whose channel it is. Having a mix of different stuff I think is always good. Because Mike does a lot of stuff really well when he goes into the card show and then pans and goes through the different, different showcases and everything. But then occasionally he feels like talking about something. He'll have a talk in the car. It's nice to have both these things because then it gives you different stuff. Otherwise, it just becomes one strand of. Most of us would get bored doing the same format all the time with no variation.
So Mike actually had a third kind of show this week. Michael's third show was the box opening, which was one of the other things I wanted to talk about, which was opening up Marvel and actually making your money back.
Okay, yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good box. I got one more box left. What I was doing earlier, I don't know if you saw what I did. I tore the front off the back of the card.
Okay.
Right? And I did a video on this. I'm going to put it out tomorrow. But what it is usually this is hard to do. It's not easy to remove the top layer of plastic because it's plastic printed on the back inversed, and it's laid on top of the chrome foil, whatever color it is. That's how they get special variations of cards. And I've always liked to make my own cards. We talked about Carlos about innovation, which is basically just, I really mean creativity. But this came off so easy. I usually use a knife and have to wedge it off and be real careful. I use my fingers and my fingernails and just tore it apart myself. And I shouldn't be able to do that. They're making the stuff so fast. It's not even curing the actual glue that they have to their front.
I was going to say the adhesive.
Card.
The adhesive. Yeah, the adhesive that's holding it together. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, for instance, here's the Loki that now looks like an acetate card. All right. And then here, I call this Cosmic Pearl, which is just a flashy back piece of paper, basically, that I got at the art store. And I laid it behind it. That's all they do, too. But I like to make my own stuff. It's fun.
There you go. Yep. Nice. Zachary says, hey, guys, checking in from the Dallas Card Show. Talked to Guy Beckett. They cut a submission last night, and they were packed today. Good to know. Thank you, Zach. Appreciate the report. Good evening, Dylan. Speaking of vintage hockey, Yannick, have you added anything to your set? I think where Yannick is, Yannick, you're pretty much, I don't know, are you looking at anything or waiting for the next show to add stuff to your set?
I'm always looking. CIA actually had some C57 hockey.
Okay.
The last
Nice.
one actually is at Eric's, I think.
Okay.
And unfortunately they don't come as often available that I'd like to, but that's what you get when you go with pre-war and that kind of era of collecting. It's a little tougher, but I got some other cool pieces that I got lately. I don't know if you guys ever seen one of those, but this is a 1951, and it's kind of like a matchbook. And basically, it would have.
So it's like a motion thing.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
like
cool.
a motion thing.
Nice.
So it's Jean Beliveau, basically before.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
Before the Montreal Canadiens. So that one has a little like facsimile here of a signature. So I caught this off Facebook Marketplace.
I like
Of
that
all the
retro.
places.
I like that retro sheet you have back there covering some stuff up.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Nice.
It
Yeah.
used to be in one of the trunks here. The lady who left behind when I got the place.
Good find. That'd probably do like $50 to $100 on eBay.
There
you go. You sure? Now you said one of the cars was with Eric. Now you sure it's with Eric? You sure didn't go 5-finger discount Wade over there?
It caught
Again.
becomes 4-finger Wade.
Just saying.
Hey,
Can
had
I
a
show one
question.
more thing, Carlos?
Oh yeah. Sure.
Yeah, go for it. Sure.
Like for baseball people too. 'Cause
Yep, go
I'm a
ahead.
baseball guy as well, but this is a stamp from 1936 with Connie Mack's signature.
Wow.
Interesting.
That's
It is
definitely
very
different.
interesting. So it's for the 100th anniversary, I think, of Arkansas.
Oh, really? Of Arkansas, of all
Yeah,
things. Okay.
Yeah, and they made like a stamp set.
Called
And
Arkansas.
I got the GSA here, but it's all like famous people from back then who signed part of those stamps.
Nice.
So Connie Mack has one, Babe Ruth has one, Albert Einstein has one, President has one. I got a whole list here, and I came across this about 2 years ago.
Now, that's an actual autograph or a facsimile?
It's actually his autograph on the stamp.
Hold on, I'll zoom in. Hang on.
Terrific.
Yep. A lot of the Hall of Fame autograph guys love stuff like that, especially on more
Yeah.
obscure items. It's a lot more interesting to have it on some more unique stuff.
It's kind of, it's sport. Like it's Connie Mack. Like he's like, can't get around baseball without mentioning his name ever.
Yeah.
So, but
Absolutely.
it's on a stamp, which is odd.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Having it on the unique item, I think, makes it a little bit more interesting than your standard. Connie Mack autograph still good, but then put it on a more obscure item. It makes it a little bit more interesting.
It would made a great insert on a card of some sort.
True. True. Zachary says, I keep saying the Dallas Card Show heist and Eric Wade in the same sentence in conversation just to see if he'll catch on. I think that's the right thing to do. Maybe we can finally get those cards back. Eric.
I'm not here to talk about the past.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Junk Wax says it's like all you can eat buffet, something for just about everyone. So that is my philosophy. I do believe, and we can talk about this a little bit more. So I'll go back to some of your agenda items, Dan. But one thing that I am going to talk about, and I just fair warning, I will bring this up on the next episode of Cardboard Cynics whenever we get around to it. I am noticing some trends in the content side because I enjoy the content side. But it's not a spoiler. I'll elaborate more. I do feel like we're really stagnating right now, stagnating real bad. And there's certain like shortcuts and some lazy stuff going on. Again, as somebody who likes to do stuff, I had some fun with the one video today. But like, to be clear, the one video could not have been simpler for me to make. I've got a very straightforward formula. And at the end of the day, it gave some talking points. It was fun to talk about for a minute. But the reality is, and Ham, you can imagine this, like how long between recording, editing, before I hit the upload button to start the process? How long do you think it actually took me? The video was 11 minutes long. How long do you think it took me? I did do a smidgen of editing just to cut out some stuff as I went through it, read it in one shot, cut out some pieces, and then hit upload. How long do you think it took me to make that video?
Well, if
30
it's an
minutes.
11-minute video plus that other time, 15.
Well, the editing
already-
takes a little bit. Don't forget, it still has to process the video a little bit because I
30
put in
minutes.
Oh,
editing
you mean
software.
process? Well, I didn't count processing. I just
Yeah,
wanted
the actual thing. So the actual, I put it in Final Cut Pro. The actual Final Cut Pro has to make the file after I do the cut.
Okay. Yeah, same thing with mine. I used something Pro, but it's not Final Cut Pro. It's a
Yeah.
different one. I have to wait for it to upload.
Yeah, I get include a couple of minutes for that.
22.
Yeah, just about. So right about 22, 23 minutes, give or take. That's about it. That's about all it took because I didn't have to script it. It wasn't complex. I had the clip that I wanted to talk about queued up. And in reality, I went to StreamYard. I did the share screen with audio. I hit play. I took the piece I wanted. I fast forwarded to the other piece I wanted. I hit play again. I talk in between. Boom, there's your video. I'm saying this to say that it doesn't take that much necessarily, but we put back in the title. We had something. We did have a talking. Look, at the end of the day, what happened? What was discussed there? Again, I can't validate this because I don't know the guy. But it would not shock me. There is nothing he said that shocked me or seems so far out of pocket that it wouldn't be within the context, because we've already got history. We've got enough other evidence of similar kind of things already going on. It's just somebody corroborating what we already suspected based on information we already had. So I don't need to really do that much extra diligence on it. It's like, I'm comfortable with it. And again, it's still alleged. But the reality is, even if it's in 2017, one of the comments kind of highlighted it. You could have told me it was last Thursday, and I believe you. It's not really that hard for me. We Dan and I were talking about it when we did that episode. It's like, it's called Cardboard Cynics, but the reality is, part of the reason that I'm cynical is like, I've been around too long. I've seen too many things. There's enough, and these people are still here. They haven't gone anywhere. They changed jobs. They went from this company to this company. That's the only thing that changed.
This guy is still there.
Yes.
The guy who took the money under the table is a senior grader who's still there. That's what the guy said on the video today.
Yep.
That to me is a big scam. You know, look, I understand the cynic part, and you know, nothing shocks you. And of course, do we know that that graders are taking money under the table? We thought so. Now we have actual confirmation that graders are taking money under the table, so that, you know, that again dirties the whole pool. It's just like the shill bidding. It's dirties the whole pool. And now,
but why would we think any of these companies are legit?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, but you want look. I bought cards today based on numbers.
Ryan Hodes straight up was blatantly stated, "Hey, some of these pops on these are inflated over the actual amount of serial number cards, and because people resubmit, they don't care. It doesn't say, oh, don't do that. Oh, we don't want to see that. That's just more money, and they don't care if you get in a different grade. And yeah, they'd like to control the pop maybe, or they're going to use that if you send that label in as a way to point you out. It just, they don't care. It's about money. And we keep getting upset because we get inaccurate grades. Then when we get a company that, let's say, even grades extremely accurate, we're not going to like that either, because now it's too hard. So not hard enough at random, or too hard, very accurate. Which one do you want?
I mean, yeah,
I'd want very accurate.
I agree with you.
So do I. I mean, again, we were hoping for the tag to do that. They've obviously stopped attempting to do that with sports cards, which is very disappointing.
They already mastered the coaster. Like they've built the greatest coaster in history.
Listen, from what they've done for as long as they've been in the hobby, they've done very well. From a business standpoint, they've made money. From a business standpoint,
have they made money?
Well, listen, we're supposed to be getting vending machines that grade cards this year potentially from them. So whoever does that first, that is a cash cow. You're gonna have to set a guy there with plastic cases to just dump them in there as quick as possible. That's what's gonna have to happen. All right, you put one of those at a mall, the line's gonna be out the door.
Okay? He's not wrong.
Okay, because it's instant grading. I can sell this right now. I don't have to wait.
Rule number one.
You can do that. You will blow everybody else out of the water.
He's 100%.
Unless
there's no unless. People
no, there is an unless. Hold on.
There is grade with companies that don't even matter.
Hold on. There is an.
You're gonna have one in Eric's
unless shop. You got to tag 10, and I offer you raw price because I'm like, this company's shit. I don't give a shit. It's a 10.
But the thing is, there's another one of you that doesn't care about that. That will pay me more.
If that was true, they would already have more market share than they do. Nobody respects their 10 now. You put 1,000 more out there, 100,000 more out there. It's not going to
buying everybody. They're going to be the only thing left. So the respectability just goes because you have no choice.
Listen, Eric will hold the flag of KSA forever.
Yeah.
Well, that I don't know a lot about it. What is it? AGS is the other one that does the AI grading or whatever.
Yeah, that's the one that had what's his name? It was a rapper.
Isn't that behind that?
No, Arena Club was Jeter. Arena Club was Jeter.
Club. Yeah.
There was a rapper though. There was somebody. Oh damn it! Who was the name? With AGS, there was a rapper associated with it.
How come nobody's equated Michael Rubin to the P. Diddy of some type of collectibles market? He's got all these guys under his thumb. They'll do whatever the hell he wants.
With the white party jokes, it has been
all of them.
Well, something
wasn't Rubin around P. Diddy. Maybe he learned. Maybe that's his mentor.
Why do you think Eric will not speak ill of him? He knows things about Kaiser Soze over there.
He knows that Pepsi can.
I just want to back up for a second before we go off the rails with that stuff. We now have, because again, I hate F and Beckett. So we now have two people.
It's Master P. I found it.
Okay.
AGS is Master P.
The other
That was the
P.
one. Yes.
Great. That just got worse.
So we now have two people, but it could be the same guy because the first guy was anonymous, I believe. It could be this guy that's come out publicly now. Could have been the guy in the past. Anyway, we now have two stories from a former Beckett employee saying that there is scandal happening under their roof.
They saw you take the money.
It was come Saturday or Sunday morning to get black labels and pay under the table. And, now
The Eric tax.
The Eric tax. And now we got this. Now, could it be unhappy ex-employees trying to badmouth and sabotage a company? Absolutely. So unless you got video of it, you can't. It's not 100%. But if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck, right?
Bad duck.
So we have two examples of former employees coming out and saying, customers, let me tell you what's going on under this roof, and it's really bad. Yet, if you go back in our comments, you will find someone, and I'm sorry, I don't remember who, wrote that at a show, the line was out the door to get Beckett slabs, right?
They're afraid the price is going to change. Everything's going to go up and change.
So it just continues to show rule number 1 and 2, that it also shows you that people have a very short memory and people don't care because it's about the money in their back pocket coming and going. And nothing else matters to the majority of the people in this hobby. Absolute proof video might make a dent. All right. Of these two accusations under the Beckett roof, video might make a dent, but people would still work with that company, which just dumbfounds me.
Would it though, Eric? Hold on. In the year 2026, would it though? Because somebody could say, well, that's AI. Oh, the video? That sounds like fake news to me. Listen, Eric, there are only certain legitimate items in this entire world. There's certain things that are 100% true that are not AI generated.
The mayonnaise.
And then there's plenty of things out there that are AI generated.
Yeah.
I'm saying fear our AI overlords. Fear them now.
Fear, yes. But my point stands is that we get two examples now of shady business going on there, plus all the other just utter nonsense that company's been dealing with the last 10 years. Why people are still lining up, and submitting to these people is just dumbfounding to me.
I really wish that card score was a card score or card scan would have took off.
I think it was Card Score, the one you were talking about, where they was like the where they crowdsourced it.
Yeah, you had 100 other people submit a grade for a card that was submitted, and then that overall average was the grade of that card. It's not one person doing it; it's 100 people. I mean, it's getting blind opinions on the way they're supposed to be grading something and spitting out data. That's about as accurate as we're going to get. And now AI might be that more accurate, but again, everybody's not going to like it when you start getting finite with how good of a corner is or an edge or centering based on a card. And we already know vintage is graded different than modern. Different people even grade that. It's scrutinized. And I don't like that a vintage card is scrutinized to the level of a modern card. I do not think that's fair to the age of the card and the time that it was made. That is sickening to me.
Well, that was the BVG argument. That's why all the BVG grades are inflated.
But it was accurate. But it was accurate.
Was it?
I think so.
See, I have a different opinion on that, Mike. Is that
shocking?
I think we should grade every single card the same, but have a different understanding and acceptance for lower numbers on vintage. Yes, it's a 5, but it's a card from 1932. a 5 is an awesome number for a card from 1932.
Would you agree with it? Would you still hold this opinion if I said it's a Boston Bruin? It's fake, but fake. But you haven't even looked fake.
I hate you. So I think if we actually said, because remember, what's a 5 on most of these things? Good, right?
5 is excellent. 5 is the X.
Excellent. All right, it makes my argument
Evening stove. Evening stove.
Yeah,
5 is the new 10.
Even stronger. If we actually said, wait a minute, a 5 is freaking excellent. It's from 1932 and it's excellent. That is fine. And it got graded the exact same as a 2025 Prism yellow Bumblebee submarine. And yeah, they got graded exactly the same. And this is a 5 and it's excellent. And we in the hobby go, that's awesome. Instead, we go, oh, it's a 5. But it's from 1932.
Even in Dakota.
It just blows me away that we can't look at it that way. Don't change the grading scale for vintage. We in the hobby need to say a 5 is fucking awesome.
Dan, this is a scandalous take, but I almost feel like, hold on, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. Concussion Boy is almost, I said almost because, there's always holes in his ridiculous argument. He's almost talking sense because to me, a technical grade is a technical grade. If we're talking about grading, then it doesn't really matter to me. I don't care what it is. In this scenario, the vintage card should be graded lower because generally there's going to be more damage and attrition and things happen over time. That's to be expected. With a modern issue, you'd like there to be a higher grade, but you can also understand that you can have a manufacturer. But a modern card in a 10 makes more sense to me than a card from the 30s that is in a 10. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I'm saying the likelihood of a 1930s card being a 10 versus a card from 2026 being a 10, I'm more inclined to believe that a 2026 10 is easier to find than a 1930s 10.
Good question, Mike. But even vintage cards themselves are graded differently based on background circumstances. So cards that were in with caramel that generally do have caramel stains on them don't get penalized as much for a stain as other cards would have for a stain. Same thing with the Burke Ross cards that came with they were perforated and then the perforation was broken. If you have a perforation that's broken, you don't get penalized for it. And a lot of those cards get higher grades than other cards if they look the same way. So it's vintage grading is definitely an art. It's more than just, what does the card look like? What do the corners look like? What do the edges look like? You have to have some research.
Dakota's showing us some love, Eric. Look at you.
Both.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, there you go, Bob.
Yeah,
I
I just always feel that a vintage card is because it's more scrutinized, it gets a lower grade.
Well, so I think there's a truth to that, but there's also a reason for it. So Dan, keep up with me on this one because I think there is a value to what Mike is talking about, but at the same time we can explain it a little bit. You're right; it is more scrutinized. Part of the reason it's more scrutinized is that a vintage card has the potential with the attrition to have more varying types of damage and things. If I've got a modern card, there's a really strong likelihood that most of them will fall somewhere between an 8 and a 10. There can be issues coming right out of the pack, but most of them are going to fall somewhere between an 8 and 10. On a vintage card, I pretty much have access to the entire range, all the way from authentic, all the way to the somehow unicorn 10. Maybe there's a Kurtz card gear thing happening going on. But I'm saying theoretically, I actually have the entire spectrum. A modern card that came out of pack in a 5 or a 4, I've got questions. Like something weird happened here. Like that's the outlier. That's bizarre. A vintage card in a 4 or a 5 is not bizarre at all. That's perfectly reasonable. So at that point, you got more to look at. So one of the things that people were obsessing over when some of these interviews come out is they'll say, all these cards are being looked at 30 seconds. I'm sorry to tell you this, and I'd be happy to do this exercise if we ever sit down in a room. I'll grab a couple of modern cards. Dan, I don't need more than 30 seconds. Like if I'm looking at a modern card, I don't need more than 30 seconds. I don't need it. It's not required. I'm sorry. I can find what I need in 30 seconds or less.
Vintage cards, I disagree with that.
I literally started with modern card. I said modern card.
I know.
In a modern card, I don't need more than 30 seconds. On a vintage card, there is reason for me to take a closer look.
Yes.
Just because now I have to look at nuance, because I'm acknowledging there's damage here, but now I got to see severity. I really got to dig into it. I see creases. How many creases? Depth of creases. All on the modern card, I shouldn't be seeing that handle.
I agree. I just feel like the longer you look at anything, you're going to find more problems with it.
Oh, yeah.
I agree, but I think the vintage card requires it, though. I don't have a choice. If I'm doing this properly and the vintage card is not a 10 for some bizarre reason, or a 1, by the way, a 1 is also easy. If you give me a vintage card and a 1, Dan, I don't need 30 seconds either. I can kind of figure that out. It's got a hole in it. It's a 1.
Yeah, but
as long as it's authentic, beautiful. We can figure this out.
No, some holes are beautiful. They shouldn't take
no. As long as it's authentic, we're okay. We can pretty much figure out what. So Dan, we can figure out what a 1 is. We can figure out what a 1 is. We can figure out what a 10 is. But it's the stuff in between where now we've got more.
No, Ham, shut up.
You can't talk to me. I have too much in my bag for you.
Mm-hmm. 90% of the bitching about grading is by folks who haven't bothered to read the standards. Yes. Go ahead, Dan.
So if we move on, I have another thing that I want to read. It was an email that I got this afternoon at 12:07 today, and the title of the email is "Mile High Card Company's Complete Transparency About Last Night's Issues." So,
yes.
When you get an email,
hang on, I'll let you read it. Hang on, but before I do, Ham, Master P. Let's go. AGS grading. Bring on the Master P. Don't you want to send all your cards to them now? AGS,
every time they pull the slab down, that's the sound that needs to make. Make them say,
Ham, you're selling me on this AGS thing. Tag is trash. I'm not even going to discuss that garbage, that dumpster fire. But you're selling me on this AGS thing. You're selling it to me. All right, Dan, go ahead.
We're getting there.
So the unintentional funniness of this, the unintentional humor here, is that they were very transparent beyond what they intended to be transparent about. So they apparently there was some problem with the Mile High auction last night on the closing. They had technical issues, whatever. But they do say our website went down and became inaccessible more than a few times, and not even we could use it to effectively place bids. So, Mile High,
nice.
But not even we could do bids.
Wait a minute.
We couldn't even shill.
We couldn't shill our own stuff.
Defense chilling.
Eric, hold on.
Remember,
Dan sent me this. Dan sent me this, and Dan, you can testify. My response to you was, Eric, Mile High was one of the examples I gave where in the terms and conditions explicitly they allow you to I actually showed it. It was either a podcast episode or a live. I forget which one it was. I literally went to the Mile High and I shared it on the screen. I highlighted it and I read it. Mile High is one of those ones that's explicitly they will do house bids. House bids are part of it.
But I said my text to you was they're saying the quiet part out loud. And when I say quiet part, I mean the thing it's in the fine print, but we're not going to talk about it. We're not going to talk about the fact that we have secret reserves that no one knows about. and we're doing on the last night of the auction, they're doing the bidding. Really? Seriously? I mean, you essentially are admitting that there are secret bids on the last night of the auction and secret reserves. And sure. Is it in the fine print? Yes. How many people read the fine print?
Defense.
Maybe you, Carlos, and one other Canadian person, and that's about it.
Yeah. Look, all I'll say is this: I don't disagree with your concept. I'm just pointing out that it is there. I will say though, to respond to your point, though, I'll throw this out. If we take whatever you think the average IQ is of the people that work at these sports card trading companies, by the way, be that grader, manufacturer, auction house, whatever you want, whatever you think the average IQ is, take the under. Take the under. Trust me. And if it's the marketing department, take the under.
There's a lot of high IQ dumb people. So
it's
I
hilarious.
got this email at 12:07. I'm sitting at lunch reading it, and it pops up into my account. So I'm like on top of this. I read it. I get to that point about the transparency and then the bidding themselves, and I sent it to several people, including you, Carlos, obviously, as you know.
Yeah.
But other people had already done it. I was beaten to the punch by like 2 other guys that I know. One who started a Twitter thread, and one who put it on IG. So like people were finding this humorous, and I, obviously, it's good for the cardboard cynics that I keep being cynical on this stuff. So anyway,
Well, Dan, did I not say on the aforementioned episode 1 that I said, "Oh, if it's about comedy, Dan, that ship has sailed. This hobby being a joke, that's long. That's over, man. It's over, man." I mock this hobby all the time because honestly, it deserves it. There's so much to mock. I like Bob Boozle. Dan's forward baseball PC soon. Yes, I like that. We had a couple of alternatives. Listen, Eric, I'm still waiting for Dan's modern Pokemon PC. It's coming.
Oh,
this
God.
franchise is expanding.
Oh, there's no
There's
doubt.
some beautiful cards. Beautiful.
I'm looking forward to it. Like, imagine.
I don't know if you saw this, but there was an armed robbery of a Pokemon store in Manhattan.
Really?
2 or
Go
3
on.
days ago.
Keep talking.
No,
I'm here to talk about the past. I'm here to talk about the future and how we could move this hobby forward and not have these things happen again. Thank you very much.
I'm posing questions, Dan. I'm going. Please continue.
I have an alibi. It wasn't me. I'm not trying to start my Pokemon collection the hard way.
Yet. Go on.
I mean, you're not ripping packs?
So those are 2 of the scandals. The grading thing, on the money under the table, and we couldn't even bid when our website went down. There's a 3rd scandal, and I think it's the most serious scandal of the day.
Okay.
And
Real quick, Dan, hold on. Before you get to the 3rd scandal, I do want to get to it, but hang on. I got a question. Let me ask a question before we get to that one. Let me go back to the first one. I obviously had a lot of fun with it. But part of the reason I did the video was twofold. Number one, as I just mentioned, it was very easy to do. Number 2, it picked up views quickly, like super fast, like it was super quick. And again, it wasn't difficult to do. But here's my question. Does it now obviously I've just put it out there multiple times. I put it out there on the live and I put it out there in the video that I literally did hours ago. Does that even get any traction? Because the Boston Card Hunter, or as Eric calls it, Card Hunter, because Boston, video has had like 1,200, 1,500 views or whatever it is now. It's had a little bit of traction. I was actually curious. I did a little as an experiment. I put the video on the Discord, on Dakota's Discord, last night for a couple hours. Dustin and Neo are usually the first, Johnny on the spot with a lot of this stuff super quick. I put it there just to see if anybody made the video ham early. I was expecting to see a video from one or both in the wee hours of the morning. Instead, they decided to go with the Fanatics crushing the card shops. Like, look, let me be blunt. Do you give a shit about them trying to crush card shops? We've been down this train a while. Do you give a shit? I don't. Whatever.
That's also because those videos were already pre-recorded, preset to drop at a certain time.
No, but it wouldn't be the first time. Look, let's put it this way. To your point, Dan, if nothing else, it's a juicy clip. Wouldn't you agree that it's kind of, look, again, we can argue, the person, is this person actually who they claim to be, blah, 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 but it's at least a juicy clip if you want to run with it and have some fun with it. I was surprised. I didn't hear a single peep about it. I didn't see a single video that specifically touched on it other than the Boston Card Hunter video in question initially. And it's not like nobody saw it. They actually did have some views on that video, but I didn't see anything up on it. So I was like, all right, you know what, Dan, if nobody else wants to make the video on it, again, it's not like it's a lot of work for me. I'll make the video. Here you go.
It's not shocking. It's dog bites man, really, is what it is. It's like
it was very simple.
Okay.
It couldn't have been more straightforward. Yeah.
We figured this was happening.
Yeah, it was a very simple video to make. Yeah, 2,200 views. So the initial video has 2,200 views, which is pretty good, I would say. So yeah, but it was just funny. It didn't get any traction. So now the question is, now after the fact, now that that's been pointed out, does anybody decide to run with it? I'm just curious.
Well, I think the part of it that they should run with is senior grader who still works at Beckett. That to me is the most important part of that entire video. Whether it's some guy, it was 9 years ago. 9 years ago, what happened 9 years ago is irrelevant, right?
Yeah,
for the most part. But senior grader still working at Beckett to me, and that person still working there for those 9 years is.
But that tells you it goes but that tells you it goes deeper. It
Does
goes
he work
higher up.
Sunday mornings?
Yeah.
What's his work schedule?
Exactly.
I think if people concentrate on the senior grader still working there, it becomes a story that should get some traction. But we'll see.
I think it'll just blow over and no one's going to care.
Yeah.
Oh, that's generally the reason I asked the question is that's generally the MO. Hobby wise, that's been the MO for the most part. Eric, can you read your subheading there?
Oh, here we go. How I make the money, honey.
Currently
That's
has
all I'm
new
saying.
Pokemon collection.
All I'm saying, just questions. So Bob Boozle getting a Pikachu tattoo next to my Thug Life tattoo. You do you, Boozle. You do you.
Go.
Glad Boston Card Hunters enter 2017. He'll freak out when he learns about Harry Styles and Solo. Listen, Bob, that's going to be huge. But you know what's going to be crazy? Listen, if Boston Card Hunter, or just Card Hunter as Eric refers to him, has gotten into 2017, Dan, wait until he finds out about the pandemic and sports cards. Once he gets to that part, oh my God, his head's going to explode.
Oh,
It's going to be crazy. It's going to be wild. So yeah, like I said, to your point, look, Dan, I put it out there because number one, it was an easy video to make, but number two, I am morbidly curious as an experiment. I was like, okay, fine. I will make the video then. It was a simple video to make. It wasn't complicated. It wasn't difficult. So my question is then, does anybody even run with, to your point? Yes, you could 100% make the argument. Well, if they're still there, are they still taking money under the table? Question mark. That'd be a real easy thing to run with.
213 views in 5 hours. That's not traction.
Well, I can tell you that just from there's always a little bit of lag. Right now in the Use Studio, you can add about another 30 to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's.
I think maybe juice up the title a little bit.
Oh, I get Dan. Part of the experiment for me is just keeping it straightforward. If I wanted to go the most clickbaity version of it possible, I would play with the thumbnail and I'd really mess with the title. But I'll be like, listen, I don't care. One way or the other, I don't care. To me, it makes no difference. So this is him. It's always been
Over the table.
There's some stuff where I know I would do so much better with it if I really jazzed up the titles and really jazzed up the thumbnails. I don't care. For me, it was just like, look, I can make this video super easy. It's not that complicated.
You need to do the faces for the places.
There you go. I 100% do that. Yes.
Yeah, the O face. Yeah,
exactly.
Everybody needs an O face video.
But Dan, that's the point. It's like I didn't have to do any of that. And even then, again, my channel's not the biggest channel. There are bigger channels that are multiples bigger than mine. It was right there for them. I left it right there, just sitting there on the ground, and like you could pick it up and do anything you want with it. Knock yourself out.
Well,
it's so easy.
Neo will cover it on Sunday, probably.
Yeah, probably is like a recap thing. Yeah. So I said I left it there, and I gave them basically I gave them almost an 18-hour head start. And even then, no dice. Okay, we'll see if we get to it later. Big Scott, good evening. Wasn't Beckett where an ex-employee was walking in the door and getting blacklit? We were talking about that. Yes, an ex-employee.
I'm not here to talk about the past. I'm just here to talk about the future.
Not pointing at anyone, allegedly.
That's how he lost his crumbled cookie ad.
They were concerned about his integrity. You can no longer work for Big Cookie. They got more integrity over there.
Brought to you by Milano. Why
Wow,
not
look
be
at
French when you cannot be American?
Milano.
Pepperidge Farm remembers. Literally, Pepperidge Farm remembers. Indeed.
Oh my
I
god!
think they're called 14 collectors now. Aren't you guys up to like 150 collectors? Like, isn't the number growing? Like, all right, if you say so. All right, we'll see. Goes all the time.
Why have we not seen more cards in products like cereal boxes and cookies and these kind of
what happened to that?
It's the leagues want to charge an arm and a leg for the rights fees, man. And the manufacturers are like, yeah, I'm not paying that shit. No, thank you.
Yeah, that's
I'm advertising your product. This is a mutually benefit. So for the manufacturers,
little,
like cookies,
little cereal boxes like this with little like cool hockey things like that.
Yeah.
I know.
But being serious, Ham, though, like we've had this conversation with Bobby because he's asked that question and everything. But like the reality, like being truthful, the leagues squeeze every penny out of everything. And so, like, if you're Kellogg's or one of those, Kellogg's used to have cards in their cereal boxes all the time.
100%.
And I think that would work great today. Honestly, that would work amazing today if you threw a couple of cards in there. And look, Dan, I've built the concept. It would be so simple. All you'd have to do is Kellogg's cornflakes, pick a couple of the brands, put a little mini pack in there, one of those cellophane see-through packs, build a very basic design. Doesn't have to be anything crazy or wild. 99.9% of these little cellophane packs are 2 or 3 cards. Really simple, but current players. You can get an Ohtani, you can get a Juan Soto, you can get all the current guys. But once every 1,000 cereal boxes, throw in an autograph or a redemption for one.
Yeah.
Boom, done. You gave a little bit of a chase, but most of it's just space set.
Seal the envelope, not the envelope. Seal the plastic bag as waterproof, and put it in a mayonnaise jar. You will end up with
Reggie Lemon
Perfect.
lemon in mayo.
You're speaking to the sensibilities of one man. Yeah, but Dan, for me, so Bobby tried to make the pitch, and here's the thing. I don't agree with everything Bobby says because sometimes he's got certain ideas on the way through, but I agree that the food issues were a gateway drug to get people access to the cards. Because again, I gave you the scenario where you could still have a chase, but you're making hard enough ham where, like, do you really want to go to do you want to be the dude who goes to the grocery aisle and goes, I'm taking 5 cases of cornflakes in the off chance that you get one redemption?
They did that with Pokemon. Remember, they did that with Pokemon.
But I'm saying if you make it long enough odds, they're going to strike out so many times that it's like, yeah, you got to make it long enough odds.
McDonald's is getting ready to release another Pokemon, Happy Meal with the pack of cards. My thing is, why have they still not added at random a full art card as a chase?
Sure. Yeah.
Like, why have they not done that? It's something so minute that they can do. And they can even print 2 billion of them and people will still go nuts for it. And I just don't know why they haven't done it. I don't get it. Like, I'm like the marketing team. I understand you don't have to try hard to sell, but at least make it fun.
Well, Ham, you just described the beginning of the Third World War. It'll happen over Pokemon cards. That's what actually got. That's what actually got.
What will happen over Pokemon is if they ever serial number 1 card, like the Lord of the Rings card type deal. They do that. It will literally. You will see more theft, more stealing, more robbing than ever before.
Yep. It'll be the great Pokemon War of 26.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, waiting for tops now. Yes. Magic Spoon should do cards so y'all can sponsors. Yes. Good old Magic Spoon. Yeah. So I wanted to ask that question. So Dan, I look forward to see. I'm going to watch. I'll be curious if in the next week or so, by the end of the weekend, like literally it was dropped in your lap. It was the easiest video you could ever do. And it's like, y'all don't want it. My philosophy, Dan, is y'all don't want it. I'll take it. It was free. Like, sure. It's not like it was a lot of work for me. Fine. So we'll see if anybody else decides to hop on that bandwagon. All right. So what was your third? I know you had a third one. I interrupted you. Please continue. What was your third?
The third one is the most disturbing one of all.
It involves
Eric. I've discovered that at Sports World in Massachusetts, there has been a serious case of identity theft.
Here we go.
Serious case.
Serious case.
Apparently, someone posing as Eric is getting autographs from pioneering hockey legends. So,
question mark, quotation marks.
I saw something on IG today that really concerned me. I think maybe you might be able to pull it up.
I will in a moment. Yes. So I got to say, Dan, I thought it was interesting you decided to go this route. We'll find out. But all I got to say is, can you really trust this man?
I don't know who this person is. I don't know what his real name is.
I don't think he knows what his real name is.
I don't know what his real name is. I know what his name isn't.
I'll see. So Eric, grab the image. Here's the thing: my ability to get onto the Instagram and do the share screen is a little bit hampered at the moment. I'll still work on it and fix it. Grab the Willie O'Ree picture, Eric. Just grab it and show the image.
The one, this one. Okay.
Yes, the one with the quotation marks because we have questions.
Yes. Look who it says. It's to Eric in quotation marks. To Eric. Because that's not really Eric in that picture, is it?
I don't know why he does it, but I do not question a man.
Because he knows you're full of shit, Eric.
There's a real Eric. There's a real Eric probably who works in the store, who's probably in a warehouse with his mouth tied and he's got, his hands are tied behind his back. And this imposter has come onto our screen because he's Eric.
I gotta
Look,
find the other things.
He knows about you. He's on to you, Dave. He's on to you.
Oh, he's running away.
He's on to you, Dave. Willie's caught you.
I gotta see if I can find the other stuff. I know he's done this in the past.
Because he knows you're a lying sack of... Right now, we got
your hands on
pizza
screen.
instead of Boston pizza.
So
Yeah,
either Willie is lying or this imposter is lying.
All right, here we go. This was this one here was from like 2 years ago.
So Willie's been on to you for 2 years then.
That says Erie to Erie.
So yeah, I don't know why he does it. That's what he does. Okay,
Because he knows you're a poser. You
I don't
killed
fuck-
the original Eric and took his place, Dave.
Yeah.
I do not question the man.
Yeah, you will not eat a ham and mayo sandwich if he hands it to you from his
Nope.
That's right. He's a liar.
liar. Yeah, I agree.
Look, all I gotta say is, you remember The Simpsons? You remember the background of Principal Skinner? He took the place of the original Skinner.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying. Think about it.
I hope
cereal. Why not
that
dog food?
you
I
know
I have other stuff too.
the
but-
news channels pick up on this serious case of identity theft at Sports World.
Listen, I don't know, and I think I may have had one or two more things that he has personalized to me, and he's done the same thing. I just can't. I don't remember where they are.
Have you considered, Eric, the possibility that he not only is on to you, he's so polite that he's trying to do it subtly. The next time you go and meet him, he's like, "You lying sack of shit, your name is not Eric." He's just gonna go for it. He's just gonna literally just write that, just to be as clear as possible, because you're not getting it.
I am not questioning. Next, I hope to see him again. The reality is he's 90. I very, very much hope this was not the last time I get to see him. His health is very good, but I'm never, ever, 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 ever going to question anything he does. If he wants to write Dave and put it in that,
He should.
I will say thank you, sir. Okay, I am not questioning him.
Can we?
Do you
can we
wanna read
change
Paul's
his
comment?
name? Can we change this guy's name to Dave now that we know he's Dave?
I'm way ahead of you, man. I already did it.
Coach Dave.
I am.
Dan, what kind of Dan? This is my operation. I am on this. I was on this before the thought even crossed your mind. I was there.
I am not questioning Willie O'Ree. He wants to
Look,
write.
Ham, people
Anyway,
can question
yeah.
a lot of things, but they will not question my live stream being an asshole prowess, my ability to quickly apply in real time what's going on.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
but you
appreciate
came
that
to
from
the
you.
shop. You came to the shop when he was there, right? No,
Wait,
but
Willie? Yes.
yeah, you were there when Willie was there, right?
Yes, I was.
And Yannick, did every time he addressed Eric, did he do like air quotes like all the time? He was like literally having carpal tunnel like issues after doing this so many times. Eric is helping me.
He kept asking everyone who was the kid with the special need, the special kid.
Mhm.
There we go.
But because he's Willie O'Ree, he's okay. There's a special kid day today, so he
So-
keeps Eric around him, near him, and he's like, "There you go, little buddy." And then
So either Willie O'Ree is lying and Yannick is lying, or Coach Dave is telling the truth. What do you think?
I'm never
I
lying.
believe Willie
I
O'Ree.
don't
again.
lie. I don't lie.
Yeah.
So tough.
Coach Dave.
Damn that Coach Dave. Bubbles says the only way to identify the real Eric is to get his reaction while I'm watching Evangeline in space. That's what I've been saying all
Oh
along.
my god! Still, honest to God, may lightning hit me. I've never typed that into my computer. I've never looked it up. I've done no research on it. I've never seen it. I know nothing about it other than the woman who wrote it, and it's based on did that movie with Steve McQueen. Okay,
And
So-
you know this because you Googled Emmanuel in space and figured that out. Yes.
No,
go on.
no, it's
Like,
in
how
the
do you spell
IMDb.
Emmanuel?
Hey, don't let me.
How
get
did you
a
get to
hold
the
of your IP
IMDb?
address.
How did you get to the IMDb?
Uh-huh.
I went on the Googles and I hit it, and
So you did Google it.
no, I
Thank you.
googled the Steve McQueen movie. It was
Sure you did.
He tried to backdoor it.
Mm-hmm,
Oh, my
mm-hmm.
God.
Yeah, I see what's going on here. I see what's
Yeah,
happening.
that's when you find
It's
Emmanuel
in
in
the
space.
information of the movie.
Dan, he doth
That's where I
protest
read
too
it.
much.
Biggest scandal of the day.
Oh my god.
Wow. Just wow. Mm-hmm.
You're caught, Eric.
Yep. At a certain point, you got to just admit defeat and move on. But it is what it is. If the so-called Eric rides his bike without hitting a tree, we all know it's an imposter.
I know I've said this before. Yannick, I am not bringing you around or introducing you to anyone else anymore.
Because they're French and you can't understand what's going on.
No, but I brought you to the Willie O'Ree signing, and now you tell everybody that he thinks I'm special and I'm his little buddy. You're not coming no more.
No lies
More sense
detected.
why he signs it that way for you.
No
So you
lies
understand it.
detected. No lies detected.
more.
Not a one.
No
No more.
more. I'm standing my ground this time. No more.
Mr.
No
Coach
more.
Dave, I want to make you feel special.
Yeah, Dave. You're special, Dave.
Parentheses.
No more.
Yes. So normally I say that the podcast is 5% more mature than the live stream. I think this week the podcast simply, it could be utter nonsense, and it might be 5,000% more mature than the live stream. It's going to a good place. I like it. Hockey 99 says, "What happened to Bobby? Eric killed him, allegedly." Great job by Ham this week on the Professor channel. Carlos and Professor have one mutual common point: wrestling. Would love to see Carlos call in and show him some logic. I would have to watch the show first.
That was one of my 6 points.
What are your 6 points?
Was Michael on Professor?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so real quick, I'll read this last one. We'll get all cut up.
I missed
Yep,
that.
we'll get all cut up here. What does Eric sound like? Bogart. He'll pull out the ball bearings and start rolling them in his hand. They were all disloyal and fought me at every turn. Thank you, Mike. I like it. All right, so go ahead, Dan. Hit up your next point. What do you got?
My next point was that Michael was on the Professor and did a fantastic job.
Thank you.
To the point where Professor said, "We got to have you back on again. Call back again." So I thought that was good.
He'd already been chatting on the backside on Instagram, like chatting with me.
Yeah.
He was very appreciative of me. Come on. He said it went really well. He would appreciate that, I can talk. So, and I guess I'm able to bend to each individual's type of content and or stay within a certain plane and not under or over excel something.
I've often said him, you are both versatile and some would dare say a man of peace.
Yes. I see the good in everybody, even if they have a lot of bad.
Army knife of the hobby.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, come on. I had a one-on-one show with Ziggy for a little while, so most people can't stomach that.
Some would argue
kinda-
wasted talent.
I
Some would
kinda
argue wasted
vaguely
talent.
remember that.
I had a lot of fun on it. So
I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. But we all left the group to sing Yankee Rose and California Girls. That's facts.
Yes, a beautiful.
Maybe in that order, maybe in reverse order, but I think you're down the right. Yes, the Burrell has gone solo. He basically said, "I can't deal with this Eric. I know he's fucking Dave. Why are we living this lie?" He couldn't do it anymore. He just couldn't.
I think it's too cold to sit in the damn garage and knowledge is what it is.
Well, I think, look, Ham, can it be all of the above? Can it be all these reasons?
Yeah, it could be checkpoints. It's just check 1, check 2. Yeah, we're already at 3. We need to cut this out.
Yeah, pretty much. Bozo says Ham filled with Ziggy and Ziggy deleted video 5 minutes later. I'm surprised he made it 5 minutes. That shows restraint. Usually he's quicker on the deleting the video. Well, they making them disappear. Apparently they're not deleted allegedly. Well, who knows? Because they do reappear from time to time.
So I have a friend that actually showed me a personal rap video that he had made for his company back in the day. It's on YouTube, but it's hidden on YouTube. So unless he invites you to it, it still does exist. I think that's what Ziggy's just hidden all of his videos.
Yeah, you're saying unlisted. You're talking about unlisted.
Yeah, it's unlisted. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, because you can't search for it, but if you have the link, you can get directly to it.
You can go directly to it. Correct.
Yeah. So that'd be unlisted. Yeah. So that makes a lot of sense. And but yeah, no, to kind of answer the question, like, yeah, Eric drove him away. He couldn't take it anymore. It was terrible. Although, Eric, you'll appreciate this. I did have a conversation on the Discord. We were joking about something separate, and we were trying to figure out. I forget the exact context where it came up, but basically we were talking about the play-by-play commentary and finding different ways of making some of these things more entertaining. And I joked about it, and the concept that I came up with was that obviously the best way to make the content and to make it work is you just, so for say baseball, for example, you just do the play-by-play, but with sock puppets or with puppets. And basically that's how you do it. And that's how you skirt around the whole, licensing issue and everything. And there you go. Now you've got, but I bet that would do bank. So I gave a little synopsis of what that would look like. I gave an example of Mike Trout striking out, and I'm like, damn it. And literally it was like this. I say, Trout strikes out again. It's like, Eric, can you believe this guy at one time people thought he was a GOAT? And then underneath, it's like a scene from a teleplay or a movie. Underneath it says, Eric, it's like, why am I here for this too? Why won't you just let me die? I felt like I captured your essence. End scene.
End scene. Yeah, I support that.
Yeah, but just saying, I feel like I nailed it. I nailed it. Yeah, and Eric should call the professor sometime. Eric would have to escape that room.
Well, Eric would look like that the whole show.
Yeah. It would just be like that just the whole time. I think that'd be tremendous content. Yeah, like I joke about it, but like I've watched some of the stuff. I did see your appearance, Ham, on the replay. I'll watch it on replay because in real time it would drive me insane. Like it's literally ADHD. I'm like, dude.
No, yeah, I can't watch it.
Yeah, a lot of times I pop in and out of it. I can't stay in there because it's just
the irony is the more you bounce around, the more bored I get. I actually get more bored by you. Like, can you keep one cohesive thought and finish a thought, and then move on?
Funny because he always complains about everybody else's content, but his content breaks apart constantly.
It's like the content is, I'm going to bring somebody in, say words, I'll interrupt a bunch of times. Now, if I don't interrupt, great. But at the same time, I'm sitting there like, basically, I'm hoping for a train wreck. That's the best I can do to hope for some entertainment because this isn't entertaining. I'm not being informed and I'm not being entertained. I'm missing both counts. So what's left for me here?
Yeah, I found the guy's channel today that was when I got to the whatever video popped up for me, he was on his second pack of 51 Bowman, I guess, baseball.
Okay.
But he was ripping them out of like a sealed GIA. I think that's who it was at the time. That was
wasn't that Geoff? Wasn't Geoff the one?
No. This is a different guy. He only has like 94 subscribers, but he's ripping these super crazy packs. But the last two he ripped technically looked like they were resealed.
Sure.
So
I wouldn't doubt that.
But it's interesting just to see somebody open it, because most people, they open it and they're shaken to death, and this is the end of the world for them. And I'm the proponent of everything needs to be open. Because we don't know how much of it's been resealed, and we don't know how much of it's left that's even sealed, that's authentic, but there's only one way to find out. And I hate for a fantastic card to live in a pack its entire life and never see the light of day. I think that's not what it's meant to be. And that was an argument I've had with Bobby before in the past too. He wants it sealed. I don't know what's in it. It needs to be open. That's how I feel about it.
Interesting. So let me have your water first, Dan, and then I'll kind of ask you a question. I'll start with you, Eric, and then so I'll start with the vintage guys here. So here's my question. What do you think about that concept? Because unopened material, we're talking vintage material here. Unopened material gets rarer every single time somebody opens it. For the sake of the conversation, let's play devil's advocate. Let's pretend there's still some untouched, unmolested, unopened material, which becomes rarer all the time, becomes tougher to find. There is a certain something to be said for having, like, hey, that's an artifact. Then every year that goes by, it becomes less likely that you're going to find more of it. Like, it is what it is. What's out there is what's out there. Most of the stuff you're going to open, you're going to get some common or semi-star kind of level players. Like, you're not going to find the Manals and stuff like that all the time. Most of the packs aren't going to have that, no matter what, no matter how lucky you think you are.
Yeah.
So realistically, the artifact itself holds more value in the concept and the potential rather than it. But Ham does have the point that in the concept of these things, they were originally designed to be open. Like, if you got more money than God and maybe you don't care, do you like the concept of having these unopened packs existing? Like, is that something you would want? Would you even want one if you could get your hands on one? What would you think about that?
No, I wouldn't want to.
I do not own. I've had packs. I've opened them on my channel actually. 79 I opened, and 81. I don't. I understand there's an entire subculture of people who collect unopened, and I respect them, and they are entitled to collect what they want to collect. But I just don't get it in large part because when we got packs when we were a kid, the first thing you did was open it.
And after Dan's done, Eric, you respond as well. So I'll come right back.
And I collect cards, and I feel like the only way that you can get cards is to open up the packs, vintage cards, or whatever they came in, boxes or. But I've never been able to hold on to a unopened pack without opening it in my entire history in the hobby. So I it's not for me. I respect that there is a subculture of it, but it's just not for me.
Yeah,
Coach Dave.
So yeah, so obviously it's just an opinion, and I agree with you, Dan, about how collect what you like, how you like, that's your business, whatever it brings you the joy, you do it. My personal opinion is I never understood having a single pack or a couple of packs or grading packs and charging these crazy prices for a sealed graded pack.
It may not even be tampered with.
And
I mean, it's cool to see, but you're just paying for the dream that it might be that one pack that has that Lemieux rookie in it.
Right. So, and then you see people crack, the slab, break the pack open, and they got 10 cents worth of cards. They spent $5,000 for the PSA graded pack. Crack it open. Now they got 15 cents worth of cards.
I mean,
doesn't make any sense to me.
I get like liking the wrapper, this is a 1951 wrapper here.
Yep,
it's missing. It's missing the bottom lid part, but basically it's the same as if you were to buy a Parkees back in 1952.
But you could always put cards back in that and then kind of wrap it back up and still keep it like it's an original piece.
Yeah.
I think
the piece itself, the art is great.
Kind of your point though. The wrapper I have less of a concern about because as a wrapper, it's a nice supplement. Let's say you finish a set.
Yeah.
And you want to have the wrapper as part of what you
have the wrapper. Exactly. I'd like to find the display box.
Right. Yeah, for sure. As a supplement,
what I like to collect.
As a companion piece to your set that you're working on, I like the concept of it. I don't have zero issue with that because if for some reason you like to play around, you want to get a display box, you want to get a wrapper to go along with it. Cool. Because then, you got the set, and then you got these other things to go with. It's a display piece. It's a companion.
Yeah, I mean, I have some old wrappers too that I think are great, and I have some cards in them just to kind of have that nostalgic feel to it, because I can still just open it and look through it and put it back in there and kind of just enjoy what I have and what it was.
Yeah, exactly.
Dan.
Oh, I want one of those. Oh man. I've tried to buy that a couple of times, but they're expensive now. Really expensive.
I love the advertising on the bottom of them.
There's
Pete Rose. The thing about the front, the pictures on the front are not exactly the pictures from the cards. I think it's
okay.
So I guess you could collect, to get like prices for mom.
Yeah.
Mom and dad. Everyone had that coffee pot. Everybody had that coffee pot. So, yes, this is actually a 1971 O-Pee-Chee.
Oh, it's O-Pee-Chee. Wow.
It is. Yep.
That's a great item.
Yeah. No, Yannick's got some sneaky stuff sitting in there. He's got his little vault going on there, Dan. Don't underplay Yannick's stash. He's got some stuff going on over there. Dan, so that's why I always get a kick out of it. We don't show a lot of cards. We don't show a ton of items. But we've got, minus Eric, he collects a fictitious hockey team. The rest of us, we have collections. We've got stuff that we've collected over the years. And I cut my teeth originally in baseball. The irony is I cut my teeth in baseball. That's what I started my career collecting. And I still got a fair bit of stuff. But it's one of those things I own it. The only person that needs to be satisfied by them is me. I know people like to share and all that. And I'll share some stuff here and there, but it's not I don't get a lot of enjoyment from it outside of just doing it once in a while.
I was going to show cards tonight.
I didn't say it was banned, Dan. I'm saying we don't generally make a habit of it.
That was point number 6.
Yeah. Point number 6. Was it actually your point number 6? Bubbles says, I go to every live stream and say open. There you go.
Yeah.
Unopened is investment stuff. In a lot of cases, it is. Honestly, if you're hanging on to unopened, it's basically trying to hold the value in the mystery of it.
Yeah,
Can
but
we
we have
talk
a
about
massive
this?
amount of time that
I
will
have
just is
some unopened.
bricked already. Yeah, we have a
I
massive
think
amount
Paul-
of time that's bricked though.
Paul and I are in agreement. I love when Jeff opens up vintage packs because it is absolute comedy. And
Louis
as
Taylor-
How is
frustrating.
that last
as
pack you
frustrating
opened?
as
How
it
is PSA not
How much
responsible
did he
for that?
burn on that last pack? Like 7,000, I guess, or something. To open up to crack. I think
It was what a
like the
50
cheap
50s
edition.
was the last pack, wasn't it? It was like a 50s pack.
Yeah.
It was the
Yeah,
great
Oh, that
one,
was
right?
he did a 70s pack this week.
It was a
1970
70,
tops
yeah,
this
the
week.
70.
Oh, it was a 1970 tops. Yeah, sorry.
multiple
The
double.
50s pack was at the National. That was the 55
Oh,
Bowman.
right. Yeah, I think the
Speaking of
issue with
which.
the 70s one, if memory serves me, was that he
There you
was
go,
doing one of
yeah.
the series that was a little weaker, wasn't it? It was one of the series that, yeah, you can pull some stuff, but it's, the names in that series aren't as crazy comparatively.
Series 4, yeah.
But what
Yeah.
didn't
That-
he get like what
but
4
he,
or 5 sets of doubles out of the one pack?
He
Yeah.
had 4 sets of doubles, so 8 cards were repeats, 2 other cards, and then he had never apparently seen a scratch off before. So the scratch off was one of the additions in the 4th series, and I think maybe even the 3rd series.
Rip it.
But yeah, he didn't know any of the players. That was frustrating, but funny.
But I mean, if PSA is certifying that pack hasn't been opened and that was not a collation, that is blatantly a PSA's fault. They should have to refund money for him.
Well, I agree, Ham, but like,
BBC.
I saw a video.
Don't get me started on them. They're full of crap.
Yeah, the name is escaping me right now, and I'd love to give credit because he's actually a wax pack collector. And here's the thing: collation and tops over various years was very wonky. It is not beyond the pale to have duplicates, and that's I had to. So Dan, I'll actually touch on this. I was going to save it for Cardboard Cynics, but we still got to work out scheduling and everything. But I'll give you a little taste. I always like to make fun of Eric because Eric is old, and I enjoy it tremendously. Don't worry, Dan. For the sake of this conversation, you're younger than Eric. Congratulations. So anyway, so Eric is old. So the point is that, but there are certain signs and certain signals that emphasize with an exclamation point when you're old. One of them is when you are now older than all the players currently playing your favorite sport, whatever it is. So give you an example. So this year, last year I turned 42. This year I'm going to turn 43. I am actually a couple of months older than Aaron Rodgers. So Aaron Rodgers playing this past season, he was the last 1983 person playing in football. But when Phillip Rivers showed up, there was at least one person, Dan, that was older than me that was still playing professional football. And I applauded this. I was in favor. I loved it. So one thing that Topps has been doing, though, the last several years, I've been doing this for years now, is they'll do the 35th anniversary. They basically will take a set from 35 years ago and they'll include it as part of flagship. So this year's flagship 2026 Topps is going to be the 75th anniversary set of base of the flagship that they've got on there. Well, for 75th anniversary flagship, the 35 included in there is 1991 Topps. Well, I mentioned to you when we were having the discussion, I started collecting in 1990, but when I started collecting in 1990, it actually wasn't packs. It was kind of those collector sets and little stacks of cards that I would find here and there. For my first year of collecting was just enjoying the process of collecting, sorting, and putting my binders together and all that. But 1991 was my first year of actually opening packs fully. And the first box I ever opened was 1991 Topps. So officially, I become old the moment that Topps is looking back 35 years and the one they're using for the current players is 1991 Topps. And I don't like it, Dan. I don't like it at all. It was coming for me. I knew the day was going to come.
It happens.
I knew the day. No, that's in the flagship. In the flagship, they'll do an insert where they'll do the 35 years, whatever the 35 years prior. I think they started that with I know they had 83, so that's going back 8 years, but I feel like they had it maybe a few years before that. They were actually doing 35th anniversary going back to like the early 80s and whatever they started it at. And so every year they do it. So like next year will be 1992 Topps and so on and so forth. But they've been doing it every year, including in the flagship. But this year they got the 1991 Ham. They caught me. They got to the first year that I actually opened a box. I was like, damn it. It was getting closer. It was getting closer all the time every year. But now we got
when that was me with the 89 stuff.
Mm-hmm.
88, 89. That's when I was actually opening. I remember opening some of the 87 Topps with the Jerry Rice rookie year. I remember getting a few packs from the Kmart back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
That were when they were on clearance. Basically, I was allowed to buy them. But that was when I first remember opening stuff, and I was a Bucks fan, so I was just looking for Bucks card. I didn't even know all the players at that point.
Yep. So like I said, Dan, I'm not a fan. I don't like it. Like I remember 1991 Topps. 1991 Topps was the 40th anniversary, and now we're up to 75. So, and the 40th anniversary was the year that they that was actually the last year, by the way, that they used the old Topps card stock. Because in 1992, they used a semi-gloss kind of card stock with white. And then 1993, they started going closer to kind of your glossy. And then 1994, they went full glossy. So like there was
and those now just brick to hell.
Yeah, every year it got a little close. So 1994 was when they went full glossy, but 1991 was the last one that used kind of that old school cardboard that was kind of that gray, kind of dark cardboard. That was the 40th anniversary one. The very next year they started switching.
And that's what I was meaning with those sets, especially those type of years that we know, late 90s, early 2000s, that are just, they're prone to brick. I mean, just maybe the inserts will come out okay, but the majority of the cards don't. I hate it when I see those at a show somewhere and they want stupid money for them. I'm like, 85%, that thing is going to come out horrible. Like there's no value to that. It's not sealed sets, even from that, horrible. You can't even take them out. The whole thing, I've seen it. The whole thing's a brick, literally. 300 something cards come out in an entire line with one hand. Especially like Stadium Club and stuff like that. It's just, I mean, I have Stadium Club basketball that I'm going to open up with the beam teams for like Jordan and Shaquille O'Neal's rookie. I'm going to open that up. That's still good because I kind of test a couple packs on the top to make sure they still slide around. And I give it a light little shake every once in a while just to make sure she's staying loose. But I mean, any of those things that started getting that gloss on them, the upper deck stuff, SP stuff, some of that, it's test of time is not doing it, but need justice.
It's a shame too, because like I said, we all have our different categories. So Dan, we'll touch on this topic for a minute. Don't worry, Eric, this will give you a chance. This is your moment. We all have our kind of childhood nostalgic sets, and whether they're good or not, it doesn't matter. They're the childhood nostalgic sets. That's what I say with me and Ham. It's going to be a lot of junk wax era stuff. That's kind of the era. It is what it is. But here's the thing. I'm never going to argue with you that the sets were good, but I still have some good memories of opening packs of said cards, even though they're trash. I will be the first to tell you they're trash. But I still have fond memories of 1991 Topps because of that. That was the first box I got to open a full box, all 36 packs of it and the whole 9. Otherwise, it was a pack here, a pack there. That was kind of how that game was played. But I got to open a full box of that. And I remember the photographs. I remember the design wasn't anything crazy or right home, but they had some good photography on it. I will say they had some good photography on that one.
Yeah, photography used to be, it's getting better now, but at least if it's not Panini. But yeah, they're a different story. They don't try, and they were just happy making money. Now they're getting mad, going like, "What are we supposed to do?" Well, you put yourself in that situation, so live with it.
Yeah, and like I said, at least as generic as it was, as basic as it was, they at least would try a little bit here and there. This was one of my favorites. I've talked about this one before. So here's the 1991 Topps Benito Santiago.
Yes,
that's a nice overhead shot. That's kind of an interesting, like it's not a normal pose you're expecting to see.
No, I mean you are the ball, and he's looking back at you.
Yeah, he's taking the mask off, and he's getting ready to try to catch it and everything. I actually think that was well done. I actually think that was a good effort. Yeah, and there are cards in that set like that. Yeah, and I think the Roger Clemens, I think he's beside the Green Monster. I think he's right beside, if memory serves me. So
that's
like
another famous one.
Yeah, so like imagine, like Dan, I can remember this like it was yesterday. I remember pulling those cards from that pack. And at this point in time, now that is 35 years ago. I'd like to pretend it's not, but it's like, no, I can remember the exact look.
Was that the year that they started doing horizontal cards again? Yeah.
Yeah. So this one here is a good.
You want to know how old I am?
Oh,
that's a good one. Yeah.
It's a good photo, and it's appropriate. They thought about this. It was good.
Here's how old I am. Heritage has passed by my childhood cards. I collected as a child from 70 to 75, and now they're done, and now they've moved on. So Heritage has passed by my childhood cards. That's how old I am.
That's okay. It could be worse. We always joke about baubles, and as soon as they got past Old Judge, they had passed his childhood cards. It was over. It was over at that point.
Basically when it went from 1899 to 1900.
Yeah, like T206s. Them's the new cards. That's all the ultra modern. That's the ultra modern.
Those released.
Them's the new cards.
I used to
As
paint
we all
those
know, never go
myself.
forgot. I want to see 1991 Fleer anniversary. Fleer. 91 Fleer will look
Fleer.
good in Chrome. That's right. That has some background as Dr. Beckett. That's right. The same background as Dr. Beckett. Beckett might have stolen his background. Who knows?
I will say that when Topps did the throwbacks to rookie cards and made them chrome and chrome refractors, which I always wanted the Shaquille O'Neal chrome refractor. It was, I think, at a Stadium Club, because that's the Jordan throwback to Star that they'd put in there for the 84 Star. They made a base and then a chrome one. And the chrome ones sell for like, I don't know, $3 or $4 or something in a 9 or more now. I thought it was great because it played a point on, if these cards were made today, this is how they would have looked if they were chrome. And that's
nice.
what I kind of enjoyed out of that. So that series and that set was fantastic. Yeah, Wade.
So Boozle is
love that
referencing
set.
here the Wade Boggs. That's a good shot. Oops, hold on. Let me share.
That's a great set. Again, it's very photogenic. That's
yeah.
The 1990
So this was
Cup
this was
set,
kind of my
great
thing
set.
with this one. The irony is that, like I said, it was an anniversary set, but I think they did a really good job. Like some of the different pictures they chose were interesting. They were at least interesting photos.
Did Stadium Club come out the year after this?
No,
Look
there
up
is a
the-
91 Stadium Club. There is a
Okay.
91 Stadium
Look up the Larry Walker one. It's got the rookie
for Topps.
Yeah, it's got the rookie year cup thing on it.
Oh, the rookie cup. Yeah. Hold on,
Mhm.
I got it. Yeah, but yeah, I did appreciate that they included some of these. Like
That's the one.
straightforward, simple stuff. Like it's not like the formula is not that wacky. Like it's not that hard. But again, this was the last year they used the old school cardboard. The photographs, some of them were very good. Some of the, you've got the rookie cup, you've got stuff like you got the record breakers, you've got all the stuff's there, man. All this traditional stuff.
And I'm surprised with archives that they haven't brought more of this stuff into a chromium style of product and modernize it a little bit, just to give you that throwback to something that was already, again, even just visually appealing. Just to make it easy to collect a set, like to enjoy something again.
Mm-hmm.
The back
irony here,
still
Dan?
the back look good too. They still look pretty good.
Yeah, they kept it very classic in terms of that. But the irony here, Dan, is that while I would very much enjoy going down the set and finding some of my favorite cards in and doing a video on that, I think it would be me and the 4 other people that would watch it. that would be like totality of the views for that one.
Couple of things. One is I'm sick. I'm not. You hear me coughing and stuff, so I'm not going to hang out too much longer. But there is somebody I wanted to do a shout out to somebody in the chat. That is Keith from Lonely Basement Baseball Cards, who today gave me a gift because he knows me. A 1981 Topps Bobby Mercer autograph with a beautiful autograph right across the middle in blue.
Nice.
So Yankee blue. So that was a free gift at the show today. I went to the White Plains show. That was my 6th topic. And
good.
Thank you to Keith for that, which, you can give people cards, but you can give people cards that are targeted to what that they like and that they collect. And that to me is a thoughtful gift. So thank you, sir, for that.
Nice.
I did get 3 other cards.
Yeah, I was going to say, so since you're feeling a little under the weather, why don't you tell us about the White Plains show? I'm familiar with it, but why don't you tell us about visiting the White Plains show and the cards and whatever you got there? Go for it.
So the White Plains show is it's been going on for a while. In January of last year, the guys who've been the showrunners for like decades sold it to a company called Lucky Promotions from New England. I think they're actually from Connecticut. And last January was the first show with Lucky's, and I went there and they had logistical issues, and I had a video that I was critical of them, and it's the only time I ever went negative on my channel. And I got more views than I had ever gotten before. It's
funny how that works.
Anyway, they've gotten their act together. Today's show, I went on Friday. It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I've got other things going on tomorrow and Sunday, so I had to go today. It's 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock. Not that crowded, but they have their act together. So the show ran very nicely. There's a pretty good selection of vintage. There's a lot of modern and not a lot. There's a decent amount of Pokemon. I would say vintage is 1/3 of the show. And the rest is the other stuff that I'm not interested in. lot of vintage guys, a lot of vintage dealers that I know. So I had to do a little chatting and stuff, but I did pick up some cards. Speaking of Bobby Mercer, I found this card, which is the 1972 Bobby Mercer, which is a high number. As you can see, it's number 699 in a 6 graded recently. And this is a really, really strong 6. So the guy had it at 50, which is exactly what the comp is. And he gave it to me for 45. So I got this really, really strong 6 under comps. So
why would that only be a 6?
I think it's slightly centering wise, but otherwise it's a 6 because it was graded recently. That's really all. I mean, otherwise
that doesn't look like a 6. That's what I mean. We were talking about grading earlier.
No.
I mean, that card.
No, if this was graded 10 years ago, it would be an 8. So that's why
that's on like, let's say 8, borderline 9, just from what I could see from the screen.
Yeah. And then another card I got is a 1941 play ball. So this is not a 1932 card, but look, it's a 5.
That's awesome.
Wow.
Dolph Camilli was the 1941 MVP as he took the Brooklyn Dodgers to a pennant in 1941.
I still would love to know how it gets to a 5. When I'm looking at some of these cards like that, I just don't see that would be a 5.
Well, there are some minor corner issues. It's not perfectly centered, but it is a strong 5. It is a strong 5. So that's why I picked it up. Right around comps on this one. And Dolph Camilli, I collect him, and this is my upgrade. I have this card in the 2, but this 5 is worlds better than the 2. So I saw.
How long did he play for?
Camilli played from like the mid 30s to like 45.
Okay.
He's in the 33 Gaudy set, so actually early 30s. And then this is my big one. This is a 1933 DeLong Hall of Famer Bill Terry. And this, as you can see, is a 2.5, but it's a strong 2.5. And the price was right. These are very popular cards. Standing next to me going through the DeLongs was Jake from Wax Pack Wisdom. And he bought 2 of these, which he will show on his channel, I'm sure. So those were my pickups at the White Plains show today. So
great.
Had a good show.
Excellent.
Yeah,
saw a lot of people. Ran into a lot of folks, talked to a lot of folks. It was fun. I had a good time. So, and I felt fine. I mean, when you have a cold, you're feeling generally okay in the morning and then in the afternoon, but by the night you get a little rundown. So I'm a little rundown. So I might kick off a little bit from now, but, so thanks. That was I got through all my 6 points.
Of course. I wanted to make sure you had a chance to get to that. So absolutely. So kind of to answer your question, Ham, like it's I never sit there and litigate people's grading when it comes to, I watch a lot of YouTube videos where somebody will ask that kind of question. And sometimes I'll be sitting there and literally just looking at the screen. I can be like, yeah, I can see why. I could literally, I don't need 5 minutes. I don't need 10 minutes. Like, okay, do you really want to know? I guess your question, you asked about the whole consistency thing. Do you really want to know? Because some people are going to find out real quick. It's like, well, okay, it's got a crease here. It's got this thing over here. It's got this thing here. It's got this there. It's got that
here's
there.
the thing.
Yeah, 5.
What was the common denominator when somebody's asked about a grading scale and how they all grade differently? Well, the 3 main companies are now all one company. There's no secret sauce now. It's shared. So now tell me how you do it. Like, just stop the game, because you're going to be going to AI at some point in the future too, because you don't have a choice. Tell me what I'm supposed to do. That's just simple. When I used to look at a Beckett, it showed me how to grade a card. It gave me examples of when it would go down in grade. So that was my understanding. And then that understanding got blown out of proportion at some point and ended up being, today it's this, tomorrow it's that. Down the road, we're going to change it. We're not going to tell anybody. And they're just going to figure it out. And we'll just be like, we didn't do anything. Like, I just don't see how you can just do that. I don't understand why it wasn't transparent to begin with.
Well, I think, look, so I'm going to make a distinction here. Transparent in the way you're trying to go with it, I'd argue is not possible. I don't care how much AI you have, because your definition of what a rounded corner is might be different than mine. Oh, but it says, I don't give a shit. I don't think that's what a rounded corner is. I don't agree with you.
Well, around
Period.
the corner is easy to see now because we have Pokemon and all the corners around it. And they're perfectly round.
Not what I'm referring to. You know what I actually mean. You know what I actually mean. There's different levels of fraying, different levels of like a crease. Like what is a heavy crease versus a moderate crease versus blah.
Kurt's Card Care will take care of that for us.
That's a different issue entirely. But what I'm saying is that what I'm getting, you understand what I'm actually getting at. What I'm getting at is there is a level of interpretation. And Dan and I have had this conversation. What we could both look at the same look, even if we all started with the same card and we look at the same list of defects and we all have great visuals and like enhanced scanning so we can see every single flaw on the card and we have the same list. You and I are looking at it, the same 10 flaws, and we've got it zoomed in and we're not going to miss a trick. We're all looking at the same card. We might still have a different interpretation of the end result of that card. We might sit there if we were taken to two separate rooms and go, all right, here's the defects. Here's the list. There are 10 defects. Here's where they are. Here's how severe they are. Here's the card in hand. If you really want to examine it, go for it. We might still come up with different answers. Well, how is that possible? You're both looking at the same standard, you're looking at the same images, you're looking at because I think that crease knocks it down a grade and a half, and you think it only knocks it down a grade. All of a sudden, we lose a half point.
No, I agree with that, but I've never been able. Nobody's ever told me what constitute a half a point versus a full point versus a quarter point. Like
usually
ever
a half
see
point,
that scale.
Yeah, usually a half point is so. Let's say you're doing 8 and 8.5.
Mm-hmm.
An 8.5 is a really. It's got the great eye appeal. This is where vintage comes into play here.
Yeah.
8.5. We're talking about a great eye appeal card. There's something that prevents it from being a 9. So it's not quite a 9, but it's better than your average 8. There's your half a point. Go ahead, Yannick. Show it again, real quick.
4.5.
Yeah, usually where the half point comes in is you're saying that's way better than the average 4, but it doesn't quite make it to a 5. There's your 4.5.
This is, by the way, a C60. Yeah, C60, and it's a lacrosse card.
I would also like it at some point in the future, if PSA or somebody, whatever, they own them all, but would put a example of each version of the card up when you go to look up a card. No, not gonna be good.
No, I'm talking about the comments. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
No, I got the comment.
I'm going to take off in just a second, but Hockey 99 has you didn't get to it yet.
Yeah, I'll get to it. Hang on, I will in 1 second. Come on, Dan, join us. Hey, do you know? So I know I've told this story to everybody else. Do you know why I have this card? Do you know what this card is?
I don't
Okay,
know.
so
I don't
let me
know what
explain.
the card is.
This card is the 1,000th Pokemon. They've had a bunch of different ones. The 1,000th Pokemon. But here's what I need you to do. I'm going to show you the card again, but I'm going to explain, and then I'm going to show you the card again. When I saw this thing the first time, somebody showed it to me. I go, that's a cheese string guy, the mascot from Cheese String. Like if you go to the supermarket and you find cheese strings, there's a mascot, and I'm like, that's a cheese string guy. He's like, no, that's the Pokemon. So now I want you to look at it again. That is literally the cheese string guy. And when I basically joked about it when I first saw it, I go, that's I played it like Digimon. I made a joke. It's like I said, that's a cheese stringamon. That's a cheese stringamon. It's like that's what I've decided to call it. It's got a different name. It's called a Goldengo, is what they call it. This is the thing, but this is the 1,000th Pokemon ever. But it's the friggin' cheese string guy. Now, a listener, a viewer of the channel, heard me say this. I made this joke a bunch of different times. Well, number one, I grabbed a copy of this. This is the English version. I have the English and the Japanese version. There, it cost me like $20.
All out.
Oh yeah. But I listen. I spent a crispy $20 bill on these. This is big time, and that's in a 10. A crispy $20 bill is what it cost me for that one. So I've got the two versions of it. Oh, let me tell you. But a listener, a viewer, asked for my address. Says, Carlos, I'd like to send you something. Apparently, there was a cheese string card of the actual cheese string. So as far as I'm concerned, Dan, this is the only Pokemon who has a day job. This dude is out there being the mascot of cheese string and then being a Pokemon on the side. Respect, Dan. Hashtag respect. Respect the grind.
The cheese company should be suing Pokemon for trademark.
But Dan, now you see, like, there is a reason. There is a story behind that. And then I coined him, and then a viewer actually sent me the cheese string mascot card from like 1991. It does exist. There is a card that they made, and I was like, so I have the OG cheese string and then here's the modern version.
And the OG connection between cheese and Pokemon. as of course we know, the Cheetazard is another cheese and
Mm-hmm.
Pokemon connection.
Hey, listen, the Cheetos are godly, next
is.
level. So you gotta have a story, Dan. You gotta have a story with it. As long as you have a story with it, a lot of things will go. So that is the only Pokemon that I have because I have coined him the Cheese Strigamon, and he's at my desk. I've got a copy sitting on my desk.
How does Cheetos not come out with an entire pack of nothing but Cheeto Charizards?
Totally,
Just
100%.
blow the market up.
100%. So here's your comment, Dan. You were referring to it. Go ahead.
So there's a clip of Ken Golden with I can't remember the guy's name. I think it's like Ken Keltner or Ken something. He's the guy who owns the one of the PSA 10 mantle, 52 mantles.
Okay.
You know, he's got like a $1 billion collection, and he's got the Honus Wagner.
So that's the owner of the Diamondbacks. That's the owner of the Diamondbacks.
That owns the Diamondbacks. Yeah.
What's his name? Ken something?
Owns.
Yeah, I'll look it up. I know who you're talking about.
So as I'm watching this, him Golden pulling out these, PSA slabs and looking at them, I'm thinking
Kendrick.
Kendrick. That's right. Yeah. He's
Go on.
all of his PSA 10s and 9s and stuff are all old slabs. None of them are 10s. He's got the 54 Hank Aaron rookie. If that was graded now, it would be an 8 at best.
He grabbed them back in the day. They were
he's all of his slabs are super old slabs, and I'm thinking to myself, Ken Golden, if he's honest with himself, is looking at these and saying, "Oh shit, these are way overgraded. Like this is not a 8.3 or 8 or however $1 million card because it doesn't hold up. The grade doesn't hold up. Even when you get to like the top echelon of the hobby, the grades don't hold up. The PSA
he owns the
Eric, just for you,
McNall Wagner.
Yeah, that card should be decertified.
Why doesn't Baubles go sort some kilts and leave me alone?
What I was going to say, though, kind of Dan's point, though, I get what you're saying as far as the grading and all that piece. But I guess here's the question. It goes back to what Ham was asking earlier. If we're being so, it was a discussion we had a little while ago here. If you grade vintage cards on a curve, you can be a lot more generous with the grades. That's what BVG did. It took into account that, well, you can't expect these to be hold up to like quote unquote modern standards. But to your point, if we grade everything the same based on a standard, if we look at the technical grade and we say it's got a crease, new, old, whatever, it's got to be, you got to mark it down, then you're going to knock the grade down, and that's going to be correct. That's going to be appropriate.
No,
so do we apply a standard?
I'm talking about cards that are getting gem mint 10s in whatever year that they graded the mantle and the Aaron, and they're not 10s. They're not gem mints under any standard. Like they just gave away grades, and now this guy is flaunting that he's got one of the 3 mantle 10s. Well, you know what? It's not really a freaking 10. So get off your high horse. It's like when they had the Wilt Chamberlain that they changed the grade of like a couple months ago. That was one of the 3 10s of that card. Now there are 2 10s because that card wasn't a 10.
The Gretzky 10s are not 10s.
Yeah. How many of them are there?
I've never seen a Gretzky 10.
In theory, Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Gretzky 10 is supposed to be a pop 3, isn't it?
I think so. 2 or 3.
Yeah, it's very, very
one's got like a chainsaw edge.
Yeah, no, it's
I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure it's like a pop 3. It's really low.
I've been doing this show with you guys for like 5 years or something, and I've been arguing for 5 years that those Opeachy 79s should be graded stricter. You can't give something that looks like a cup with a chainsaw a 10. It just throws your entire.
Yeah, but that's how we cut them here.
Like the World Chamber. That's why I was saying over time things were done differently. It's not fair. But if we're going to go on one scale for the entire lifetime of this hobby, then yeah, none of those cards are pretty much going to grade a 10 ever.
So I'm glad you brought that up because that kind of plays into the discussion. Sorry, the Gretzky PSA 10 is a pop 2. It's a pop 2. It's even lower. No. So here's the question. Let me bring this up then. Going back to what we were talking about earlier. If we grade everything on the same scale, that means we're not taking into account that OPG rough cuts are standard. They happen all the time. If we look at a rough cut and we just say aesthetically, does it look good? No, it doesn't. Therefore, there should be no Gretzky 10s. Maybe there should be no Gretzky 9s.
Correct.
I can pretty much agree with that too.
But if the highest number, and I've said this before, if the highest graded Gretzky with a correct grading system, like I've argued, is a 7, and that's the highest, it's still the highest, it's still the best, and it's still going to get the premium.
Will it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Will it if there's 1,000 of them?
But the rest of them
probably. Why not? I mean, the
hold on. Eric is saying if that's the highest it can get, if I go based on current and I knock the 10, the 9, and the 8s down, and I roll them into 7, that's the best we can do based on it. 7's the best we can do. Then the 7 population jumps up to 2,500.
No. In this scenario, those 2 10s are now 7s. So now there's only 2 7s.
Everything else drops below it.
Are you sure? Hold on.
In this scenario,
are you sure?
Because
if the 10 is just hold on.
I invented it.
No, your scenario has a fatal flaw to it, Eric.
If those 7s,
if your 7s are 7s because say maybe their centering is a little bit worse, but the rest of it fits a 7, the 2 10s, the rough cut is really bad, so it should be knocked down. I can't guarantee you that there'll only be 2 7s. Maybe there's 1,000 7s or 500 7s. So in reality, no. Actually, the highest graded Gretzky is maybe a $10,000 card. It's not a $100,000 card. Maybe it's worth a fraction of what it is currently today because it's still the highest, but there's 500 of them or there's 1,000 of them because, well, that's the best you can do. The rough cut is now taken into account on everything. It no longer matters. So based on centering, print dots, and the rest of it, sorry, there's actually 1,500 of them. It's not really that rare at all. Why would you pay a premium?
It's because 15.
Because it's Wayne
First
Gretzky.
of all, we know how many Gretzkys are out there. Gretzky Opeachis are out there. We joke about
12,000, almost 13,000 in PSA alone. Lots of them.
Okay, right. So that means with the millions that are out there, because we make fun to say that you guys hand them out at the border and use them as doorstops.
I keep trying to throw them at your face every time you come over.
And every single table up in Canada has a Gretzky rookie on it. So if you really acknowledge how many are actually out there and only 1,500 are 7s, you still
only
get
1,500.
out of a billion.
Now there's a billion of them. God damn!
Jesus,
Eric is manufacturing cards now. This is how bad it's got. This scam is getting worse. He's printing cards.
Not every card has to have a $1 million price tag on it.
Well, here's the thing, though. And good evening, Bobby.
Hey, Bobby.
The whole premium, the point of the premium is that it allows really rich guys. So basically hold on. When I'm saying really rich guys, let me help everybody out. It helps really rich guys to feel special, and they're willing to pay for the privilege of being special. Dan, rich guys don't want to be one of 1,500 to own the goddamn card. One of 1,500, that's not special. Fuck that. I'm not paying for that.
So what happens when Ken Kendrick decides to sell that 10 mantle, and it goes on to Heritage, and there's a nice scan on Heritage, and the card looked at objectively by thousands of people in the hobby say that's not a 10. What happens? Is it going to be the same thing as the Will Chamberlain? Because that Chamberlain 10,
you're talking about the Mantle one, right?
Mantle, the 52 Mantle goes up,
yeah,
and it's not a 10. I mean, it has 10 on the label, but it's not a 10. It's like the Chamberlain that went for $800,000 because it was a 10, but it's not. And even PSA now agrees that it's not a 10, and they put a 9 on it, even though they really should have put an 8 on it. That's a whole nother story. But so what this guy thinks he's got a 10, but he doesn't, and that to me is just, and it's the number one card in the hobby, so to speak, with worth tens and however many millions of dollars that Kenny Golden wants to pay for it. It's not what it is. I mean, the guy isn't special.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question
Sure.
based on what you're saying? Let let me
Sure.
play devil's advocate here. He also owns the PSA 8 Wagner.
Yeah.
The Gretzky McNall Wagner. That's what I'll
Yeah.
refer to it. It's the Gretzky McNall Wagner.
Mhm.
Everybody and their brother and their sister and their third cousin twice removed knows it's trimmed.
Yeah.
It's documented. It's noted. It's not
Kirk-
even a question.
It's Kirk Card's care,
Yeah,
bro.
it's-
His papa.
It's literally been documented in many places, in many ways, and
In a
admitted
court
to
of
in the whole
law.
Yeah.
Literally in a
So,
court of law.
we have all the provenance required
Master told the story
to
about it.
clarify that in fact it has been trimmed.
Yeah.
PSA offered him millions of dollars to buy the card back. He goes, well, it's been trimmed, so we'll pay you for whatever. He's turned it down. He doesn't care.
Mhm.
Now, this card is the most known, kind of noted and trimmed card in the hobby. Everybody knows. I bet you if he sold that card, knowing it should be an authentic, not forget about an 8, forget about a 10. It should be an authentic because it is altered. It should be an authentic altered. I bet you Eric would pay at least $100 million for it.
200.
Yeah, because at
I
that
mean,
point, it's the infamy of the card. It doesn't matter what the grade is.
Correct.
So let me
I
go back
would-
to your card though. I'll
It's
go back to your
the
example.
card is worth more than its condition. The card
Correct.
is it's a particular example that has a history that
Correct.
you know
So
sordid history.
that's
and
one
good
case
history.
where literally the grade does not matter as much as just the history and the provenance of the card. Going back to your 10 though, going back to your example, he owns it. There is only, I think it's a pop 3 if memory serves me, for the PSA 10 manual
Yeah.
for the 52.
Yeah.
There are guys on the set registry that do not give a crap, and they have more money than brains, and they will pay $50 million for it, Dan. I don't care if
Yeah.
it has a hole cut through the middle of it. If it says 10 on the top of the thing, as long as the moment you try to reevaluate it, it will not hit a 10. But if you don't reevaluate it, you just leave it in the damn holder, it'll scan. I'll grab my app and I'll scan it, and it shows up as 10, and it appears on my set
So-
registry as a 10. Fuck everything else.
So he should sell it on private sale if he ever sells it. And that's
And
why
most likely he will.
the guy who
Most
put
likely he will.
the guy who put the Chamberlain in Heritage made a huge mistake. He should have sold that privately. It would still be in a 10.
So
holder.
did he though? Because EPSA did pay him off the difference from what he paid.
I think no, they paid off the buyer, right?
The buyer of the car itself, yes.
Yeah. The guy who sold it on Heritage probably could have made more money if he had sold it privately than if he put it on Heritage and everybody said, "Oh shit, that's way off center."
Oh, sure. Yeah. That's a different thing. But I'm saying the guy who bought the card from him got compensated for the difference and then is able to then move the card later on if they want to.
I don't think it's clear that he was compensated for the difference because they said the maximum is 200,000. So the
Ye-
difference was like
Dan,
600,000.
In the spirit of the shadiness of this hobby, they cut him a check for the difference. He doesn't even bother to cross it if they don't cut him the full difference. There would have already been a lawsuit.
Yeah, you got a point. That's true.
Yeah, they'll cut the check. They'll cut the check. Just be quiet, take the money, and go.
Well, I think Mike said this before that PSA doesn't need to ask Ken Kendrick what to do with that. They can just decertify it as they should.
Yeah.
They could.
They should.
They won't, but they could.
Yeah, they should.
Well, I mean, if I was Kirk, for instance, they've decertified some of his cards, not all of them, even though he shows the certs. He can be like, "Why are you decerting my card when we have this known trim card and you won't decert that? Like, you can't
Yeah.
hold me accountable for something that you're not holding
So-
somebody else accountable for. That's unfair."
He could ask just to have it reholder right now, right? Technically, go over.
So
to
if
the
you
camp
are
with a
only,
new
so
slab.
to be clear, if you're only asking for a reholder, then it just goes from the same grade to the same grade.
I thought they had to regrade it.
but with the new
Not
slab,
necessarily.
There you
If
go.
the slab is damaged, if
I
the
thought
slab
they
is
regraded the
damaged,
card now.
nope.
problem
If the
solved.
slab is damaged,
I could have swore if you go to get a reholder, they'll regrade the card no matter what.
I have given
Because their
I have given
standards
them.
have changed.
But then
it's
they'll
not
go
about
under
standards. It's
there.
not about standards, Ham.
The
Hold on,
value
hold on.
and the
Not everybody at
entrance.
once. Hold on. Not everybody wants. Hang on. I have sent in cards where the slab was cracked. When it's cracked, they regrade it. When it's just a slab and it's an
but
old
how
holder
long
versus
ago?
a
I'm
new
talking
holder.
about within the last year.
I did it a year ago. If it's cracked,
I
then
have to see
they if it's cracked, then they will reevaluate it because it's been cracked. But if the holder's intact and you just want to update the label, it's updated label, man. That's it. There's no
There you go.
reevaluation unless you
You
want
get
it.
a new number 0000001.
It'll go to 1077359 76554. Yeah. like 37 digits on it.
Just saying. We all know, but technically you can just ask for a reholder.
Yeah, if it's a reholder, it's a reholder.
Those are
There's
the
a difference
rules.
between a reevaluation and a
So,
reholder.
and let's say they take his numbers. Let's say, like you guys said, like it's not a 10, it's a 7, but then they're gonna have to get the difference in money, I guess. Like,
Yeah, serial number stays the same. So Bobby agrees
No,
with
no,
Dan,
I
but
understand the
they're
serial
both wrong.
number stays the same. We just said the serial number stays the same, not the grade.
It depends
Wait,
on what
Bobby's
service you.
Bobby's agreeing with Michael.
Yes.
This,
That's why I know Bobby.
is this
That's why I know Bobby's been in the sauce. Bobby's right now down.
That-
That's what
Like,
the
don't
hard
start
stuff.
talking about rookie cards.
No, no,
Dave,
that's
he's
different.
hitting the hard stuff.
We've already figured that.
In. That's where Bobby's at. 3 Guinness in.
I'm 4 Guinness in. I'm getting ready to grab a fifth.
Look, all I'm saying.
That's what
look,
I
I'll
would.
put- I'll
That's
put it
what
to
I
you-
last heard.
I'll put it to you another way. I know more than a few folks who have said in the card wasn't even so much as looked at. It was literally new holder, new label, done.
But
That's
like,
what P-
like
that's what
Dan was
SGC
saying,
does.
if you
Yeah.
you sent that mantle 10 in to get reholdered, they're not going to reholder it as a 10. It's not a 10.
So what?
I
If you're
think
not
it
looking
goes
at
their-
it, if you're
it goes against
reholding
their
it, you're
service
reholding it.
agreement.
The service ham is to reholder, not regrade.
go on PSA website.
What happens
right
if
now,
they
you'll
damage
read
it when they're moving it over?
Well, if they damage it when
Yeah.
you're moving over, that's a
Reholder
different
it
conversation.
still.
If they literally
It's a
just take
whole
the
different
card and put
show.
it in another holder,
Like,
it's not-
whoa, we messed it up a
money.
little bit. Light ding on the corner now. It's still a 10. No worries.
yeah, like listen, it's a 5-second rule, ham.
I know,
5-second
true.
rule.
5.
Yeah.
I
Don't question the 5-second rule. There's a rule.
put it in the holder. Make them say, oh. Slap.
Listen, Master P is winning me over in this conversation the further we go. All I'm
I know.
saying.
I know.
It's all
Well, I
about
hate to have to
masterpiece.
say it, but I got to tap out.
Go ahead, Dan. I appreciate you bringing some things to the table. We'll talk later. We'll get it. Look,
Yeah, nice
the
talk.
people we already listen. Dan, we've already got an endorsement from no less than Matt from Providence, and the fact that he continues to war with Eric tells me episode 2 is nigh. Let's make this happen, and we'll make it happen, and we'll go.
I
And
got.
maybe-
I already
maybe-
got all my material for it, so we're all good. But
Perfect.
gentlemen,
And-
Michael, thank you again. Nice job on the
Oh, yeah.
professor. Yannick, when can I get that 71 box from you?
Peace out. Oh,
You're gonna
Peace
piece it out. I get a piece too.
Oh,
Oh,
And
wow.
He's fractured.
maybe
Coach
we'll
Dave.
talk. Maybe we'll talk.
Coach
Dan.
Dave.
Maybe we'll talk.
Free the real Eric, Coach Dave.
Yeah.
yeah. We'll deal with it. All right, Dan. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. We'll talk
Yeah,
later.
buddy.
Yeah, corrected by the Wagner. The Gretzky 10s are new holders. Yes. That's what I'm saying. Like, no, you can 100%. For that, if you're doing a reholder, they will just reholder, unless there's unless they give you a good reason to do it.
I want to show you something. So I have this Luca
Yep.
PSA 10 silver.
Yep.
All right. Now let's see if I can get it to show up where his arm is. Let's see. I gotta
Oh, you
try
got-
and
you
get you to see something. And then I see. So look right to the right of his bottom arm there. You kind of see where it looks like it's above that white line as it comes into the right here.
Yeah, you're talking about basically the look of almost as if there's it's stuck to a piece of plastic.
Yes, it's stuck to the piece of plastic. So if I send this in, are they just going to reholder it as a 10 since it's already a 10? Or are they going to
Yep.
now have to worry about surface?
Nope.
Okay.
If you
Well, I
just
can
if you go in and send it in, it should come back a 10.
Yeah, because it's like I was like, well, okay, and we're used to seeing this when it's in a a regular penny sleeve and a top holder. Usually just take it out, and sometimes you just wipe it off and you just move on with your life.
Yeah,
I was
I have
like-
that with I have that same thing with a penny sleeve. Like sometimes I'll be like, oh, the penny sleeve's old. I'll swap it out for a fresh one, and that's fine.
Yeah, and it's because of the surface
Mhm.
that they use for the acetate or plastic that it
Yeah,
rips
it's
apart.
sticking. It's sticking a little bit. It's sticking. Yeah.
Well, it starts to
Yep.
adhere to the other version of plastic. So this goes back to a fishing thing. If I put two types of lures in the same compartment that are touching each other, they will
Mhm.
react to each other and they will start to stick and sometimes melt.
Mhm.
I'm concerned that the two different versions of plastic that the grading card company uses with some of this modern stuff over time might
Mhm.
keep doing this more and more.
So we had like not the same thing, but we had kind of using the example since you bring it up.
Mhm.
Imagine the idea of what happened in the mid-ish 90s with the greening on various refractors. In 1990, so I'll give you an example. I opened a box of 1994 Bowman Best. Part of the reason for it is that I opened it a couple of years later, but part of the reason I opened for it is like, well, it was available. It wasn't expensive. I was like, oh, cool. That'd be kind of fun to open. And there were some nice cards in it. I liked them. I thought it was fun. I pulled some refractors. There were some nice cards in it. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a good looking set, good looking cards. I like it. I threw it into a box, a cardboard box for years. Forgot about it. Came back to it years later. Every single card, pretty much without fail, was greening. Or it full-fledged hulked out like it was green, like it was crazy. Now, the theories abound about what specifically. Is it humidity? Is it, some people say sunlight. Well, it was in a box in my closet for years, so it wasn't sunlight. No. Humidity I could buy because I had a lot of humidity in that apartment when I was living there for a long time. Humidity I could buy. There's some kind of a chemical reaction, something was going on.
100%.
Yeah. So something, and they greened bad. So I had tons of humidity in that apartment, so that wouldn't shock me. I'm thinking humidity is probably the primary factor. It's just my theory.
Had Kurt's card care juice.
Yeah, exactly. So
pre-juiced.
My point is, it was the composition of the card. Regardless, it's the composition of the card that in the end did it. It was the reaction to the environment with the composition. The thing is, in 1994, they didn't know. They had the technology. They tried it. They did all that.
Yep.
Eventually, they were able to figure out a formula that worked, that was more stable, I guess, so to speak. I'm using this in kind of a general terms, but I'm saying they figured out eventually because some of the refractors that came later did not have the same issue. So they eventually figured it out. But in 1994, they were still working out the kinks. They were still trying to figure out the combo.
Yeah, you're right. There's some element to it that causes it.
Yes.
I have seen some people open some of the old stuff, and it's fine.
Yes.
Comes out of the package fine.
Yep.
I've seen some people that have it that's graded, and it's fine. Like, or if it's very light, like it's hard to tell. You'd have to have another one next to it to even figure it out. And then you have some that are straight hawking. I remember seeing a Kobe last year, one of his rookie ones, and it actually looked cool the way that it greened, because it didn't green like almost like toning for coins. It had a good green tone to it that it didn't look bad, because it matched the way the player was on the card. It was really weird. I have to go back and find the video of it, but it was like probably the most attractive one I've seen. I was like,
but ultimately, it was a chemical reaction of some kind. The theories abound about the specific thing that triggered it, and when it would trigger it, and how severe, and all that. And different people have different theories, but the point is, it happened. I can speak to it because I opened the packs even a couple of years after the original release, and I encountered it, and it was really bad. But again, I had a super humid environment, so I'm thinking humidity played a role. Maybe it was something else, but the point is, I can remove sunlight because that wasn't the issue. That wasn't the case for mine, at least for mine. I can speak to that. The point is, we don't know what some of these plastics, if we go enough time, we'll find out. Like, there's very few archival. So what you're talking about, there's very few chemicals and very few elements that you can use that are truly archival. So you got to be, if you were trying to preserve a library and you have these delicate books, you would keep things in a certain humidity level. You would make sure it stayed out of light. You would do you have things that you would do.
Usually you try.
But with some of these cards, chromium and all these things, we don't know. It hasn't been long enough to figure out exactly what's causing the issues.
I kind of laugh at the whole grading card thing is, it's in a UV protection. Has anybody tested the UV protection? Like, has anybody sit some of these in the sunlight for a while, for like a week or two, and see what really happens to them? I know a painting. I have a painting in my room right here. It's a real original painting, and it's archived. There's no air getting in and out of that thing. It is literally hyperbolically sealed. So nothing will change on that. Nothing will fade. It'll stay like that forever. Why are we not doing that with million?
Like you said, museum.
Why are we have $1 million cards and non-archival crap? And then we put a case and a case and a case to show.
I don't think those PSA cases are UV graded.
No, they're
whatsoever.
Well,
they're
they
not.
Say they are, but they're not.
The newer ones,
the newer
ones, they say they've got some, but the old ones definitely aren't.
Yeah,
the old ones, I don't think it was ever. They never sold it as UV protected ever.
No,
at least as far as I'm aware of the old ones. Some of the newer slabs have started to try to incorporate that. They've talked about some UV protection, but the old ones definitely 100% do not have it.
Well, that's Slab Mag's big sale too. That it's UV protected.
Exactly.
That's their big sale on that. Yeah. which just
Bubbles
makes it
says-
harder to see the damn card.
It does in a lot of cases, yeah.
Remember
Tops
that.
needs a better cook for the chemicals. I can cook. There you go, Bob. Appreciate you. Ham, do you live in Florida? He is literally Florida man. Literally Florida man.
I'm in Tampa.
Our designated Florida man, Dylan. Our designated Florida man. Turn to go and skaky crap. Yes. Ham Da Vinci, fine art collector. That's right. So to your point, when it comes to preservation, we don't have it figured out yet. All we can hope to do is eventually, I hope to convince Eric that the only way to preserve his lemonades is to douse them in mayonnaise.
No.
No, you put them in a glass jar and you bury them somewhere in the backyard. The glass jar never fails.
I was a part.
Mm.
I was a part of a conversation today with Mr. Lemon, and trying to get him
Why?
to come into the shop to sign everything I need signed. So hopefully next week,
Everything you need signed.
on the golf course in Florida.
Florida.
When he returned the call that we sent him.
Which golf course? I would have went and met him.
Did you say, Reggie, I know Ham. Oh,
Hey,
Ham.
Coach Dave
Join
sent me
us.
down here.
He's somewhere in Florida. I don't remember where, playing golf. He's coming back next week. And hopefully
He's
next
with Ray.
week. No, Ray's up here because he was at Chara's thing last night.
Oh,
Wait, hold
yeah.
on. He was at Chara's thing last night. Did you present him his check?
No.
No,
You
because
lazy
now
son
he's
of a
back
bitch.
to
What are you
Florida.
doing?
Donated. I want to see a picture of the money I donated.
First of all,
Eric, what kind of a stalker are you?
yeah, you're right. You're right. I could, what I should have done and asked Willie to get me onto the guard nice with him.
Yeah, you should have been like,
And
fuck
I
you,
go
Willie.
on
I
the
gotta
ice
go
with
talk to
them.
Zombie Bork.
I could have just
With the
leaned
giant
over
check.
Ray, handed him a check, right?
Yes.
The
Right there.
giant check.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. So, anyways,
ice.
I'm hoping to get to see Reggie maybe hopefully next week and get him to sign a crap load of stuff. It's going to cost me a lot of money, but I don't care.
Really? Eric, where would you have found this money? Was it slid across the table for some BGS related favors?
Hmm.
I'm not here to talk about the past.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's the
Mhm.
present.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Dylan says, I did a ton of sun experiments with plastics and nothing is protected from the sun or direct sun. Yeah. Let me be clear about this. Even the companies that tout UV protection, if you legitimately put the cards in the sun,
Mhm.
they're going to fade.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
going to fade. Like the sun is the sun. The sun is more
It
powerful
wins.
than your pansy UV
Yes.
protection. Get out of here.
Sun's bad.
Sun
no
and
matter
then
what.
water.
Yeah,
They
like
win.
can it help a little if you're just showing it like for a couple minutes? Yeah, sure, whatever. But if you leave it out in the sun, it's out in the sun. It's gonna fade to hell. Sorry.
That's
Like,
why
get
I
out
have
of
I think I convinced Dustin to do a trial with multiple card grade slabs and just leave him in the sunlight to see what happens.
Yeah, like the sun is a hell of a lot more powerful than your piece of plastic. I'm sorry. Like no matter what it is, it's a hell of a lot more powerful than your piece of plastic. Eric, are you gonna limit the sun in 1988 Cup banner?
you son of a bitch.
I like it.
Screw you and screw Bill Ranford, you son of a bitch.
Yes, Eric. Were all the Bruins captains there? Was Joe Thornton there?
No, that's not who she's asking about.
That's who I care about. I don't care who
She
she
wants
talks
to
about.
know if Jason
Jason
Allen-
Allison is not here to be discussed.
and
Was Joe Thornton there?
It was not the
Hmm.
captains that were invited. It was the other players that have had their numbers retired that were invited, plus members of the 2011 Stanley Cup team, which Chara was a part of. Neither of those things, Mr. Allison, fits in those categories.
Wow. Wow.
Mm.
So was Brad
Wow.
Marchand there?
No.
Oh,
So basically, Eric, you had an
That's
empty room,
disappointing.
is what you're saying? Like you had nothing?
nothing.
Not a damn thing. Good Lord. Bobby says, no holders are archival, be it top loaders, penny sleeves, one toucher slabs. I can't read that writing on my phone. Yeah, don't worry, you'll be all right. Did Eric spend our charity money? Listen, Zach, I don't want to spread any rumors, but that might have been Eric right after he got off his little bike.
You're dumb enough to give it to me. I have to tell you.
Wow. Just wow. Hold on. Ham, that's going to be a clip I'm going to play. I'm going to make sure that Ray Bork sees it
Oh,
and
God.
Willie I'll show it to Marcel. I'll show it to Zombie Bork. I'll show it to Willie. Look at this piece of shit that you're acknowledging. This worthless, hold on, worthless piece of crap sitting there acknowledging. His name isn't even Eric. His name's fucking Dave. Fucking Dave over here.
Dave. Parentheses.
Running away with your charity monies.
Yeah.
Take that, Ray.
As soon as I am able to see Ray, I will hand him a regular size check.
You could have seen him if you had stalked him like a man.
I did not stalk him.
You bring the giant check and you're wearing the spandex.
You could have been like Homer Simpson back in the day going, "Hey, Phil, I'm glad to talk to Willie, but now I need to go to stalk Ray Bork."
You gotta start
Bubbles
calling him
uses
Way. You gotta say Way Bork.
Way boy.
Ray Bork.
Way Bork. I'm from Boston.
Oozle uses latex protection. Snoozers, facts. I think I might be able to use some of his care package for his auto collection. We needed to work on that. I know. Brad's Vintage Collection. Good evening. Hello tonight and go Bears. Oh, look at you. Look at you. I see what you did. Carlos, how are you not a Ted DiBiase collector? Because I don't need Ted DiBiase items. Just because you enjoy a little bit of the work doesn't mean you need to waste money on the cards.
He's signing down here like in a week or two. Him and Jake the Snake.
DiBiase makes the rounds. I enjoyed him back in the day. So hold on. Indirectly, Hockey United brings up a valid point that I can actually bring into the conversation here in a second. Donations went to Eric Longcon. Facts. Eric, you're not really doing a great job building it up for next year's. Because these clips are going to become part of the canon for 2026's charity drive. Eric's ride for adjacency 2026 is not off to a good start right now.
All right. I will do this. I don't know when Ray's going back to Florida. I won't call him. I don't have Ray's number.
You will.
I will
stock.
I will ask my friend to give Ray a call and see if he's still in the area. And if he is, I'll ask if there is a place to meet up with him or if he can stop by the store, and I'll see if I can hand him the check.
Yannick, a place to stock.
You said like bring a pickup truck because I have a giant check.
He's going to bring a giant check and a burlap sack. Hey, Ray.
Close your eyes.
Wait, Eric, why do you have a bat?
It's autographed.
A bat and a burlap sack. Why do you have a burlap sack? Don't worry about it. We're not here to talk about last.
It's an autographed Wander Franco bat. No one will know what it's missing.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Wow, Eric. Wow.
I have to write him a check for $602.
By the time we're done, you're gonna have to write him a check for a whole lot more than that.
So, and then tell him about the 650 that he already received of the total of 1,252. So I owe him a check. I owe him a check of $602.04.
Mm-hmm.
Why someone donated 4 cents is completely beyond my understanding, but I appreciate it.
It's what they had in the account at the time,
and I got the 4 cents attached to their dollar number, and I appreciate the 4 cents.
Charity starts at home, Eric. Enjoy your 4 cents.
So I have to write him a check for $602.04.
Solid.
I love it.
I mean, you're welcome to round up.
Yeah, 5 cents.
I was gonna say, and look, Eric, you worthless piece of shit. You were expecting a fraction of that, so just take it and enjoy.
Cool.
Rob says, "Does Eric also have the missing art piece of the fabulous Boston Heist?" I know. Eric takes 99% administration fee. Eric. Hey, Ray, does this rag smell like chloroform? It's all true. It's
Oh.
Canadian conversion. That's right. Yes.
Well, it wasn't Robin. So
I don't know, man. Ham, I got to be honest. Allegedly, we always talk about the hobby and all these different shady things. I got to be honest. The amount of alleged crimes that Eric has done, like, dwarfs the majority of the hobby. Like, some of the shadiest characters wish they had as much going on as this guy. Look at this guy with the Guinness. There you go.
Good stuff.
Look at you, Ham.
The
There you
good
go.
stuff.
I don't know what to tell you, Eric. There's a lot of questions that I have. A lot of questions.
Oh my God.
A lot
I'm just
going on
glad.
there.
I'm just glad that the chat is in on our nonsense and because this
By in on a nonsense, you mean only half of them have reported you to the authorities so far?
I'm just glad they
Amanda's literally like, guys, this
I'm
fucking
just-
guy.
I'm just glad they're used to our nonsense because this could really go bad. This could really go bad.
Well, listen, this makes it exciting. You watch some of these other shows; they're boring as hell.
Oh my God.
The country club.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I figured out how he paid for it.
At least the first month.
I'm gonna crack open a pack of Donruss 87 here.
I was about to say that's 87. Yeah. All right. Get a bonds. Let's go. Get a bonds.
Looking for bonds. Let's see. I don't think there's a bunch of upside down coalition here.
Maddox, I
Vita
believe, is in
Blue.
this one as well.
Maddox is in here. Vita Blue.
Yeah, you got a
Isn't he a
McGuire
coach?
as well, in theory.
Yep. Ray Knight.
Knight.
Screw him.
There's Gavi.
That's the late career Steve Garvey. Yes.
Yep. Yeah, the guns on him look like he might have been doing a little something on the side there. Matt Young looks horrible. Jack Howell.
The Jack Howell. Yes.
There's like everybody howled while he was at bat. Be hilarious. Oh, D-Straw.
Yeah, the Diamond Kings. By the way, you see the beautiful centering on that?
Yeah,
Beautiful
look at that, baby. Top to bottom. It's a lot of chin right here.
straight out of pack.
Ooh, the
Checklist. Oh my God, fire flames. Checklist.
And it's card number 300. We got the Stew, Larry Anderson.
Not the right Astros pitcher for that.
I
kind of
know.
route.
Terrell Boston.
Not even the right White Sox.
Check out those.
I think
glasses he
Harold
had.
Baines was on the White Sox in '87, so not
He
even that
wearing
one.
a pair of like shooter Ray Bans while he was batting.
I don't know, man.
Horrible. Larry Sheets.
I remember Larry Sheets.
Two cards left. Maybe. Oh, Bonzi.
Oh wow!
Nice.
Hashtag rigged. Hashtag rigged. Hashtag rigged.
Yeah, hashtag rig.
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
take it. I'll
totally.
take the rig all day long. It is not in good condition. This is bad condition.
But
Fire
it's
back
packed
up.
fresh. It's
Ham,
packed
yeah,
fresh.
ham.
Hold on. Take a look at the pack fresh on this baby. All right. All right. Hold on. I got to get that. You see this crease right here? There it is. Everything's reversed. I got to get it in better shape here. Let's see if I can get the.
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
I can see it now.
See
yeah,
that?
I can see it in the
Yeah,
top
see
left
that?
corner.
See that?
Jesus.
Look,
Wow.
ham, don't ruin the moment. Hold on. We got special effects over here. Hold on.
Take it, baby. Where's my Master P make him say on soundtrack?
we don't have the budget for that. Eric's gonna have to pony up some more.
I was gifted packs too, actually.
All right, hold on, Yannick. Yannick, don't open it yet. Hold on. Let me finish reading the comments, and then we'll get you to open it up. Hang
I don't
on.
have facts.
Hang on.
Nonsense.
Boston has a long-running history of crime. That's no.
Yes,
That's what
that
I'm
is true.
saying.
That is true.
87 Donruss, who didn't embezzle money from charity. I know. Boom. That's right. Pulled the bonds. That's right. Last pack magic. Influencer pack says, wait,
Right.
so now Amanda acknowledges the influencer pack? Eric, now she acknowledges influencers, not enthusiastic community members. Influencers. Note it. I'm just saying.
I wish
The
I got
influencer loaded
influencer.
pack. I
Yeah,
know.
no, she's an
Hashtag
influencer.
fire. Hashtag fire. Come on, Am. At least we got the party horn going. At least we got some party horn going.
I'll
That's all
save
right.
the hockey for next time I'm on.
All right, Yannick, all you. Go for it. Go for it, buddy.
What
This
is
is
what's
the
the product?
1991 Leaf. It's not doing too well. Right to
What were you
start.
saying, Eric?
Nothing. I wanted to just know what the product
Oh,
was
okay.
before he opened it.
Gotcha.
I don't know. We'll go this way.
Yep.
I can't read the names.
Raphael Ballard.
Here you go.
That's Rich Rodriguez. Vincent Palios. Next up's John Franco.
Screw him.
Yeah, well, most people did. Ventio Santiago, not in a good picture. Mark McGuire.
I'm here to talk about the future.
That's right.
Wally Bachman. Is that Omar? No, Edgar Martinez.
Ooh,
Might be his,
Sir
is that a
Edgar.
rookie card? Or is that like second or third?
91, probably the second.
I was going to say second year for 91, I think.
Okay. Charlie Huff, who pitched forever.
Forever.
Yep. And then Carmelo Martinez. Camilo, yeah.
Yeah.
Checklist.
Checklist. Well, that's always the fun one. Checklist.
Uh-huh. Mark Jackson.
Mike Jackson.
Mike Jackson.
Chris Donalds.
Mm-hmm. Greg Jeffries replacement.
Steve Decker.
That dude was a heavy
That's
catcher.
a great name when you're a catcher when you think about it. Oh, and then the gold.
Yeah, the puzzle piece, the Diamond King
Right.
puzzle piece.
Was that the only
the
year they did a
foil?
reflective one?
It's the foil piece.
It's
Ooh,
funny because the whole set's non-foiled and then the puzzle's foiled.
Wow.
Yeah. Zach here
So much
says
fun.
Geoff would have sent the bonds into PSA. Yeah, and they would have wondered why it didn't get a 10.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
centered really well. It's just that crease is god awful.
It happened all the time though. Like people
Yeah.
don't realize, like, yes, it's the junk wax era, but a lot of the cards out of the pack were off center
not-
or
they
damaged
were
or
not
whatever.
good. Yeah. Because
Yeah,
again, they were
like-
fast printing stuff. Like they didn't care. It was just shoot as much as you can. It's fast. So
Yeah.
and the printing process back then was way easier than it is now. There was less layers to stuff.
Exactly. Right here says Geoff would have thought it was a Johnny Rayer, even though it was a totally different set. True. Frank Thomas, kids these always paid. That's right. What record did Benito Santiago said that was later broken by Jerome Walton?
I've never heard of the name Jerome Walton. Was he a catcher also, or is he different?
Later, I don't even know the name. I know a lot.
The
of
only
baseball.
thing I remember, other than the image of the 91 tops, which you talked about earlier, I remember Benito Santiago had a nice hit streak for a catcher. I don't know if it was the record hit streak, but I know he had a hit streak. I remember a record breaker card with a Benito Santiago hit streak. I don't know if that's the record you're talking about.
Again,
But-
has anyone else ever heard of Jerome Walton?
I remember the name, but I was collecting cards in the late 80s and early 90s cards.
Never heard of him.
That'd be the only. Okay, here you go.
Obviously.
Record hit streak for a rookie. Thank you.
Okay.
I remember. So Ham, here's a point about the old sets. I know this because of a record breaker Benito Santiago card.
Okay.
So like
That was
that's
back
how I
when
know
they had
this.
record breakers. Yeah.
But they had record breaker cards, so I knew that there was a
Surprised
thing.
they have how they not brought record breakers back.
It'd be so easy. It's like it's a subset. Just put a couple of record breaker cards. In the
What do
beginning of the
y'all
set like
think
this.
of the new tops design? Because some people have said most people have said they hate it.
I'm lukewarm on
see
it. I know what you're talking about. So look, Ham. Here's my commit. Here's kind of my playing off my discussion from earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yep. What then?
I
That was
don't buy the new sets at all.
Mhm.
I don't bother with it. It's not worth my time.
I agree.
But I like the fact they refer like the 91 tops has a nostalgic pull for me.
Yeah.
I would open a box just to pull a couple of 1991 design
Yeah.
cards.
Yeah. 100%.
And it's
I've
the
always liked
75th anniversary. So
Anniversary editions for tops are usually fun, no matter
Yeah.
what. They really are usually fun.
So that's really the only argument I have for otherwise. No, I'm not wasting a dime of my money on that. It wouldn't be worth it. And look, and Eric, I am in danger because with my luck, and the content gods have a sense of humor. Understand this. The content gods have a sense of humor because you understand that if I opened a box, Eric, of the 2026 Top Series 1, do you know what card I would probably pull if the content gods have the sense of humor?
No, tell me.
Yes. Oh, you'd love that card. Come on now.
Not only Fish Boy, but Fish Boy in 1991 Topps
That's a great
design.
looking card.
Twist the dagger, Eric. Twist the dagger.
Yeah.
I'd almost have to like it. I'd almost have to.
Yeah, and then you could sell it.
So is this a coincidence that actually it's the same design as the 1990 we were talking earlier?
Well, so Yannick, it's the 35th anniversary. I was talking about that.
That's what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
I guess I never realized that.
Yeah. So here's what the hold on. I'll pull up an image.
That's not the regular design. Yeah. It's not the regular.
I'll show you what the actual base set looks like. So this is the base set. I'm going to show you now. Hang on.
Next time, just say it in blue, blah blah, so he understands.
So here's the gold version. Here's the gold version. But the concept is there. You've got kind of almost a if you look at it, you basically have kind of this strip going. It's almost like a patch thing happening. Do you understand?
This is like
so that's the concept.
Yeah, and then if you look at the card, it fades to smooth as it goes to the right.
Yeah,
there's more to it than people have paid attention.
The question,
the base card.
Yeah, so imagine the gold, Yannick, is white. So like conceptually, that is what the base card. I'll pull up a version of the base card, but this is basically the concept.
Yeah. I think these in chrome are going to be phenomenal.
In chrome, I agree. In chrome, I think it'll be better. So I'll pull up a version of the base card. So like I said, that gold section, just imagine it's in white. So basically, it'll look like this one. I'll pull it up here.
I didn't care for the. I don't care for that photo of Otani, and I don't care for the Judge one where he's pointing at first base.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, so conceptually, that's basically what you're looking at. That's what you're looking at. That's your base set. Yep, I did catch that. Yes, that's right, John Quacks. Everyone ball to 3 home runs on opening day 1991. Cubs first 2 basketball careers rookie. That's right. Biggest slot machine design, not bad. Opening day 3 home runs with Stuffy Rhodes. All right, fair enough. So yeah, so that's basically the design. Yannick, I'm probably going to try to get my hands on a hobby box because I want to pull some of the 91. I want to pull some of the 91s because again, the 91 is it's full circle for me, Ham. Going back to the first box I ever opened.
Yeah.
35 years later.
All right.
You're doing the retro for me. I'll do it.
But that's also you doing the right thing for you. I mean, that works. I mean, that's yes.
Yeah.
Every year I still buy the Topps complete set. Like they're
all right, the Burrell. How's it going?
Hey, Bobby.
Bobby.
Yeah, I just needed to finish my thought. I need to finish my thought on the nostalgia circle, the 35-year nostalgia circle. So I need to finish that thought. But how's this evening treating you?
Oh, it's good. I finished my video early today, surprisingly, because it's, you talked about your 20-something minutes of time, how long it takes you. It's just like for a 20-minute video, it's like 50 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have to crop something for like 20 minutes for 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of
stuff like
filler.
that. Yeah.
It's like, oh my God, it's just never ending. And actually, getting to Mike, he was talking about the Honus Wagner. If they're going to decertify anything, you start with the Honus Wagner and then you work your way down from there. So I don't really see how PSA can start juggling things around the way they are and not really utilize the first card that was graded, not being, authentic because they know it's trimmed and everybody knows it's trimmed. So you were right there, Mike. So I'll give you that first on that one.
Appreciate it. But yeah, it just makes sense. If you're going to complain about trimmed cards and stuff and it's trimmed, it's admitted it's trimmed, decertify it. Make them resubmit it and it goes in authentic. Fine.
They go to the Walt. They go to Wilt Chamberlain.
I don't know, but it still has all this lore and stuff that'll go along with it. So
that's good.
That's fine, but put it where it's supposed to be at least.
So what do you do with it?
Whoever has it's going to keep it just because of the history behind it.
Again,
so Ham, to your point though, like if they do the quote unquote correct thing, it's not actually decertifying it; it's switching it over to authentic altered.
Yes.
Authentic altered is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like the card's real, but it's just been trimmed. So
it's authentic
altered is correct.
Yeah,
authentic altered is correct.
But that's a hell of a drop.
Yeah, it is.
For that card, I don't think anyone would care. Like I said, the card is too infamous at this point.
It would just be more of if you're going to state you're going to do this as a company and you're going to have these standards, hold all your cards that you know about like that to that standard.
Well, the standards are out the window now, right?
Well, I meant like from the trimming standpoint.
Understood. Yeah.
Even some of that is out of the window, I guess, because there's cards to get through all the time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I think that ship has
Come
also
on
sailed.
now.
That ship
Come
has
on.
also sailed.
I mean, there's a guy at our show that I see sets up at least once a month. He sits there and cleans cards for people. Like comes up and gets the wax out and does all that stuff, and then he submits them. Like, yeah.
It's been going on for 30, 40 years.
Yeah. So it's just like,
It's no different.
okay, I'm not gonna at this point. I'm not gonna even fight it. I mean, if they can't figure it out on their what it is, I did try to think of a way to figure out about CT scanned boxes because that kind of pisses me off more than anything.
Okay.
Just due to the fact that I see all the I follow certain eBay searches for certain sealed boxes from the late 90s, early 2000s. I'll notice a specific seller selling a lot of one product that goes for anywhere from 5 to 7K a box. What I think has happened is he's had cases of it. He's CT scanning them, selling them on eBay after he's already CT scanned them to figure out whatever he may be looking for, more than likely Jordan autograph, Kobe, whatever, isn't in there. And then he's just going to get rid of them. That way he doesn't have to worry about opening it and failing. He can then succeed in that situation, probably make a video and blah, blah, blah. So, but I'm seeing the same seller, selling the same product over and over again, but it's not the same box. Like you could tell the way the wrapper is on it or stuff like that. Because I kind of started going backwards and trying to pinpoint, okay, is somebody just saying, no, I don't want this, and they're having to relist it? I'm like, well, they've done it like 14 times. I'm like, no, they have to have cases of the stuff that they're going through, and it's more cost effective for them to scan it, figure out if something that is valuable that they're looking for is in there, and if not, just sell it, make that money, and move on. And I think that's what's happening. So there's got to be a way that
lots of people doing that.
But doesn't a CT scanner give off a level of radiation?
Yep,
it can. Yep.
So wouldn't a Geiger counter be able to find radiation on it?
True enough. Yeah.
So hold on.
Yeah, there's residue.
You're assuming the it depends on the half-life though. Like it's not like it's not enough radiation. It's not like a nuclear fallout ham. It's not like it's gonna sit there.
There shouldn't be any on a box that hasn't been, right?
Correct.
So the argument that I've heard, the best version of an argument that I've heard that I think would be helpful to what you're talking about is that if you wanted to try to mitigate CT scanning, it would be nice if some of the material inside the box would react to the radiation.
Mm-hmm. Or put a strip around the outside of it that would change color.
Yeah, exactly. Something to the effect, something that would respond to it. Because again, the amount of radiation we're talking about, remember, people are actually being put into CT scans. If it was the level of radiation here where it's lingering, it might be a little bit more problematic.
From what I know, when they do the CT scan from the videos I watch, it takes a lot longer than like they're just doing a CT scan on me to get every single card per pack to be visible where they can roll through it. Like there's more layers in that box than there are in me. Yeah. So it takes longer and more juice to get through that. So it should be giving off a lot more radiation.
Hey, you should see the CT scans that happen with Eric. There's like 47 layers. There's like
Eric has a lot to show for it. Yes.
Like those chocolate sticks are basically lead. So like there's layers to this. You got to go underneath all these layers underneath. So anyway, what I'm getting at is that I actually think that if you had any kind of material on the boxes that reacted to it and changed color or something to that effect, that would pretty much take care of it for you.
Maybe
because
green.
The moment you run it through, it changes the color, and there you go. You know something's up.
Goes green like the cards. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's all it would take. Like honestly, it's not overly complex.
But that would only work for product now moving forward when they create it.
Yeah.
Anything older is kind of just screwed. You're just
the older ones we could just assume there's Pokemon cards in it. Or G.I. Joe.
Right now, if it was old Pokemon, that's still good.
Yeah, it's G.I. Joe. Like I just assume there's G.I. Joe inside of everything. It doesn't matter what it is. It's G.I. Joe. Could have been anything else.
Well, that's why I always laugh at BBC wrap boxes. I'm like, at this point, if you're not CT scanning that just to verify it, like, what are you doing?
Guessing.
Exactly. Well, I mean, like I was telling earlier, I don't know if
he's been guessing for 20 years.
There's a guy that's opened 2 of the 1951 Topps red backpacks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that were in a certified, graded, sealed case. He broke them out of there and opened them. Both packs, the cards were already separated in the pack when they're supposed to come non-perforated and fold. And they were both fold and they were put back and sealed. But then that was graded as a sealed pack, authentic, and he bought it thinking that obviously it hadn't been tampered with, and it had. That's a 1951 Topps pack. So, and he's already got another one on the way that he bought online that he's going to open up because he's an opener. He wants to open everything. But like the last two he's opened have definitely already been opened. Even though the first one he did get a couple good players out of the 2 cards because there's only 2 cards in a pack. And then the second one was a straight dog crap, basically. It's just interesting that even that's not anywhere near foolproof. And I don't know if you saw Jeff's video where he opened the 1970 or 71 Topps and got 4 sets of doubles out of the pack, and then 2 of the cards looked like they had been run over by a truck twice. And that was in a PSA graded slab that authenticated it as a sealed pack. So
the hobby's imperfect, right?
Yeah. But it's like you're buying something that's supposed to be fact checked by the fact checkers, and now it looks like they don't know what they're doing.
Well, there's varying degrees of experts, and few qualify.
Yeah. Well, the other piece, and Bobby, we've had this conversation. If you're trying to certify wax, you're not really certifying it as much as trying to find problems. You're really looking for different variations, things that could have been messed with on the seal, things that could have been messed with on this, on that. That's really what you're working in reverse hand. You're not trying to prove that the box is unopened. You're trying to prove that the box has been tampered with. You're actually trying to analyze to find telltale signs of tampering is what you're actually looking for.
Yeah.
Which is counterintuitive to what people are thinking about when they're thinking about certification. It's the opposite. We're looking for the problem.
But even with CT scanning now, even a sealed pack and a slab is now, you have to consider that somebody's probably scanned that. If you have something that's $20,000 in a pack, like a pack of cards because it's old and sealed and it has the potential because you're paying for potential, you can CT scan it and then know that it doesn't and then just let it go because you know it doesn't have whatever you'd be looking for in it anyway. So it's like almost everything now old is just ruined for the most part, unless you like find it literally in a basement at a yard sale that some lady inherited that you know that nobody has touched this crap.
Well, a vintage wax box, let's say pre-80, whatever, you don't have to really worry about it. And most of them are going to have a set in there anyhow. You know, it doesn't really matter. By pack, that would be a big difference. So if you had a 61 pack and you're looking for a Keon rookie or something in a Parker, so, you know, anything like that. Yeah. Looking at the single pack, I would say I'd be leery, but on a full box, I wouldn't be too leery as vintage, but I think you're talking other vintage more.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. I get it.
I'll read a couple of comments here. Rob says, nice show today, Bobby. I learned something. Good stuff.
Oh, yeah. Great. Glad.
Yeah,
Wasn't a sheet cut if so they originally graded sheet cut cards and changed that later. So technically it wasn't altered. So you're talking about the Wagner. The Wagner is so PSA didn't do sheet cut. Beckett is the one who did sheet cut.
Yeah.
For a long time. And I don't know if that policy's changed actually, technically. So
now I think it would be, yeah.
Yeah. There is a dealer at the expo shall remain nameless, who has showcases full of Beckett slab cards, Eric, that may have come from a sheet, allegedly. Showcases full of them. Showcases full. So if you ever go down there and you see a bunch of Beckett slabs, a showcase full of cards, I'm sure they just happen to be there.
Keep walking.
So, yep. Zach here says, if you grade the Wagner slippery slope, certifying cards, people say a trim to clean. Where would it end? Where would it end, Zach? Where would it end? Trim means someone trimmed down the card and flattened it. So the flattened isn't necessary. Trim just means trimmed.
Yeah.
So the whole thing with the Wagner, and again, Mastro has admitted to this in multiple. He's admitted to it under oath. He's admitted to it in interviews. He's talked about this at length. The Wagner, the Gretzky McDonald Wagner, the PSA 8, was basically part of a group of a couple of cards. It was oversized. Basically, they had extra material. So it was, in fact, trimmed down to size. So if you look at the PSA Wagner and you go and grab the ruler and everything, it measures out perfectly fine because they had extra material to work with. So they said, boom, 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 cut, boom, make it fit. And they were good to go.
Yeah,
so
didn't he say they would go and look for cards that were deliberately oversized to trim them down?
He might have made reference to it in a discussion, maybe.
There's an interview that he talked about when he would go to places. He would look for cards when he was buying big old collections that were oversized on purpose so we could trim them down to grade them.
Yeah, 51 Parkhurst is very much like that. A lot of people have, because they were a lot of oversized, it was by the slitter. So there is a lot that are oversized that aren't oversized now.
Yeah. And if you can get that. So I always try to give context, Ham, whenever I talk about the past and the present and all that. Today, we can have the discussion and people can be like, oh, I don't think that's appropriate. Well, you got to remember that for a lot of years, again, people may not like grading. They may not feel good about it, what all that. Okay, great. The old days was the dealer will hand you the card that has a crease in it, like half the damn card has been chewed up by a dog, and tell you it's near mint to your face.
Oh yeah.
They'll literally look at you straight face and tell you, yeah, it's near mint. And you're sitting there going like, it literally looks like your dog chewed it. What are you talking about? Are you on crack? And these are conversations you'd have to have.
Yes, the crack.
All the time.
Yes, he is on crack. Yes.
Yeah, all the time. And you'd have to have this conversation. So I don't care, Ham. If PSA gets it wrong, at least we're starting from we can both disagree with the grade, and we're still closer than we were when you were telling me the card that was chewed by your dog was near mint. We're still closer. We might be off, but we're still closer. We've got an anchor point, at least a starting point of the discussion. That was the point of third party. The point of third party was not to get it right. The point of third party was to remove you two from the equation because the dealer wants it to be near mint or mint no matter what. And the collector wants it to be poor condition because they want to pay nothing. You're both wrong on opposite ends of the spectrum. So, all right, we'll call it a 5. Let's split the difference. We'll call it a 5. And then you two can argue about it. The dealer thinks it's a 7. The collector thinks it's a 3. But we've narrowed the gap. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that, you can all discuss the minutia. We can do that until you're blue in the face. Happy to do. We've done it for at least 275 episodes, Ham, in this version of it. At least 275.
At least.
Yeah. So I don't have a problem with that. I don't care. People can do whatever they want. But I'm saying back in the day, it wasn't better. Because we just had dealers who would just lie to your face.
Yeah.
And try to sell you bullshit. And it's like, okay, that was.
Well, I remember even when I was growing up here with some of the guys that were selling raw cards out of shops, they were always pumping it up. But when they try to sell them something, they just degrade your shit
all the time. When you're selling, they find every flaw in creation. they don't need third party grading. They can find every flaw.
Like mine's better than yours, and you want to give me half of what you're selling yours for, and mine's better. That makes no sense.
To a dealer makes sense. Yes.
Hobby Champs is right here, Eric.
That's not true.
It's all true.
Do you know how I know it's not true?
Yes.
I had a lot of CT scans, and never once did the doctors say, Mr. Wade, we're concerned that there's a mayonnaise jar in your skull. So I'm just saying.
Wouldn't be a concern, Eric.
Look at that.
Just saying.
Willie said.
It's never come up.
That's right.
I'm just saying. I remember a golden era with you, Willie, and a mayonnaise jar. I remember it well. Moving on. Eric has a free lifetime CT scan membership. Facts.
Yeah, I've reached the maximum quota. Now it's like I got my own room named after me, and it's awesome. I just go anytime I want now.
He's radioactive.
I had another concussion. Come on.
Come on.
He is radioactive.
Did you bring your stamp? You bring your little card to get another stamp put on?
Yep.
It's like a passport.
Yeah, 10 CT scans. 11th is free.
Keep stamping it. New date.
Yeah, all the time, man. All the time. So Jimmy here says on this one, didn't PSA say the quality of counterfeits coming out of China is almost impossible to detect even season graded? I don't think they said that at all. I think they said the quality of them has improved. The idea of impossible to detect even the season graders, at that point, it would be like them saying that Sidney Crosby had 2,000 points today.
He did.
You hear whatever you want to hear. I know they said the counterfeits are getting better. That part is true. But the rest of it, I think you're interjecting your own hearing.
We had an issue this week with the guy bringing in cards in counterfeit PSA slabs.
Yep.
And thankfully, the slabs were so poor you could just crack them open with your hand.
Yep.
So they were tax slabs.
They're improving the plastic this year.
And the one of the issues, of course, are if you scan the
barcode,
the barcode, it comes up correct.
Yeah, they're just making a copy of it.
But
you could photocopy it. That part would come out.
Yeah,
correct.
true.
The cards seemed to be real in these fake plastic slabs with fake tags, but they would go to the PSA set registry and all that, and or whatever you want to call it, and show that they were real. And it's like, but none of this makes sense. So, and of course the guy that brought them in is playing dumb, and he's just as shocked as we are. And, we ended up not doing business with him, but
I think there's a blank, or not blank, an empty slab that you can buy on Amazon right now.
Yeah.
That is identical to
Made in
PSA.
China.
Identical.
Yeah.
And all you do is press it shut hard enough and it goes together.
So
all you gotta do is make a label and then slap her in there.
These are the things that we're keeping an eye out for when people bring in, slab cards. Is can we if we put a little pressure on them, do they come undone? But you'd think if you're able to scan it, you do your due diligence, you're able to scan the barcode, and it pops up on the PSA site that nope, everything's good. This is real. Here's a picture of it.
I just don't know why they can't make a tamper-proof seal inside of the case. It's just hard to duplicate.
But yeah, I don't. It's just getting harder and harder to be in this business.
Well, I mean, that's where the manufacturer has to become better at creating a authentic version of itself that's tamper resistant.
Screw downs with lock bolts.
Kind of to Ham's point though, and kind of that discussion that you're talking about. Duplicating the label is not that. I can duplicate the label for you here with no technology at all. That's not, because again, it's a barcode. If I take a high-res scan of one of the barcodes, we can replicate. Again, it's a barcode. Literally, it's a scan. What's supposed to be the differentiator, in every generation, we get closer to it. Some of the newer PSA ones, and again, I'm using PSA as an example, but it's the same thing with SGC and the other ones, except for Beckett. Beckett doesn't change. And they refuse to change. So we'll see if they do down the road.
We'll see.
But you started adding holograms and you started adding certain specific things to. That's the point. The point, look, to get everybody on the same page, Eric, and remember, and we have to remember this because in sports car world we sometimes forget. People counterfeit money, actual money.
Yeah.
So what do? You change certain security features on the money. That's why there's multiple generations. That's why you'll see, go look at the old ones. They had some security features, but go look at the newer ones. They keep adding more stuff. You bitch and moan, Eric, about the Canadian money and all that. That polymer has certain security features built into it that the old one didn't have.
I don't.
And it did it on purpose.
Excuse me. I don't bitch and moan. I make fun.
You bitch and moan. Anyway, so that polymer, so that polymer has certain security features in it that the paper couldn't do. They would happily put it in the paper, but they can't. So they have to throw it in there. It's holograms. It's little hidden things inside of the actual. It's all these little. As time goes on, you keep adding more and more because you have to. The only way you can avoid it being counterfeited easily is you have to keep and then the counterfeiters get better, and then you have to add another one and another one and another. It just keep going.
But how many slabs have already been done that you're not going to get upgraded? And
exactly,
old technology is going to sit there, and you're just going to get screwed on that.
And there's some 5-year-old slabs that, again, I'm using 5 years old for a reason, that have had a couple of generations on it, but are not up to the current generation.
Mm-hmm.
Those would be ideal candidates to counterfeit because it's not the oldest, but it's not the newest, and the barcode will come up correct. So here's the funny thing, Eric, to your point, though. You're right. But here's the funny thing. If the barcode comes up correct, though, what if we got to look at the card, though, because now they've started doing, in the last couple of years, especially, they've started scanning the new ones. Yeah. So if the card on the scan does not match the card in the slab, that's part of the security feature now. So yeah, the barcode matches. Yeah, it's a Gretzky rookie, but wait a minute, that Gretzky rookie on the scan is not off center. The one you're handing me is off center.
Yeah,
that looks off to me.
Right. It's funny. I have a Aaron Judge card that's from National Treasures. So it's his second year card, but it's a rookie jersey patch in there, number to 25. You go to PSA and you scan it. There's no front of the card. It's only the back of the card. I'm like, the front of the card is extremely important because each one has a different type of patch and jersey piece on it. They're not identical at all. They're all different. I was like, why is there no front to this card? Only the back.
Interesting.
Like, I don't know what the point of that was because the front's the only thing that matters. The backs are all the same. The serial number's on the front too. I'm like, the picture you want is the front of the card, not the back of it.
Agreed. That's kind of an interesting example, but the point is that the scan was one of the best things they did to try to help. That is because at least you can say, okay, even if the barcode comes up to the correct card, look at the card in the scan, look at the card in your hand. If they look way off, you know something's weird. Because at least they took a scan of the damn thing.
Yeah, my buddy that owns the shop, that's what he does. He double checks everything.
But to go back to our earlier conversation, that might be a lot easier with vintage that may have a ding or a nick or a rounded corner or a crease. But a modern card, chrome card of the same player, they're going to look the same.
Well, a 9 and a 10 are the same card. We know that.
Right.
You just get to choose what they slapped on it at the time.
Yeah. We already said earlier, Carlos, how you said it, that you pull a card out of a pack and send it in for grading. It's getting, the majority of them are going to get 8, 9s, or 10s, right? And to most people, they all look the same. So, I pull it out. It's an 8, but I get this fake slab. I get the fake tag. Say it's a 10, slap it all together. You're not going to be able to tell the difference. So that's the scam. So it is the card, right? It's not like it's easily, differentiated because they have serial numbers or something on the back. It's just the card, chrome baseball card of so-and-so. And they threw it all in there, and you're never going to know the difference.
So if you register your grades with PSA and somebody scans your grade and a notification went to you, I think that would be a good deterrent if they could do that. And if you wanted to do that.
Factor your slab.
Huh?
It's called two-factoring. Carlos knows what I'm talking about.
Oh.
You could basically scan it to where it sends a code to the owner.
Yeah,
this card is being scanned.
If you registered, yeah, of course.
Yeah, and that would
That'd
also
be a good little deterrent.
That would also validate to the person you're selling it to that it's your card. That's the card it says.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you can say here, I got the notification.
Probably not a bad idea. I just don't know if they'd go through the time to do it, other than just whenever they started, they would do it from then moving forward.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get retroactive on anything. Anything that you do is not going to be retroactive. The database has gotten so big, and you know what's the irony of this? When collectors bought Beckett, one of the things they touted is, "Hey guys, we're going to start taking scans." Wait, you weren't taking scans?
What?
You were, Eric? You worthless sack of shit. Stop being lazy and take some damn scans.
No scans.
Shit ass company.
I want to see if the label change that they're going to make to Beckett for just the label, if it's going to go back to that label we were supposed to get when they were changing the grades. They didn't use that label moving forward, but it already exists.
I think that'd be the most funny and lazy thing they could do. Is like, all right, we already designed the label. We're just going to use it. All right, we're going to fulfill the prophecy.
I hope to God they do it. It'll just be, at least that would make a fun week.
Yeah, the one that everyone hated when they debuted.
I liked it. I liked everything they were doing.
Eric, hold on. Eric, to be fair.
To be fair,
there were only certain group of people that were bitching and moaning about it. Like the label wasn't they weren't reinventing the wheel. Like it was almost the same. It wasn't that crazy, the change they were proposing, but they were like yelling and moaning about, oh my God, you changed our label. Dudes, it's not like the original label was the sacred cow. Like the newer version wasn't really, they made a couple of streamlined things. It was very minor. I'm sorry. I was like, the other label's fine. Sure, you want to go with it? Fine, sure.
I think PSA not having a pristine label is still something that has to happen.
Well, now they own Beckett. Who knows what's coming?
Well, now they're saying to keep themselves out of hot water with the government or whatever, that they're going to rebuild SGC and they're rebuilding Brett Beckett and they're going to change the label. So they're doing a little bit of fake. No, we're not getting rid of these guys. We're keeping them around. We're not Monopoly. Yeah, you are. You own all three of them, and they're the three main graders. So you're full of shit. But
So,
they're going to try and keep themselves out of hot water.
So Bobbles actually had a bit of a discussion about this. He did a video where he was talking about this piece, and he was struggling with the idea of basically shrinking the company down and then building them back up.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Actually, it makes all the sense in the world.
Well, they've already been shrunk down.
No, it beyond makes sense because it happens all the time. The
They're not
problem
going to
is
rebuild them.
Well, Beckett's
it's not-
already
it's
been
not-
shrunk down.
It's not about rebuilding. Let me explain what I'm talking about here. When I'm saying it makes all the sense is that you guys have to remember that in a lot of industries, this is done all the time. It is actually very standard. When somebody buys one of these things, what they do is they strip it out to the bare minimum, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to figure out what does it actually require in order to run. They're basically ripping out of all the components of it. Whether they intend to hang on to it or not, it actually is the same process. I'm saying this because I've watched it happen many times. And then they'll suddenly go on a hiring spree and everybody will be like, but you basically laid off a bunch of different. It's like, yeah, we laid off the folks that were there before that we didn't really see a lot of value in. And then we say, okay, so how many do we actually need to run this the way we want to run it? It's not about what you want. It's about how do we want to run this? So if the answer is we do need a couple more folks, but we need specific folks in specific situations, then we will rebuild it. We will rehire and rebuild it, but we're not going to do it to the same size. The point isn't to rehire the same as before. When Bobbles was talking about this, he was talking about how much space and the SGC was running at 10 times the size, and now they're running at 1/10 the size. Well, Ham, what that's telling me is that SGC had a lot of room for expansion, but they didn't get to the expanding, so they actually had more room than they required.
I think they were expanding. They became a threat.
They were, but they didn't get there,
and then dissolved them.
I understand, but
They
when
pumped the
SGC
brakes.
Pete went and got that additional space, he was getting space for future expansion that hadn't happened yet. You don't go to this office and say,
I agree,
this
but
office,
they were growing, got bought out.
yeah, but they
and
didn't get there. They didn't get there yet.
But they were already, they already knew they were going there because the trend was already happening.
In theory, I don't agree.
PS
I actually don't
PSA
think they
is
would have
trying
gone
to
there.
grow, but PSA is trying to grow. Okay, but they're not trying to grow by grabbing other companies and expanding them. They're using them to dissolve into themselves to grow.
I think PSA likes Anacott steel. Did you get that one?
I think that the PSA sat there and looked at it and go like, you've got office space for 10 times the amount of staff you have. You don't have 10 times the amount of staff.
You can buy office space anywhere.
Uh,
Nobody's in offices anymore.
My point is that you didn't need the space. You actually didn't use it.
You didn't need the company either.
You did because you wanted the graders. You didn't want the office space. It wasn't about the office. You weren't buying office space. You were buying personnel.
Based on the Beckett grader guy, there's not a whole lot to absorb from those other places.
Well, Eric needs to work harder. That's a different problem entirely.
A lot of
That's
under
different issue.
the table stuff going on. So
Listen, how do you think
I don't
Eric
know if
got
they're gonna
rich?
keep those guys. Yeah, that's
Eric
true.
got rich a certain way. This
I
happens.
know
So
jacket on.
the point is that you strip it down for parts, and then when you find out that you still have like 30,000 cards per thing, you say, okay, well, we can hire back a couple of people to get it to this level. 40 or 50,000, good enough. You can take a little bit more space, do a little bit more, but you didn't need the amount that they had originally when they had that office space for people.
I get what you're saying, but within our hobby or our genre here, you took a competitor, you dissolved them, you took over to take over some more. That's all you're doing. Like there's no we're trying to build 3 brands within a space.
It's Gordon Gecko.
The space isn't even that big.
Wall Street.
Like it.
You got it.
Yeah, well, we've been talking about Wall Street for 5 years.
No, Anacott steel. Remember, that's what they did. They tore it down. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so if you didn't get it,
I just don't think that's happening in our space and what we're involved with. I just think
I think it's similar.
They're trying to eat everything up. They're gonna buy it. They'll buy another one if they need to.
Yeah.
But like right now, the curtain's being pulled back elsewhere to now people have got eyes on them, and now they're concerned. So they have to say the right thing. So this is what they just did. They just said the right thing.
They should be concerned.
I think two things can be true at the same time. I think here's the thing. I actually don't think they're as concerned as you think they are, because
I don't
see
think they
no
care.
that's Ham. That's what I'm getting at. So Ham, we can't have this both ways. You're saying they're doing this to give credence to this thing, but then they also don't care. So which is it?
In our hobby, you can't take a beloved company like SGC, buy them, tear them down, then expect everybody to be like, "I still love you." No,
Ham, they do still love them.
no,
they
don't. There's
yes,
people
they
that
do.
don't grade SGC, don't grade PSA, and now don't grade Beckett. And there's some people that just won't grade a card, period, anymore.
Ham,
All
that's great.
because of this.
That's great. The vintage card guys are still sending cards to SGC. They don't give a shit.
Ooh, all the vintage guys I watch don't send anything to anybody. They either buy it graded or they don't buy it anymore.
Go ask Dan the next time he's on. He still sends cards to SGC, and a lot of these guys still do. So again,
what are their numbers right now? Like 12,000,
I'll pull it up.
20,000.
I'll pull it up.
No,
No, it's more than that. I'll pull it up.
And
then I'll specifically focus on
they moved
sports
next
cards.
door, because I know the Bryant that runs Tampa Card Shop here. His mom lives like right next to the place where they have these buildings at. And SGC, they moved the sign to the other door, which is a smaller suite, for instance. And then PSA is now on the door of the big suite, because they obviously are taking cards in at the Palm Beach place now. Like, they're fully operational.
All right. So SGC, and I'm going to focus specifically on sports cards. SGC last month did 38,000, which is up 13% month over month.
It's a lot of cards in any
sports cards. No, that's sports cards. I'm being very
I
specific.
understand.
It's not BCG. Yeah.
No.
Which is 20,000 more than Beckett.
There you go. Well,
And it's only 10,000 less.
But, yeah.
It's only 10,000 less than SGC.
Mm.
So in other words, they're basically right behind SGC in sports cards. In Pokemon, SGC never had a foot inroads. They
No.
barely
Correct.
were.
Yeah.
So here's the deal. So let me kind of play this. So humor me on this. 38,000 cards. If I tell you that you can basically do very minor cosmetic adjustments and stick within a range of about 35, 40,000 cards, you're doing a lot of vintage. You specialize basically in it. That's why I say my pitch is specialize in vintage and give it its niche. Focus on that piece. And then Beckett can do the thick cards, basketball card, because the basketball guys still love Beckett. They and a lot of those high-end Jordans and Kobe's and all that are still in BGS slabs.
Well, thick cards in general usually go to Beckett because they grade better.
Correct. So you give them that niche, and then you still get the money from all those components.
until they don't. So
well, Ham, nobody likes the PSA thick card slabs.
Again, when I was talking about earlier about everybody had their own secret sauce to grading. Well, those three companies we were always concerned about or wondered about, they're all under one umbrella now. There's no secret sauce there anymore. It's all the same sauce, just being mixed
secret
up now.
sauce.
Well, there's no secret no more. Everybody's secret's out, at least to one company that owns them, PSA. So at what point can't PSA not tell us that they're changing the grading scale at Beckett? And until you grade enough cards that people are like, whoa, something's changed.
But why
Just
would
like
you
they
need
did
to
with-
change
Well,
the
they
grading
changed
scale
the
of Beckett?
PSA.
Doesn't
so
matter.
Why
Why
would
not
you
Beckett, right?
Correct. They changed PSAs. Why did they need to change PSA? They didn't, but they did, and then they lied about it.
They had
And we
to.
said, oh, we love you. No, I just don't get it. I just don't get the why they're doing what they're doing, other than they want everything under one umbrella. They want control in one main spot. They'll keep the other ones for all the people that want the nostalgic crap.
Are they not going to go public?
They will
I
eventually.
don't know. They've been talking.
gonna
And
go
I think
back.
that's
There's-
it.
there's no-
You
there's
got
no I
enough
don't know.
holdings that going
It's not-
public,
it's
it's
not
going to make
if-
a lot of money.
It's
With
not
GME, with
if, it's when.
GameStop.
It's not if, it's when.
It's when, yeah, I know.
They
But
will
when-
eventually.
and
go
at that
public. That's the
point- Everybody makes money.
Yeah.
Correct.
Not the collectors, but I'm just saying.
No, yeah. On the business side, it's great deal.
Yeah, it is.
The same thing with Fanatics and what they've done with everything. I mean, they hold the keys almost to the universe now. It's really where they're at. They're buying everything. I don't know if you've
Collectors
listened to,
universe, yes.
yeah, but if you listen to what Ruben and them have been saying, where they're trying to get into every movie, every event, everything, and trying to get their branding across with Topps Chrome. They want to chrome everything sapphire, everything this and that, shiny gold. That's what they want to do, and it's going to get so far, and then at some point, everybody's going to be like, okay, this is the same shit for 5 years. Like, we're running in circles right now. Nobody's making out but one company. And that's what's going to happen. And it's a great business plan. I'm not going to argue with it, but it will crash. It will come falling down, and they'll sell it to somebody that thinks that they're going to make $1 zillion like before. When Ruben and them have already made all the big money, they've already inflated the entire market. They've already controlled it for so long. They don't need it.
They're gonna sell it to Brian Gray.
Well, he wants the gambling aspect with the Hard Rock style gambling, and he's already gotten his foot in the door now.
I've been seeing a lot of that gambling shit.
And they want to start doing to where you get exclusive 1-of-1 autograph cards while going through the gambling app. So they're going to bring the gambling aspect of cards into real gambling. And we all know what gambling does to people. It's not a good ending for most people.
No, and I seen Connor McDavid advertising one of the online casinos or something. I said, get the kids early, right?
Yep, that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Tough times.
It's not heading in a good direction.
It could be worse. I've
Go
seen
wrong,
directions.
vintage, and you're good.
I've seen directions of people that
They warn you
supposedly
the
don't
age
involve
you're
themselves in
supposed to
gambling that turn
play.
out a lot worse.
They warn you the age you're supposed to be
It
playing.
wasn't
so-
gambling that did that, Ham. It was everything else.
That led to gambling.
I wish it led to gambling. That'd be funny.
Every time
Damn you, T206.
Yeah.
What were the cards you were talking about? That came in cigarettes. Damn you, those cards. That's the cigarettes.
Old Judge. It was Old Judge.
I
Jim here says, Jim
thought you were talking about my video. Sorry.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
I thought so. Okay. Yeah, you can't even remember the card. You watch the videos and you can't remember it
I
was
watched it one
C50.
time today while I was at work.
Well,
I
take
watched
notes
that
next time. Take notes next time. All right. So Jim here says, Gem Rate said they graded 1.7 K cards yesterday. It's around 40K a month. Yeah. If they hover around 35 to 40K, I think collectors would be very happy.
That's a good number.
That's a good, because that right there, especially if they do fixate, you have to remember vintage, there aren't as many cards. But if they're consistently doing good numbers like that, that's right there a solid revenue stream to add to everything else.
Do we run out of viable vintage cards to grade?
How do we what are they question for like non-sports? How did they do in that away from the sports?
You talking about SGC or the other ones?
Yeah, SGC. Yeah.
SGC is basically negligible.
Okay.
SGC and non-sports is what tag is in sports. They don't exist.
Well, nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, they're basically nothing. So they're kind of the
Oh,
opposite
mine's
polar
random.
sides of each other.
I gotta send 5 cards to tag. I keep forgetting to do it.
Are they Pokemon?
It can it's probably gonna be One Piece at this point.
TCG. It fits in the demo.
I might send one random like the cutoff for baseball just to have a weird something in a case.
On a 1/1000 scale? You going for the full 1,000 scale or you going just 10?
Oh no, I'm at full 1,000 scale.
Oh, full 1,000 scale. Wow. I hope you get a 930.
If I'm sending it, I'm going to critique the hell out of it just to really try. I'm gonna go hard.
Ham, I hope you get a 937. Let's go.
Is that a 9?
I want to get like 980 or higher.
Okay, good luck.
I know.
Bubbles says, Fanatics
Doesn't happen.
for film
I'm about to
documentary.
trim
I
it
guess, yeah.
myself, damn it.
I was gonna say you might have to. We're gonna hug the host of the white party. That's right.
Every time.
Kind of like the 30 College players busted for point shaving yesterday. Yeah.
Mm.
Before they go public, they get rid of the PSA guarantee. They don't want to put a reserve on the books for future claims against the guarantee. Somehow the old CLTC could.
Yeah, what's going to happen with that? That's interesting.
Everything.
They charge us so much anyway.
Every move is, when you're going public, every move is going to be specifically tailored to trying to maximize revenue and reducing debt and reducing basically any liabilities. Anything you can do. So kind of to Brad's point, anything they can do to reduce liabilities. So like, look, I have to separate two things. And I always try to do this, Ham, and I always try to be very transparent and clear about this. If you're asking me as a collector to answer your question, I'll answer your question. But whenever I'm looking at a lot of the stuff, I'm looking at it. A lot of people, and again, I'm just regurgitating a lot of what's been discussed on previous videos I watch. A lot of people fixate like, oh, but Nat Turner said he was a real collector like us. It's like, what does that have to do with business? Like, I'm not following you.
He's not even.
No, hold on. Stay with me. Hey, stay with me for a second. What I'm getting at here is a lot of people fixate on that. And I'm saying, what does that have to do with business? Look, I'm a quote unquote real collector. I'll be happy to talk about my collecting bona fides to you until you're blue in the face. Ham, you put me in charge of collectors. There's a lot of the same shit I'm going to do, and I'm going to do it with a smile on my face and a song in my heart because, Bobby, my job is to make some fucking money.
That's right.
That's the job.
That's what he's there for.
And then my job is to go public, Ham, and then I'm going to have a mega yacht. I'm going to have a mega fucking yacht.
And you invite all those collectors who follow you. Yeah.
And then he's got to hold that job to pay for his mega yacht all the time.
Yeah. But
Wow.
the bottom line is that a lot of people fixate
Sell
on this
some
idea.
stocks.
A lot of people sit there and think about this idea that, oh, well, you know, it's like, what is one thing you can being a collector means I will go buy shit for my collection. Running a company means that my job is to be profitable and make money.
Yeah.
Those are two different things.
Oh no,
One
I
has nothing
agree.
to do with the other.
I agree. But I mean,
Yeah.
I think there's still a happy medium where you can make plenty of money. You can come off as the good guy because you're doing something good for the hobby, even though you're making money, you're doing it the right way and people respect you. I just think that those factors aren't happening. And I do think the majority of the people are getting smart to it and they're starting to speak with their wallet. And I think what we've seen with the auction houses and what we talked about earlier about they couldn't bid on their own stuff, those type of things piss people off. And when people stop spending money, because there's a lot of things to go buy right now that ain't cards. Go buy some silver, some gold, some stocks. SpaceX is going to IPO. Like, this ain't the spot. This ain't going to be the spot. Kevin O'Leary and them were trying to pump something. And if somebody like that's pumping something who's a salesman, you want to get the hell out of their way
Watch
quickly.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's a spear and it goes right through you. You don't want to have anything to do with it. You stay as far away from that shit. Stick in your little niche. Do not try to climb the mountain. There's no mountain to climb. They're right at the top. Okay.
We have our own mountains, so we're fine.
Yeah. The prime directive. There you go, Brendan.
Yeah. Well, I always try, Ham. I'm trying to separate. I always want to make sure that I separate two concepts. I will happily have this conversation with you, but you have to tell me, like, which role am I playing here? Because if I'm playing the role, yeah, exactly. But if I'm playing the role, of business Ham, I can make the argument that a lot of everything you said could be perfectly fine, but then I go look and they received a record amount of cards last month. Like, the profitability continues going forward on a beta. And here's the other part of it. Here's the part that a lot of people don't consider. You can talk about, oh, you know what, I can't stand. Here's the thing. The guy who's sending in 5,000 cards doesn't give a fuck if it's consistent. Doesn't give a fuck if it's this, that, and that.
But he's running a business.
How much money am I making? And
he's running a business.
As long as I send in my 5,000 cards and this is profitable for me, I will continue to send in my 5,000 cards as long as this remains profitable. I don't care which company it is.
The issue is all of it's inflated because even box sales and EQLs and bots and everything else, because at this point you have so many people that have created a business that they run their life off of, and they're required to have certain things, whether it's graded cards or product. So they have to constantly keep inventory. So no matter what, these hundreds of thousands of new companies that have been created, or people that are doing what, not even probably more than that, have to have this stuff. They're fueling those companies. So all of these numbers, if all that got pulled back to what we would consider a baseline, would be nowhere near that number. That's why I said at some point it's going to implode. It's for somebody to sustain something like this for 5 to 6 years is not feasible with the way things are going. Tops and Fanatics are already saying, if you're not playing by our rules, we won't even allocate you. That's going to put more people to the second and third markets. That's going to start causing blasters to get crazy again. You're going to start paying $100 for a blaster at Target. People are just going to let it sit. It's not going to happen. They're going to find themselves in a situation they push too many people too far. And when they walk away from something like that, they don't walk back into it. They just don't. They just go find something else. And that's why Pokemon's kind of taken off. It pissed off all the other guys that were making money with sports cards. They found a wheel over here in Pokemon. Some people fell in love with it. Some people went to One Piece. It's a progression.
The Costco fights are really good.
Oh, Costco fights could be YouTube channels. Probably.
I blame Costco for all of those. So if they controlled the environment, it's not a problem. At my store now, it's 2 items per barcode, up to 6 items, and they keep it behind the counter. So,
smart.
Counterpoint, Ham. What if we sell a lot of hot dogs with drinks and we do concessions beside Costco fights?
Oh, 100%.
And we make total money.
The best thing is if you get,
that's what I'm getting at. Like, it'd be amazing.
What I would do is bring 10 people, put them all in line, and then sell the spots in the line, and then let you spend all your money.
Amazing. I love it. Real quick, there's some good comments here. Bob says, saw a copper pump a trader. Does not shock. I want to talk about this. We're going to take a moment and talk about this because I think it's worthwhile. It's worthy. We can talk about this. Brad says, I would much rather see someone open 87 Donruss than show off their gold bars and talk about pursuing there. Oh, Brad, you're going to enjoy the next segment here because, like I said, we'll go in the direction that the chat goes. We'll touch on this here in a second. That said, his name is to be a good steward of the hobby, whatever that means. That means he wants to make money. That's code for he wants to make some fun. Like, Brandon, that's the reason why I'm trying to remove the mystery. I'm trying to remove any of the romanticism from him. My only goal is to remove romanticism from this. And I'm saying this, and I led with, I will happily put up my hobby bona fides with anybody. Look, I collect a lot of shit that very clearly is hobby. It's not investment. I promise you. I'm happy to, I will give you my credentials and you will understand that I am a hobbyist. But Ham, you put me in that role and you go, hey, Carlos, so you get a big ass bonus and then I will make some fucking money. I will crush the collectors under the heel of my boot. This is about me. I want to make my money. Because then I can do whatever I want. It's two different things, man. And I can still be collecting, and I can also crush the people under my boot. One thing does not exclude the other. Ham. Like these two things can happen simultaneously. Shockingly, it's just a matter of how ruthless do you want to be. That's really the question. How ruthless do you want to be? How ruthless are you willing to be? Some people are not. I get it, but a lot of other people are. Will here says tertiary, Ham Dog. Tertiary. That's right. I wanted to make sure I covered that comment. Thank you, Will. As a hobby spectrum tycoon, Ham hits every nail on the head. There you go. So he's getting the Fanatics credit card. Everybody, all the credit cards.
If the percent's right, sure.
Yeah. So anyway, so we're talking about the copper pump on Twitter, but also in the same vein. I was laughing. I have been enjoying since our so what's funny is I believe we were having the conversation last week. It was last Friday. We were having the conversation about the thing. So I mentioned that I was going to go to the store and sell some silver and stuff, and Carlos Sr. had some. So I did go. I want to quick story time with Carlos. So I go, there's a franchise of a bunch of these that have been set up that do a lot of it. By the way, for the record, very professionally done, to their credit, very well done. Like they had a very solid operation, but I'll tell you a quick story. So I go with Carlos Sr. on Saturday. He found some stuff that he had. He actually had a 10-ounce silver bar and a couple of extra things. And again, to be clear, he doesn't need the money. It's not about the money. He's like, well, I got it sitting here. It's not doing anything for me. So like, can you cash it in for me?
Oh, it's doing something for him. It's going up.
Yeah. But regardless, the point was he had it sitting there and he was like, yeah, whatever. He hadn't even looked at it in years. So he goes, can you take it in? Yeah, no problem. I'll take it in with me. So anyway, so we go to the place and it's so busy that what they did is they had a 10-person line inside. And then on the outside, you can buzz in and they'll open the door for you and all that stuff. But they have 10 people inside. So what happened was, so I was sitting there and another guy was like trying to look in and whatever. And I just hit the button to buzz in and he goes, oh, it's like, I was trying to figure out if they were ready or it's like, well, it just says to buzz in. I saw on the sign. I pressed the button. So I start chatting with this dude and this guy is apparently, so this will all get to my point in a second. So the guy is a plumber. Apparently he had been stacking silver for 40 years. So he had decided that he saw the price and he said, okay, well, I'm going to cash in some of it. You know, I'll take some profit off the table, whatever, but I'll hang on to the rest of it. And I go, fair enough. All good. You know, whatever works. So I was chatting with the guy for a little bit, getting a little bit of sense of what he was doing and whatever. So I go in, they do the stuff, they check everything in and they cash me out and all that. But the one thing I was laughing because this lady who did it and she was very good. She was very nice and she did a good job and everything. But I will say, Ham, one thing I wasn't too keen on was her reading all the numbers out loud. So could you just keep that on? I literally have to walk out of this building.
Exactly.
Could you just keep it on the just so anyway, so she takes care of all that, cashes me out and everything. And the guy's kind of over on the side. He's just barely out of earshot, barely. That's why I was saying like just so anyway, so he's like, it's like, are you happy? And I go, well, I guess I can pay for lunch. So anyway, I go do the stuff. I bring it back and I give Carlos Sr. his cut for all his stuff. It's all broken down, by the way. This is the difference between a professional and like an amateur operation.
Yeah.
It's all, number one, you get everything broken down, the total amount of ounces, the price, the thing, it's all added up and you can double check it and look at it yourself. Good. I'm happy. Awesome. So fine. So I'm happy with the results. All good. So it was funny. I did all that and Carlos Sr. was happy. He got his money. I paid for lunch. I guess it's the least I can do. Fine. All good. So whatever. He's happy. So anyway, so he talks to me today and he goes, hey, so is the price of that? It's like, yeah, the price has got up a little. So I've been watching a couple of videos and stuff and the prices continued to go up or whatever. I'd sold off some of my stuff and whatever. He goes in there and goes, "Hey, so I was looking around and I had some extra jewelry." I'm like, "Oh, you son of a bitch! Are you kidding me?"
Yeah, now you find some new shit all of a sudden.
Oh, Saham, the thing is, we have. So there's two things. The house has been paid for years.
Yeah,
my
correct.
parents don't need the money, but at the same, it's weird catch-22. They don't need the money, but at the same time, it's just sitting there. So their philosophy is like, oh, well, take some profit off the table and, whatever, we'll cash it on and put it whatever. And literally all they do is throw it into an account that is an interest-bearing account, and they make some interest. So you can make interest on your interest on your interest because you're just, but again, you don't need it. So I told him, it's like, if you want me to, I will go in the goddamn line again for you. But I'm sitting there like, and I said, like, it's a line though. It is a line. Like
a line.
It's a line of people
Everyone
cashing out.
cashing
It's a
out.
line of people buying. Like, it's both. It's totally both.
It's both ways. Yeah.
So I'm sitting there like, my point was like, do you need it? I was sitting there like, I got to get up tomorrow then early again so we can go down.
Yeah,
because I got to make sure we get.
Like, hey, it's gonna go up some more. I'd hold it for a little bit longer.
I was trying to play this game. I was trying to play. I was sitting there like, do and it's fucking cold, man. It's cold. And I'm sitting there like, because if I can't get in the first 10 people, I have to stand outside waiting in the line outside the line, Ham. It's fucking cold. All right, man. It's cold. So I'm sitting there like, it's like, do you really need this? How important is this to you? And I was just dying of laughter, man. I was like, see, this is what happens, Ham. The numbers start going up and people are losing their minds.
Well, they're going to keep going. They're going to keep going up. They don't have a choice.
Yep.
No choice. What China did with blocking silver on an export, and they own the majority of the world's gold and silver that's unearthed. Everybody else is going to have to hold on to it too. So, and it's just going to keep going up. The thing that I feel bad for are the jewelry companies, because you're not going to be able to just go in and just buy a nice piece of jewelry anymore. You know, they're gonna the upcharge already is crazy. So, I mean, the ring that used to be $1,200 is now $4,200. People are like, oh, I'm not buying that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're going to get undercut pretty hard. I feel bad for them.
It was just funny to me the way it worked out, and as the numbers kept adjusting and everything, I was sitting there like, oh no, no. And I swear to God, if probably I'll end up doing it for them, but I'll sit there like, I swear to God, if you find anything else,
find another bar
sitting around. The thing is, they've got shit sitting all over the place. Like it's ridiculous. And as they go looking for it, I'm sitting there like, what do you even need this for? Like, honestly, what do you need? I was just dying because I always joke for years. Like, I always wear my shirt like this, but I always wear I've got my chain that I always wear here. It's like, but again, I don't need the stuff I had was stuff that was just sitting in a box collecting dust. So for me, it was like, oh, cool. I'll take a little profit off the table. And, oh, great. I'll pay a couple bills with it and do some stuff with it. That's fine. But I don't need it. Yeah, but I could tell some of those people on that line, some of those people needed it.
My mom's like, what's gold at? She's like, take this stuff and sell it. I'm like, great. And then my sister's like, here's a bag of gold. Take this. I'm like, this goes on my taxes, It was just funny to me. So I was joking with a thing. I knew I had it sitting in a drawer. Like, I have a couple extra, but it's extra. But
stuff
something like that weighs, I don't know how many grams or penny weights, but that's like $1,400 now.
That's what that Ham. This is my point. That's what I'm getting at. And Bobby, this is what broke the whole thing. Like, this is I used to wear this on a regular basis. It's literally been sitting in my drawer for like 2 years. Like, whatever. I don't wear it anymore. And yeah, Ham's right. It's like $1,500 for the same thing.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there like, huh.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you had $14,
well.
if you had $1,400 in the drawer, would you just leave it there?
So Bobby, this is the philosophical question that somebody can make their but it could go up more. It's like, it was sitting in my drawer.
Literally, it will go up more, yeah. Because what was 5 years ago? China and Russia started buying all the gold. Canada sold out to China, I think it was. Most of our gold reserves, and I don't know what's happening now. So, I guess they want to get
everybody's holding on real tight to everything.
Yeah. Depends on the petrodollar, so we'll see what happens with that. So, anyways,
all right, guys, I'm gonna jump off. I gotta get up in the morning.
I was gonna show some nice wrappers, but maybe that's
I can still see them.
Okay, let me read. I just don't have to be on.
Go ahead, read a few.
Let me read the comments. Y'all get caught up, And then if you want to drop off, go for it. So appreciate you popping on. Appreciate you.
Always nice to see everybody.
So Zach here says, just realized Eric disappeared. Will we ever see Eric again? He's claiming back problems. He's probably from the weight of all his ill-begotten gains.
Maybe.
That's what he's claiming.
That's 604 cent, whatever.
A check's
Look,
weighing
all-
him
Weighing
down.
heavy. Yeah.
All I know is that between the Beckett scandal that, kind of was reiterated this week, and then again, the Dallas card show theft have not been solved.
Mm.
Someone had to cart that stuff off. I'm just saying. Think about it.
Mm.
So what's the best investment if you're honest? Sitting on porcelain, like a shit ton. You do you, Bob Boozle. I love it.
Mm.
Carlos Senior 10-ounce bars, approximately 12K. Invest in AEW Seal. I got a quick story about that as well. Thank you for mentioning it. All other things being equal, you go towards a more fungible asset. That's kind of the key. Yes. And like I said, at the end of the day, what's funny is that some people went in and traded the silver and then took gold for it.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Perfectly reasonable.
And vice versa. People are doing both.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
And
like,
everybody thinks they know the angle.
Everyone's hedging. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
they just pick a choice. Pick an angle, whatever works for you. Bob Boozle says, taking my marble collection to pawn shop by noon so I can play golf with Eric at Country Club by 2 p.m. Love it, Bob.
Marble club. Okay. Mm.
Yeah. If
very
he's got some
valuable.
shiny marble, if he got some shiny
We
marbles,
called
man.
them alleys.
Rappers, not rappers.
Wow.
That's right.
That's
Yeah.
my Master P reference.
That's right.
Mm.
You guys been playing Oregon. Who's ever heard of the mega church without an Oregon player? We got to work on that. It's a
Mm.
valid point. My letter opener silver, 14 grams. I'm rich. Getting there.
Richard.
Any day now. Any day now. Maybe the FBI took Eric. He didn't even say bye. Finally, they found him.
Oh,
They tracked him
maybe.
down. Thank goodness. All right. We're
All
caught
right,
up on the
all
cards.
right, guys. I'm gonna jump off. Bobby, if you show some rappers, I'll definitely watch on that.
Well, we're about to go into that right now. So take it easy, Ham. Have yourself a good night.
All right.
Talk later.
See you, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
All right, Bobby. What do you say for the rappers? What do you got for
Yeah, I
rappers?
picked up some pretty rare ones actually this week. I picked up this is a 1960-61 Topps wrapper. There was two different variations. This has the binoculars. The other one is, I think, just a generic one. But a very, very tough wrapper. This is one of my favorites because of the simplicity and the colors. Just I don't know, they just do it for me. So it's one of my favorites of all time, and it's a very tough wrapper. I've only seen a few of them. I also picked up a tall boy wrapper, which is always, everybody's
Oh,
favorite,
yeah.
or either you love it or you hate it kind of thing. So this
Tall
and
boy,
it's,
those are tough.
it's the 5 cent variation, which seems to be the most common for some reason. I don't know why. The no 5 cent, and I believe they're divided into two different series. The 5 cent was probably the latter because it would be added on rather than taking it off. So I would believe this would be a second series wrapper in the grand scheme of things. And another one that's you might not think is rare. It's a 1967-68 Topps wrapper. This one is extremely rare that people really don't even realize it. I know that Classic had one on for sale. I think it went for $944 US. I book it for about $2,500. It is so rare. I don't think people understand the rarity when they get into them. So, anyways, those are the three wrappers that I picked up that I thought were really nice. I passed on another wrapper that was a 63 Parkhurst. I just didn't feel that one. It's another rare wrapper too, but it just didn't have the attraction of it. And I spent enough on these anyway. So, you can only spend so much and you don't have so much gold and silver. So. Just saying.
Bobby, apparently
Bobby's the rapper.
apparently you don't only have so much. I feel like if I make the trek tomorrow, there will probably be a reserve. There's probably a mother load somewhere there. Like I said, they've accumulated stuff
Must
over
be.
years. Stuff's there, and they forgot it was there. That's basically what happens over enough time.
Well, it's kind of funny with the tall boy. I posted this on my Facebook group, and everyone goes, "Hey, but what do you want for it?" And I said, "Hey, listen, guys, why don't you just watch the one that's on eBay right now? It's going to end tonight, and guess." And the other one had a little, ruffle down here, was worn out and whatever. It wasn't in very good condition. It wasn't very bright or anything like that. And I think it went for $1,400 US. Another one on Classic had a big tear in it, and it went for $1,800 US. So this one is actually about as minty as you can get. I don't know, near mint. I'll have to get PSA to it. Anyways, this one's a very high grade. I would say it's in the upper
Minty
part of.
fresh.
$2,500, and this one is 2,500, and this one's probably, it does have a tear, so it's probably at least 1,000 US. So, did I pay that? No, but close. No, not close.
Right.
Somewhat close.
Bubbles says, prefer putting wrappers in these top loaders than having graded packs. Yes.
Yeah.
The
Well,
slab
actually,
wrapper.
iCert does a really good job. They're the only company out there grading wrappers. They're a Canadian company, and I said, you know, you guys got to go to the US and get somebody doing it there, because it's a really good service. It's a very good holder. I just don't know why they haven't expanded yet. But, you know, it's hard to expand because if you're certifying in Canada and having a US, then you have to ship it up and all that. The shipping is really an issue right now. So,
Yeah.
That is true. That
Tariffs.
is true. That answers that question, Brendan Ryan. Rob says, my buddy started collecting wrappers. He told me he picked up a 52. Nice. Nice.
Oh, okay.
I like it. Yeah, Nick, I was kind of thinking about this kind of in the course of that conversation and also in general. What I was laughing about is that lately, and I'll expand on this later, a lot of the sports card YouTube has kind of been boring me. A lot of people have kind of settled into certain patterns and certain repetitive kind of things. And it's like, I watch a ton, but at a certain point, it's like, all right, I've already heard like 12 different versions of the same video.
I run out of stuff to watch.
So I'm sitting there like, all right. So at
I
least right
stopped
now,
watching altogether, guys. Like for the last few weeks, nothing.
yeah, you haven't missed anything. The good news is that
it sounds like it.
the good news is that the other stuff picks up the slack right now. I've been, because the precious metals, the silver and gold, and everything, I've just been enjoying watching. I love these people's theories. I'm like, all right, go on about your theory. It's like, because this and this, and it's like it's gonna go to $500 a million. It's like, go on, And some of the scenarios that are more elaborate. And I was like, you understand, for your scenario to play out, basically it's the end of days, and it doesn't matter how many shiny rocks you're holding. Like,
Sure enough.
for your specific scenario to play out, like it's the end. You're gonna get shot. It doesn't matter. Like you can have all. I was like, okay, great. So I was like, you're rooting for this? Is this what you're actually rooting for?
There.
Okay, if that's what you want. But what I thought was funny though, kind of playing into this discussion, is that what I thought was interesting was the folks that are trying to figure out, okay, so prices are going up. This is going to this. Maybe I think this is too hot. Maybe there's too much going on over here. So swap one thing out for another. So people are considering the idea of swapping out one asset for another. It's almost like the movie The Accountant. I think with Ben Affleck. So he like had sports cars, but he also had this and he had that. So he was
had comics and
all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff.
Kandinsky's. Yeah.
So the idea is having these physical assets, but it's not just one category. It's like making sure you diversify in different categories. Yeah, I'm wondering now at this point, and I know that some companies will do this for crypto. What I'm wondering is if some of these companies start taking payment in precious metals and different things, crypto, precious metals, and all that, would they take payment? Because if some of those prices go up, like you slide across, like I joked with Ham. I joked with Ham in terms of, I would love to see you pay for like a Snickers bar with like a bar of gold and see what they do. And they like lose their minds. But like for higher price things where maybe you could sort of figure out some kind of, but then like how would you do that? I'd be curious how they would play.
If they take crypto, if they take all kinds of, like, why not gold at this point?
I've literally seen, but the thing is, I know some places, so like Rudy from Alpha Investments. So if you ever go on YouTube, there's an Alpha Investment there. They will take payment in crypto for their stuff. I think Golden also takes payment in crypto. I could be mistaken, but I think he does.
Yeah, I think he does too.
Yeah, so I'm actually, believe it or not, I'm actually linking this into the collecting sports car. I'm actually combining the two things here. I'm actually making a connection. What I'm getting at. So imagine you buy something on Golden, you pay for it in Bitcoin or whatever.
Yeah.
But could they do something similar to some of this other stuff? Is that something that could be done? And if so, how would they pull it? Because the price is moving. It's moving constantly. So how do you play this game? It's a weird thing.
Yeah, especially crypto. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like,
how about, can I cash out on my NFTs finally?
Finally, yes.
This might be your moment. This might be it.
I think Ziggy's buying them all. Don't worry.
Amazing. That'd be great.
Finally.
Bubba, it's all about the podcast, bro. That's right. Hobby Nation happens to the best of us. Yeah, I get it. Fair. I heard the Hunt brothers' nephews are going to corner the silver market any day now, man. Any day now. Cause of becoming Kick-Ass accountant. Listen, we can only aspire. We can only hope. Silver's a long-term hold for me. There you go, buddy. There you go. Cash is king, says Junk Wax. Fair enough. Fair enough. I get you. Several states have gold and silver backs that are spendable. I ever heard of that? Yes. I merely pose it as a question. The reason I ask the question is because, like I said, Golden already takes crypto as a payment. Rudy from Alpha Investments takes crypto as a payment. The tricky part has always been with a lot of this other stuff is whatever value it has, it's not about the value. It's what you can actually extract out of it. And I would argue the same thing with cards. Oh, it's worth $1,000. Cool. But can you get $1,000 for it?
Yeah.
If you can't, then it's not $1,000. It sort of is,
Can
but it's not.
exchange it for 1,000, then yeah.
Yeah. If I can extract $1,000 of it, then yes, it's worth $1,000. Then you are correct. That's true. But
It's like when you guys are pulling packs and then they pull out the card and go, oh yeah, well, books for like 500. Yeah, sure. Yeah. 250 maybe.
And it might, but the thing is, even if it was 500, it might be 500 today. If you hold it for a while, maybe it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it could go both ways.
Player gets injured if it's new. Yeah. Lots of things can happen. Sure.
Anything where the price is dynamically changing by the hour, by the minute, by the second, because a lot of these other ones, they're dynamic. I can literally pull up an app and I can tell you the price, and every minute it's changing. It's not static. It's not staying in one spot. It'll just change every couple of seconds. So then when you're making this deal, you kind of have to lock it in. You have to make a decision. What is the value? Because otherwise, how would you ever get a transaction completed? You have to pick a price.
Yeah.
You guys have to agree. So yeah, it's like right now, there's a price of gold in Canadian dollars, but it's up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. It'll keep going.
There's no spikes.
Check again tomorrow. It'll show a different number.
Oh, is that a day or is that
that is over the course of one day?
Yeah. You got a week?
Yeah, I can pull it. Yep, I can pull it up. Give me 1 second.
Now in one day, it's the equivalent of the 1929 crash. And today it's like you'll have a fluctuation of this in one day.
Okay, so nothing big.
Yeah. Here's 3 months.
Ooh, there you go.
You can see them up and down. Here's 1 year.
Amazing. Yeah.
Pretty nice.
And here is 5 years.
Wow.
Ta-da.
So like we can do this down to a day, we can do it down to a week, a month, a year, like however you want to do it.
I sold all my gold bars for new tires. Like, damn, that was like 4 years ago. Winter tires, sorry. I bought some good ones and I said, okay. Yeah.
Well, you should have seen Eric sold all of his for chocolate.
I could have got a new car now. I mean, because
the key is Eric sold it for one chocolate stick, just one.
Well, hey, I heard they're good. I don't know.
He must have thought they were really good. Bubbles says card collector 2 won't let me extract. I know. Sort of a trade in perspective more than anything else. The gold spike is more the USD becoming weaker. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. It's just buying and trading. That's really all it is. It's perception. It's how people feel about it. That's why I think it's kind of funny. It's been entertaining to watch.
All based on feelings, isn't it?
It
is crazy how it all is. Really.
Day to day, nothing has changed.
Sublime.
Like over a longer period of time, things can change. But between yesterday and today, not much has changed. Literally nothing has changed.
Last week, no.
Yeah. So I was like, huh. That's why it's fun. So that's why I was joking with them. I was sitting there like, whatever price you looked up by the time you got in the car is not the price you're going to get by the time you get in the building.
Especially Bitcoin or something.
It's just like, okay, good luck.
Yeah.
I would take silver and gold for payment at a show. So that's kind of my question. That's what I was asking. That's my curiosity. Like in that scenario, how many people would you could, because you could look it up at the time of the transaction. You could say, okay, it's worth X. I'll take whatever. Here you go.
Bought.
Give it a try.
Whatever. Sure.
Yeah. At the end of the day, you're trading a metal for cardboard. So it's like, if you really break it down, like it's not a dissimilar concept, but the question is, you've
What if
got
it's Metal
this moving
Universe
target.
though? Hmm.
Maybe you do metal for metal.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Could do it,
Mhm.
but it might turn green. Hmm.
Brad's Vintage says, can we get into precious metal breaks? It would be announced a platinum or announced a gold. So I've actually, you're joking
That
about
would be
this.
something. Hmm.
I've seen some places do grab bags where you can win a precious metal coin.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
amongst the coin dealers, or what? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so basically, it's basically it's a grab bag / like a repack in effect. It really is a really good. So what'll happen is it'll say like, okay, so it costs X, whatever it is. So what they'll do is in a bunch of them they'll put like Morgan dollars, which have value, but they'll say like, okay, Morgan dollar, blah blah blah, and then a lot of them will be like that. But then once in a while they'll be like, all right, and here's a gold coin,
Hmm.
and here's this, and here's that. So like, I've seen that. That's totally been a thing.
Hmm.
Because some coin dealers have extra inventory. Morgan dollars are available. They're out there.
Yep.
So, and they have a built-in value with the silver content in addition to if they're better date or whatever numismatic value, that's different. But like if you got a stack of those and you want to move them, you could sell them, make a little money on all those, and then give away a gold coin in it, and there you go. You still made money.
Mm-hmm.
That's happened. Don't give them ideas. That's right. Bringing sugar and wheat to the next show. You bring the commodity, some sugar, some wheat.
Maybe canola now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Better start packing the scale.
Cars.
Yannick, is that the next phase? Hey, this reminds me. Again, I promise I am bringing it in the cards. We're moving back and forth between these topics. On the February Expo, and I'm doing this Expo in quotation marks like Eric.
Mm-hmm.
I think Menzie is starting to make some moves with some folks. Comsey is coming to the February show.
Well, he's got autograph guests too, right?
He does. Yeah.
Gilmore.
He's got Gilmore and a couple.
Guys.
I think Joseph Wall of the Leafs.
Yeah,
as
there
well.
were some newer guys. Yeah.
4 or 5 names
Terry.
came out.
But Yannick, it's significant to me because Comsey has to come all the way from the West Coast. They're getting Comsey to actually take stuff at this February show. They usually don't make the trek over for just random
I
shows.
think it's worth it. This is
for
well
Expo,
advertised.
like I said. Yeah, so I think that's kind of a smart move. That's kind of clever. Yeah.
Yeah, before the Expo, yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, they're going to be at this one, and then they're going to be at the Expo as well.
In 2 months.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, after.
So like there must have been some sweet talking happening there, like, hey, come to the show, because I wouldn't have expected Comsey to be there. Not for this one.
No. Slap Sharks, yes.
Yeah,
Comsey?
sure. Yeah. Which is actually it's
and
a good
Comsey's
way
having
of,
some issues, are they not?
So
I heard something. I don't know.
So this is the rumor going out there, but I'll say this. It was funny. I was joking about it with some folks. So the whole thing started because those back pages on social media. So Eric, those back pages talked about how some people have been let go from Comsey, but then followed it up with, I think you should get your stuff because they're going to go out of business within a couple of months in 2026.
Oh, wow.
He made the jump to the second part. He took the first part and then jumped to the second part. So all I'll say, I have to balance this line, Bobby. I have had a conversation with someone at Comsey who would at least have some insight. And they're sitting there shaking their head because, yes, some people were let go, but not necessarily the people that are processing the stuff. The issue that people had was that the processing was suddenly slowing down. The intake and also the shipping. The two were slowing down. That was the issue. Well, in the conversation I had,
always slow. So
yeah, but there were some mitigating circumstances as well that were also causing the issue. So there's some actual practical problems that were also causing a slowdown. And as a result, because their stuff is very labor intensive. So anything that affects the labor force slows things down, like big time. Well, here's the thing, Bobby. I'll just tell you, I had a shipment that I requested in mid-December that was originally going to be shipped out late December. And then suddenly the date got pushed all the way to March. And this was happening with a lot of folks, which obviously was leading credence.
But that's always been the same with you, right? With Comsey. It's always been a few months till you get your stuff.
It was, but they would have the few months at the beginning, it wouldn't suddenly jump forward months.
Okay.
It would start off as being months and then just be months.
And
In this case, it was suddenly jumping forward, and this was happening with a lot of folks,
Oh, okay.
just in general, on both sides. And I'm shipping to my U.S. address, so it shouldn't have been the same kind of
Oh,
problem.
that should have been fast. Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
So suddenly it was jumping months into the future.
Mhm.
Well, Bobby, suddenly, about a week ago, I had 500,000 items ahead of me.
Oh,
Shipped, tracking
You
number,
got
it
shipped,
arrived.
yeah.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So yes, they missed the original target date, but originally they said March once it shifted, and then suddenly, basically last week it all arrived.
Surprise.
So they only missed it by a couple of weeks, which isn't as bad, obviously. It's not nearly as
No.
bad.
No.
Also, same thing. I had the stuff I dropped off at COMC in November. For months and months and months, nothing was happening. There was very little progress. Nothing happened. The same week is what I just said. 90 items suddenly got processed all at once.
Wow.
So the
They heard
issue got
Carl.
resolved magically. All good. So it all got done. So it's like it's interesting watching the ebbs and flows. So it's like I
Yeah.
can't tell you, I can't
You-
give you any answers. I don't
There's
know.
no prediction. Yeah, there. It's
Yeah.
kind of like
I don't think it's, let's put it this way. I don't think it's as dire as the original prognostication said. I do, and the reality is this. This is my opinion. I think they've got a very tough model to follow because it takes too much. It takes a lot of people to keep the wheels moving. And if anything happens and you have a reduction, even temporarily, even if people get sick, even if it's something that's simple,
if two people quit, it'd be like, wow, watch
yeah,
it.
or Bobby, people get sick or they have
Yeah.
to take some time off or
A week
anything.
off, sure.
Anything. It suddenly slows everything down because you don't have enough people to make it move because you got
And
all
it
these
is a
packages. you gotta ship.
people-oriented business.
It's
Yeah.
very quick. Yeah, it's very labor intensive and it
Sure it
requires
is.
the consistent labor.
I always question that. It was like so high labor. Scanning, listing, detailed shipping. Oh man.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's why I
That's-
say like it wouldn't take much to throw you off, and all of a sudden you're
Mm.
backlogged immediately, like 5
Oh, yeah.
seconds, and you're suddenly backlogged if you look the wrong way. So what's interesting is that they were able to catch up on that at least for the moment, and I've heard some other folks finally start getting their stuff shipped out, so it's moving a little bit.
Mm.
What I'm curious about going forward is they never said anything. Like there were some issues that seemed to create some delays, but it's if you don't say anything, then everybody's just going to assume the worst.
But was this not behind the scenes that this went on?
Yep.
Was it my back pages? You said. So it
Well,
was,
those back pages was talking with the people that got either laid off or fired or whatever it was.
okay.
But that was the only conversation that he talked to. Like he didn't talk to anybody else. The
Hmm.
people he was talking to were like very specific. The problem is if you're talking to somebody that either got fired or laid off, well, they're going to tell you all kinds of horrible things,
Of course.
and you don't have more
Of course.
information. And
They have
my
to justify
point was-
why they were fired or let go or
exactly
quit.
Well, and my discussion point at the time was even before I had the conversation that I had, if COMC had any financial issues, Bobby, eBay owns a piece.
Mm.
eBay could literally just walk in and go, "Yeah, we'll help you."
Well, yeah.
Like there's like eBay has enough money, Bobby. The issue is,
And they want to keep them going.
correct.
It's a good business model.
They're
for them. Yeah,
incentivized.
sure.
Nobody else wants to do that business model,
Oh no.
and it already exists. So you just keep it going because there's hundreds of thousands or millions of
Millions.
auctions that are coming through COMC. You want to
Mhm.
get rid of that?
Mhm.
If you're eBay,
No.
if you're Mr. eBay, you're very incentivized. We'll
No,
help you.
it's-
If you need us to float you or you need us to help, we'll take some more ownership, but we'll help you. We'll keep the wheels moving.
Hmm.
So my
Good.
opinion was if any issue ever became, Mr. eBay would cut a check and solve
Oh
the
yeah,
problem.
for sure. They have
So
billions.
that was
They're
my
all okay.
opinion. So that's why I say, like, I understood the point, but I don't think it was as big an issue as they would want to let on.
It's not a business that everybody would want to get into.
No, you're not
So
starting that from
it's-
scratch. Nobody would start that business from scratch.
Not
No,
again.
No, not today.
No. But now that it's there, it serves a purpose.
It's yeah.
Yeah. Because what happened was as soon as those 90 cards that I just talked about got processed, Bobby, I made almost $300 in sales in one day on
Nice.
those ones that just got because again, this is lower price stuff, but if priced correctly, it can move. There is an audience for it. There is people who will be like, yeah, I'll buy that for $5. Yeah, sure. On eBay, it makes no sense, but on COMC, $5, sure. So there is an audience for it. And it cost me 65 cents intake. If I get $5 for it, I still made money. Otherwise, it was sitting in a box collecting dust, and it doesn't
Yeah.
do me any damn
It
good.
doesn't- no.
So I'll take my $4.35, Bobby, and we'll move on with our lives.
Times
fine.
10, times 20, times 50.
Exactly. That's where ComC is useful.
It is. Yeah.
That's
It's not one of
that's
the,
business.
it's not the one big card. It's actually a group.
It's volume. That's the business model. Buying one of these Panini cards with a gold bar instead of a USD seems like a good idea. I would love to see it. ComC can't close if they'll be at the show. I think they'll be all right. Yeah, Mobile Vault. No ComC at Dallas. I was going to drop off some cards. I thought they were here every time. So that's what I'm curious about. But apparently they're going to I literally got an email saying that ComC is going to the February Expo.
We'll be there.
And I was like, huh. So you know what, Bobby? I might grab a couple of cards and drop them off because I'm going to go in. Like,
when in Rome,
Might as well.
yeah. So like you're giving me more reasons to show up. So I'll give you credit for that.
Last year I went to the that expo. I mean, you guys know that. The expo, whatever it was. I know Steve was running it because he was there and he goes, Bobby, why didn't you tell me you were here? I would let you in. I said, it's all right, don't worry. It's only $20 anyways. And Brad and Sherry were there and everybody else. But there was about 8 quality dealers there in vintage hockey. The rest of it was K-Pack in the back, and then you had all the furries walking around and TCG everywhere. I think it's a little bit more segregated now, where they're going to have a lot more. I know 5 different dealers that are going this time, and I think the last time some did okay, some did okay, whatever. I think this time it'll be a lot better. I think it's well advertised now, and I think a lot more people will be setting up hockey wise or the vintage sports card wise, and they have signing guests. It's really it's a mini expo. Yeah. So
that's what it's feeling like. Yeah.
I think a lot of people are going to make the trek.
As
But
soon
it's
as you
2 months
as soon as you
prior,
throw this
which
in
is and February, mid-February is kind of tough because you hit a snowstorm. That's a bugger.
It is. But let's just say as soon as I got the email saying that ComC was going there and they had signers that I think would be of interest
At
to
that
people.
point, yeah.
Dougie is extremely popular. Super popular.
Oh yeah.
So like there's going to be some folks like, look, I don't give a crap about the rest of this. I'll go get a Doug Gilmour autograph. Like there'll be some folks for that. So that you're bringing more folks through the door. So if you've got some dealers that have something to sell, there's going to be foot traffic just on those things. And again, for me, I've got some stuff that I could totally throw into a box for ComC and just be like, here you go, take this. Just get it off my hands, and there you go. It saves me a little time. I can then build up another box comparatively, and I'll finish with a story in a second. But no, it makes sense for me, and then maybe drop off some stuff at Slapshot. You're giving me reasons to come in the door to do a little business automatically.
It's a nice mini get together too. I don't mind. I'm close anyways. You're close, so know. Are you getting a hotel this time, or you said you're just dropping by? For
it'll be like one day. I'll pop in for a day.
I think it might just be a one-day show.
It feels like
The expo's a little different, but I mean, yeah.
That feels like I'll pick a day there and pop in and take care of my business. Look
I
around
went 2
a little
days.
bit. Yeah, and then call it good, and that'll suffice for me.
Well, the last one was only 2 days. This one's 3 days. Yeah. So they've extended.
So I got to think
it
about it.
extra day.
I'm not sure. It'll be either Friday or Saturday. I'm not sure yet. Brad says here, maybe ComC's answer is to bring everyone cards to show and let them buy straight from the dollar box and no shipping bottle. That'd be amazing. Be amazing. Bubbles has said ComC should set up at schools like a book fair. That'd be good. I love that. My least favorite thing in the world is shipping. Fair. I get you.
I love shipping.
Yeah.
It's easy.
Yeah. Took the we report, you decide approach. Good evening, name. Nice seeing you. Carlos ComC cards equals his parents' precious metals. That's true. It's true. Well, so the analogy I gave Bobby is that as my parents' precious metals are, it's sitting in a box collecting dust. They don't look at it. They haven't even thought about it. And then they're like, oh, so we can cash it out. It's like, if you want, my response is, if you want to, if you would like to. It's like, oh, can you? Yes, I'll go. Yes, I'll go with that and I'll take care of it for you.
Well, it comes back to what I said before is, do you want to leave it in a box, money? Would you
That's
leave
basically it,
cash in a box? No. So get rid of it, And, I was a collector like that. And, in my leaf room, when I had the house back then, I didn't like anything in a closet, in a box that I wasn't using or wasn't displaying. So it would go, and why keep it there? if I'm never going to go look at it and it sits there for 3 years and, oh yeah, I forgot I had that. No, forget I have it. Get rid of it. You know, I kept things in there, that certain, papers from historical stuff and whatever, but, and some jerseys hanging up. But other than that, nothing else stayed in there. I just got rid of it. If I can't see it, I don't want to really have it. So.
Yeah, I think that's going to be. When I was having the conversation with Carlos Senior today, I was telling him, it's like, right now I've got a bunch of stuff that I won't be playing around with anymore. I don't have the time or the inclination. Like it can be a variety of different things. When we're talking about collectibles, it can be all kinds of collectibles. I had a collection of different video game stuff, and some of that stuff was really fun. Some of it still has some value to it, but I don't have time. I've got other stuff I'm working on, the other projects that I'm doing, like things that I'm working on myself. I don't have time to play. So it just sits there. And the longer it sits there going like, this is kind of silly, because if it's not going to be for display and I'm not going to play it, I'm running out of reasons to keep it. Now it's just literally taking
There's no
space.
reason to keep it at that.
Yeah.
point.
So now so then maybe we move it on, let somebody else have it and go, all right, we'll cash out a little. It's not about the necessity of the money. It's like, I will regain the space. And yes, I'll get some money back, but I'll regain the space. And then I can do my own thing and keep going on the rest of my business. And it's the same thing with the other stuff. And as I say, to me, I've had different collections over my life. I like collecting certain things. I have those. I have my watches. There are some that I'm wearing one of mine today, and I've been enjoying wearing more of them lately. But there's maybe about 3 or 4 that I wear regularly. And those are the ones. And the other ones are nice to have. They don't get worn. So then it's like, okay, maybe these can go, because what else are they doing other than sitting in the watch box? They're not getting worn. They're just sitting there. If somebody else wants them, it's like same thing. Like, what are they sitting there for? What am I hanging on to these for?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a question you got to ask yourself. If it's not serving you anymore, then okay, then maybe it's time to move it on.
Time to
Chuck
go.
Exactly. Junk Wax says, Yannick, this will be a good one. You can answer this question. Junk Wax says, what's a better investment, Panini products or silver from Temu?
Ooh,
Silver from
tough
Temu.
call. Silver
The from Temu is what made it complicated. It's from Temu.
Yeah. Tough
Friend
call.
of mine says, snowmobiles to the show. Snowmobiles we can afford, Yannick, after we sell off our extra shit we don't need.
We might need snowmobiles for the
expo,
mini expo. I'm going to call it mini expo. Anyway,
yeah, I'll go for now. I think it's earning the moniker. I think it's right now. It's like a Bridge Expo.
Nobody's calling it, but we'll call it that. We'll use that arm moniker. So.
I also like Bridge Expo because it's right in between the other two. Yeah, because it's right in between the other two.
It's not really in between. It's 2 months away from one and 6 months away from the other, or 5 months.
The other one was November.
Yeah, November, December, January, February. So 4 months. Okay, so we got a quarterly. Yeah, okay. Yeah. But one's 2 months away from the other. When's the other expo? So
it's going to be late April, early May.
So
yeah,
February, March, April. So 2 months.
Barely
2.2 months.
Yeah, it's a weird spot. It's a weird spot to put it.
It is because of the winters we have here. January would be a great month, but I mean,
it almost would have gone. January would have almost been a little bit better, smack in the middle. If you're gonna,
but the snowstorms, like even February is like iffy.
Bobby, we have had one snowstorm. It's not like we've had it
yesterday.
Yeah, but you know, if you're coming up from the East Coast or something, honestly, you know, one snowstorm can wipe you out from the show and can wipe everybody out from the show. So. You know, we've had those shows where we used to have them Boxing Day. They were always there from the 80s on to, you know, through the 90s and 2000s. Boxing Day shows were big. Now, if there was a snowstorm, they got nobody there. But they had lots of signing guests and there was a lot of different things going on. And there was like 3 or 4 Boxing Day shows that you could go to at that time. It was kind of cool though. But you always risk, you know, snowstorms, and that's the big thing. And they wouldn't cancel it because how do you know until that day? And even if it does snow, like maybe it was just a little bit, but when it's a big hammered, you know, snowstorm, you're in trouble. And you know, I'm not driving out there to a show, forget it. But you want to go because, you know, the expo was in mid-November, so you know, now it's like a month and a half after that. So
Hashtag code climate problems. hey guys, it's like, do you think we should? It's like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there's a snowstorm. I don't know. Maybe there is a snowstorm. Imagine that's the question you have to kind of ask yourself at that point.
There's a really good new, well, not new, Miller and Miller, that their auction house has really skyrocketed in the vintage aspect of things of late. Rivaling classic quite a bit, to be honest. They've I talked to the guy Benjamin who owns it. He asked me about I think it was the Champ set or something. He called me and stuff like that. So he owns the company, and his parents ran it, and they used to deal with cars and stuff like that way back when, and then they morphed into this. They sell in Canadian dollars, which is great. When you're on Classic and you have to pay US dollars, and you have to pay the exchange, and then you have to pay the tax, and you have to pay the buyer's fee. It's like, like I paid $400 for that item. Why am I billed like $875? I don't know. Anyways, so
Canadian
they're
auction house
really
in Quebec, and you pay in US.
and
To me, it blows my mind every time.
but it's a really good auction house, and they have a lot of American buyers. He sent me a catalog. He called me one day. Next day, it showed up. I went, wow, that was fast. Really good quality. The metal bound binding was beautiful, wonderful.
So
catalog.
you mean the spiral bound?
Spiral metal bound, yeah, a nice one,
Yeah.
not a plastic cheap one. It was really well done, and they have some great lots in there. It's kind of funny. They had the Bill Barocco stick on their last auction, I think it was, and they estimated 3,000 to 5,000 and went for 60,000. It was just like, okay.
Well, it's funny. It's funny you mentioned this because I got this name from Yannick. Yannick actually sent me that information for that specific one. And I went looking at it just for the hell of it.
Interested.
Yeah, I went and look at just for the hell of it. I'll tell you this. I did see some interesting stuff on it. I thought it was very fun. Look, a couple of things are kind of fun that kind of play into my sensibilities a little bit. I did get a kick out of it. They got so I'll quickly show. So maybe Bobby, this will be the angle. Maybe Yannick, maybe we need to angle for the Miller sponsorship is what we need to do.
Oh, maybe yes.
Because apparently everybody does watch alongs, so maybe we should be doing watch alongs. What we should be doing.
We should do that one.
Yeah, so
I
anyway.
think that's right. That would be very exclusive for the show.
Oh, totally. So here, mid '80s Tony Fernandez game used and signed bat. They got some Blue Jay stuff. They got some Blue Jay stuff.
Yeah.
There. Rance Molyneux, Andre Dawson.
Molyneux too, eh?
Yes.
I like Rance. He was great.
Mattingly, Terry Francona, Buck Martinez, classic. But here's a good one that kind of fits in. I'll scroll ahead a little bit. Lloyd Mosby, Johnny Bench, Jesse Barfield glove.
Bench too.
Yep, Dave Winfield, jersey and pants, Phil Necro.
Wow.
There's
some good stuff there.
Here's a good one. Pat Porter's 1993 game World Series jersey.
That'd be crazy.
Look at that Gary Carter there. That's his rookie year.
That's crazy. Wow.
Yeah.
So when is this? Is this in this auction?
This is the most recent. This is the new one. Yeah. This is the
I
one.
didn't go through the baseball. I went through the hockey, and wow, they got some great stuff. Wow. Ooh.
Now the Pat Borders is sneaky because 92 was the year he was the MVP, but 93 he was on that team as well.
Sure.
So this is the 93 World Series game year jersey. Not bad. Pretty snazzy. Not bad at all.
Estimate? So there's not some. What's their estimate on that? See, they do put estimates. What I
1,500.
I don't like that. Really?
Yep.
I thought that would be more for like a winning year. Like,
It's Borders though. If it was the 92 Borders, maybe you tack on a little more.
A little bit of extra, yeah, I guess.
He won the MVP that year. 93, he was part of the team and he won the World Series as well. But it's not the same as the 92.
Yeah, the funny part I have with that is that we look at some cards that go for $2,000 that are nothing, and you just look at like a game used jersey, like wow. If he only had a patch on its sleeve, like a rookie patch or something.
Yep. Then you snuck in some T206s and stuff. Like I went.
They have a lot of mantles in there. They got a mantle, 52. They have,
and then they've got some sets. They do have some sets as well. Here.
This is a quality small auction house. Like he said, he only runs 350. He'll do his auctions 3 times a year, 350 items per, and it's a minimum $300 opening bid. So everything that they value has to be $300 or more. So I said, those are good criteria. I love that. Love that.
Mhm.
I thought it was
So-
fair because, $300 to me and you is like, yeah, sure. I don't mind. 3 to 5 to 7 to 1,000. Sure. 2,000. Okay. Like all these other ones, like golden. It's like, yeah, well, you got 40K, like whatever.
Mhm. Boozle, Yannick, I like Boozle's comment. He was saying here, I showed it earlier, but I'm come back to it. It's like, oh, Cabana Boy, fetch me my after midnight watch.
Oh, nice one.
See, Yannick, that's how you do the luxury properly. I like
Mhm.
Bob Boozle's style, Yannick. You know how much I like Bob Boozle's style?
How much?
How much?
There it is. You fetched the watch.
Second? Nope.
There it is.
This is the after midnight watch.
I
It's
understand.
a different one. As Bob Boozle said. We're going with this one now.
It has the nightlight.
It's the after midnight. I went from the Tudor sister company Rolex to the Rolex proper.
Ah.
Now it's the after midnight watch, Yannick. We got it covered. As Bob Boozle has stated. I had it on my desk. As soon as I saw that comment, I'm like, I'm just going to wind this up. I'm going to
Thank
wind
you.
this thing up.
I
Good
think you guys
idea.
got something going on there. That was too easy.
I'm just, Bobby, I joked about it, but it's true. If you're a collector, you will accumulate stuff over time. Collecting can be, now, if you ideally, in a perfect world, I'd love to pretend that a lot of us measure twice and count, and
Once.
cut once. That would be nice, but it's not true. A lot of folks will be like, yes, they'll have certain themes and sets or whatever they'll work on, but then they'll accumulate other stuff over time. They'll work on, even like I said, I was collecting watches and I loved a lot of the different, but then you've only got 2 wrists, and that's if you're a demented individual who would wear it on both wrists. You could, I guess, if you want to. Hell, put one on your ankle if you like, but like realistically, as a watch, like wearing it normally, you technically have 1 wrist that you're going to wear it on realistically. So like, okay, so maybe you wear 1 per day, but eventually you run out of days, whatever the scenario is. It doesn't make sense anymore. Like it doesn't make sense to serve. So you become selective, and you've got favorites. You've got ones that you're going to wear at certain times and
fashion choices. Yeah. For events.
But there's still limits. There's a finite amount of time and opportunities to wear. So then what happens when you go beyond that number? Whatever that finite number is, where realistically, this is what you're going to be wearing, even different scenarios. That's it. You've covered all the scenarios and you've got one, but then you still have more. Then it's like, okay, well, this is it's the same thing with everything else. Oh, you've got this thing. I've actually run out of room. It has to go into storage. Oh.
But they're watches. They're small.
For watches, yes. But I'm wearing one at a time. I'm not wearing multiple watches at a time. Once I get past the ones that I'm going to be wearing on a regular basis that are in the rotation, the other ones become extra. It doesn't make sense anymore.
I remember seeing this watch holder where it actually moves, so you get the movement,
watch
and
winder.
it always keeps
Watch
time,
winder.
and it's a whole. I thought,
Yeah.
wow.
Carlos Senior
He had
has
some
one
nice
to keep his
ones
wand.
in there. So
Yeah, Carlos Senior has one to keep his wand.
Yeah. This had like 30 watches in it. It was like
You can.
this whole
They've
it
got
was-
really large ones. You can 100% do that.
Mhm. Yeah.
But realistically, most people are never going to wear that many. Like, you can keep it wound, but you're not wearing it. Nice to know. Better right here says exchange silver. That's collecting dust for cash. This is a bank collecting dust. Seems like a waste of a trip. Silver price is doing better than interest. Brendan Ryan saying, hold.
Maybe.
Expo Jason show. That's right. Does some cool stuff the last couple of auctions. Some vintage, full sets of memorabilia. Speaking of the Miller.
Yeah.
I heard Pat Borders wouldn't stop talking about the 92 World Series and the duck out of the 93 World Series. Maybe. Maybe. An hourly watch change is appropriate. I know, Bob. That's what I'm saying. Have a good night, Rob. Take it easy. But yes, I just figured for Bob's sake, I would do the watch changeover. Maybe that'll be the gimmick going forward. I'll just start swapping out the watches every hour or so. I've got enough of them, so I could do that.
I think Miller and Miller's next auction is watches.
That'd be nice.
Just kidding. Sorry.
Listen, that'd be awesome.
I know.
I wouldn't. I can't at this point, Yannick. At this point, it's like there's addiction, and then that takes us to a dark place.
Yes.
I've paid enough money, Yannick, for the watches that I already own. I don't need to go down that. If I buy any more watches, Yannick, something's got to go, and probably some things, probably a couple would have to go at this point.
I have to sell something else.
Yeah, something's got to be sold to make space because I cannot wear all these watches, and at this point, I don't want to buy one if I'm not going to wear it. That's like my thing. I'm not going to buy one if I'm not going to wear it. So something's got to go. And I was double checking. So the Miller auction we're talking about is ending January 25th. So still another 8 days on this
8
one.
days, yeah.
Yeah. There was some good stuff in there, though.
things.
I did
Nice
look.
stuff.
I did look. I haven't done it yet, but I am half tempted to register because there's some stuff that I was like,
I think you should. I think you should.
Very
And
easy to,
and
straightforward.
try to get the catalog. It's actually kind of nice, but they give you more information on the website opposed to the catalog as an overview, and then the website has detailed information. Because that's what they were asking me about the champ set and, the Stanley Cup card, you could win the Stanley Cup if they won the Stanley Cup. I said, no. If they won the championship for the league, then the Stanley Cup was totally separate from that. So that's the misunderstanding they have. So thus the videos that I'm trying to put out there is give people a little bit more detailed information on certain items going forward, and trying to promote Needham as well too on top of that. So at the end of my videos, or sometimes in between, if you watched a few of them. Yeah, and that's the whole focus.
That might be the angle, Bobby. Maybe in the course of those videos, maybe you sneak in a Miller reference, and then suddenly synergies.
Yeah. Well, actually, he joined the after talking with him on the phone. He goes, oh yeah, I got this other set 72. I said, well, if it's on the app, then you should get the app. He goes, okay, I'll get the app. I said, okay. I made a sale. Actually, this payment this time was the highest commission I've ever gotten for the app. So I think we've got, and Andy never tells me how many people we got. Like, it's not like a weekly report or monthly or whatever. It's like, we had a few people, I don't know. Just never know. And he goes, oh, I'll have to look it up. And I said, okay, well, fine. So I asked him, and I'm still waiting to hear how many more new people we've got, since my videos. Are they doing any help or what have you? It doesn't matter. The information is out there to the people, and I think that's more crucial. Me going forward is providing information, as I always have with my books and what have you. And this is, I think, a video does so much better than a article that I was writing for Hobby News Daily. Monthly. I'm sure I would get, some might get 1,000 reads or what have you, but the video does so much better explaining things, to people, and they can understand a little better. And I think it's something I really want to go forward with, but also with the app. But I mean, also, providing more multi-sport information. I don't know if you watched the 82 one about the, the 83 actually, the Kellogg's, the video games, and then it had the that was really kind of neat, and a lot of people really liked that one because it was very much of a Gen X kind of video. So, and a lot of people really remembered that. So, it's nice doing those type of things that I wouldn't normally do a video on, or it's more hockey focused in the app, not all of the sports. So anyways, that's what I want to do going forward. So that's the whole key behind it. But it is time consuming doing videos, I'll tell you. Oof, man.
It can be. If you incorporate a lot of those elements and get those things on the screen, it can take a lot of time.
No, I'm stuck because you have to do it that way. It's, you can't sit there and put one picture and talk for 2 minutes. You have to interchange every 15 seconds, at least every 15 seconds, and sometimes every 2 or 3 seconds, just to get a new picture. But I have such an archive of, pictures but then again, I have to change them around, augment them a few, just to get a 3-second clip in there. And it takes me 20 minutes, but it's kind of fun too, in a sense. Maybe it'd be more labor intensive later after I start getting really into this, but it's fun at this point. I'm enjoying it.
Very good. I like that. Bubbles says the only movie I talk about is Manual in Space. Valid.
Oh, you can't
Mummy's
talk about
Kiss.
that one. Eric's not here.
Oh, you can talk about it anytime. The Mummy's Kiss will be my new movie. Eric has the Laserdisc out here. He wishes he had the Laserdisc. See, if Eric was here, Yannick, then we could talk about this Miller auction, because it's King Clancy and his boy.
There you go.
Oh, there you go. The anonymous set from 33. See, that's another one that's bugged me for the longest time. I think Brian Wentz, BMW cards. He called this. What's he call it? Sweet. I'm not sure, what's he call it? I can't remember the name of the company that he uses. It's still anonymous to me, but he used a company. Why can't I think of it? Any which way. And I don't think he's right. He saw an advertisement, but it was for something else, and he assumed it was that. And he's written everywhere that set is allocated to that, and it's really not. So,
Is it British Consoles?
yes, it is. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, they put it on the KSA label. On the King
Oh, did they
Clancy,
put it
they had
on?
it on
Okay.
KSA label.
Yeah. See,
Yeah.
they put it on the British.
I zoomed in. I zoomed in so we can look at it.
Thank
I
you.
wanted to emphasize the Dit Clapper, but on the label itself, they put British Consoles.
Yeah, they shouldn't put that on there because they have no proof whatsoever.
Ooh.
And any British console card, they did a lot of those cards where they have they're sort of rectangular, a little bit more square. They have beautiful colors, and then they have these cards on them, so, like playing cards. So numbers, so you collect a full deck, and then you can cash them in to get a real deck of cards or something like that. And there's an advertisement that's very similar to that. So he's allocated that to that, and now KSA, Nathan should know better than to, put his name on something. Well, maybe not, I guess. And it's not British Consoles. It really isn't. There is nothing related that's close to that would be British Consoles. If you look at British Consoles going from the late 1910s or teens up to 35, 40, somewhere in between there, no card in their repertoire looks like those at all. And they're kind of muted. The background's not good. You got to look at a British console card. If you did a search, you go, yeah, that's not even close. So, anyways, way. So, I'd like to. My next video is going to be something like that to dispel any. I don't know. Just to put the right information out there to the people. Although we haven't solved it, I don't think we should allocate a name to it just for the sake that somebody said that it was. Oh, I seen an ad that was sort of similar. It says collect the cards. Like, did it say player cards or did it say trading? Deck of cards. So, anyways, way.
Mm-hmm.
I get mad when I see that because it bothers me that KSA would do that, but it doesn't in a other way. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think we need to get together and pool some of Eric's money. Let's make it happen. Let's go.
Oh, is that in Miller?
Yep.
Yeah.
These are all
It's
from
a one?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that's a one.
Oh, it is. No, it's a one. It's 100% a one. It's a nicer version. It's on the upper end, but it fits. What I like about it though is that the front has a nice clean image.
Look at that.
It's got a good, and
What's
the
on the
centering on
back?
is pretty decent. Yeah, we're gonna pull it up here. So Bobby, this is where we need to angle. Yannick, we need to get the watch along
We
sponsorship
charge us
for us.
sick money.
Hey, that's
Yeah,
not
that's what I'm
bad.
saying. Yeah. Yeah. So this would be on the high eye appeal side. Like
Wow.
you've got it clean. It looks good. You can read it. It's very nice.
What's
Very
that?
good.
Well, like creases or something, or
Yeah. I think from what I was looking at the images, like I said, I think it qualifies, but it is on the very upper end of it. Very, very upper end of it. Like it is right there. And right now, Yannick, look, 32,500 is a lot in Canadian dollars. You take about 35% off. Right now, that's still fairly low.
I
That's
remember
not bad.
ones were like $7-8 grand,
They were.
and I thought
They
that was
were.
ridiculous at that time. And that's a 2. Like wow.
That, like from an eye appeal standpoint, Yannick, that is a good looking Mantle 52.
Beautiful, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very, very good.
It's like Dan said with all his cards, oh, they're on the, it's the nicer side of. So yeah, that's it. That's right there. For sure.
The lower condition ones, you can have some that really look fantastic. But if I sit there and scrutinize it for you, and I write up a
Technically.
list of the issues, I can find you why I got the grade. But if you just hold it in your hand, you're going to be quite happy with it. You're going to look at it and it's like very nice.
It's hard to grade a 3 and a below than it is to grade a 7 above. So very hard call.
Bozo says, I'll trade $50,000 $1 cards for it, as you should, Boozle. You should.
Oh, 50,000 Pro Set cards, baby.
That'd be amazing.
Hmm.
Like I said, overall, I was impressed, Yannick. I will say that I was impressed with the amount of stuff they snuck into this. Some stuff, like I was like, oh, it's kind of surprising. That's impressive. It's pretty good. Here you go, Bobby. You like your food issues. How about a Quaker Oats?
That's one I don't know because it's baseball. It's nothing to do with Canadian, right?
So this is a Quaker Oats Babe Ruth, and it's a premium, so it's a large size.
Yeah.
It's kind of an interesting. It's an interesting piece. It's more obscure. You're gonna have to you'd have to do your research into it, but it's a cool piece. Like I do like it for what it is. It's a 34.
Oh, okay.
And the estimate, to be honest, so here's the thing: the estimate is 600 to 900. That isn't bad for like a Ruth.
Seems cheap.
So the bag is blank, nothing crazy, but the front of it has a facsimile autograph. It's got the little section at the bottom. I'll zoom in here just so you can see. Presented to members of the Babe Ruth Baseball Club, but the Quaker Oats Company. Makers of Quaker puffed
to the club.
Yes, you got to be in the Babe Ruth Club.
So you had to be a member of the fan club, and you would get one of those when you signed up. So there must be a fairly decent amount of them out there.
So it's kind of interesting. I don't know. PSA is only rated 99 examples.
Oh, that it's decent, I guess, considering.
Yeah, that's why the price is reasonable. All things considered for a proper playing a days era Ruth. It's a nice piece. Looks good. That's why I say I wouldn't complain about that one. Especially if you're interested in something like it. Because they're bound for Chris Laps, right? Looks super clear on my little phone screen. That's right, Bob. That's right. So I was very impressed. Like the variety of stuff they threw in there, I was very impressed with the mix of different things. Obviously,
their last auction was really good too. You know, there was such variety. It was like, wow, amazing. You know, they're bringing out, it's not that Classic isn't bringing out the same stuff. It's just Classic is like 5-6 times a year now. Like it's like another auction. Oh, okay. I missed that. I forgot, or whatever. This one is there's some key things in each auction that attracts me. And, they're really detailed about their descriptions and what have you too. Like he cares about, that's why he phoned me and asked me, about the champs and the other set. And I said, all that information's there. So he's bringing out some really good stuff. And there's a lot of great stuff in Canada. And I think a lot of Canadian people, because of the US and all the things going on, it's a great place in Canadian funds. It's awesome. Good auction house.
There's a tall boy rapper.
Yes, I know.
Yep.
So that one, I don't know how good it is, but this one is boy.
They also got the complete set, Yannick, if somebody wants the set.
This one's probably, in the grand scheme of things, it's probably a 7, which is really high for a wrapper. Like there's nothing, no tears, no rips. Like this is, it's got a little few extra bends on the corner, but that could be from the fold in. So like honestly, maybe it's an 8 or a 9 because the color is phenomenal. Folds are natural. This might be one of the highest grade ones I've ever seen. It's like somebody just opened it and put it flat.
The perm.
Yeah, you like the 81.
Oh, the long-haired Gretzky. Oh my God, we're bored of those things already.
West Edmonton Mall. Edmonton Mall. Wayne needs a haircut variation.
Yeah, it's almost like the Red Rooster card too. Very similar. The long hair. Yeah, they got some good, exciting items there. Yeah.
Somewhere off in the distance, Eric should be like, "Wait a minute." Yes, Eric, go get it. They've got a couple of stuff they snuck in there. Yeah. Overall, like I said, maybe we need to angle. It's like, guys, listen, I've heard the watch alongs of the thing. Come on. Trust me.
I think you could do the watch along with that.
It's a reasonable.
I would be in on that. That would interest me.
Yeah, just go because you could speak to some of the pieces. It'd be a lot more straightforward. It's like there's enough there, but there's not so much that you could go through the main
and
things.
There's diversity too of it. It's like not just hockey. It's like baseball and modern baseball and vintage Blue Jay stuff and some cool stuff.
Yep, they got a Lou Gehrig model store bat. If you want a model store bat, Gehrig. Ted Williams. Oh, Ted Williams. Somewhere off in the distance, Eric is getting excited.
Oh, it's not a signed piece, is it? No.
No, God, no. There's enough of those out there. That'd be amazing.
Hundreds.
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, my favorite thing was just having the Matt from Providence clip because that's all I wanted. As soon as it sounds like perfect, beautiful.
Sure.
And then, like I said, Brandon got hit with a stray there. It happens. It happens sometimes. Oh, you got a Bobby or hold on, Yannick. Here it is. I found it. The Grail of Grails. Here it is. Hold on. I'm going to share it. Let's click on this. Let's share this one. All right. Here it is. Yannick, we got a Bobby Orr lot.
Oh, wow.
We got a bunch of the minor league cards, but of course, right at the top, dead center. Dead center.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
We got the two Blackhawks.
Chicago, right at the top, eh?
Wow. Yannick, you notice dead center, top row. Wow, chef's kiss.
Perfect.
They understood the assignment. Good job.
I think so. Yeah.
Good job. Somebody was listening.
True.
Damn, Gretzky get a comb and hot iron. I know. Is wax flaking considered? That's right. Wayne looks like Leaf Garrett.
He did. Yeah, really, right?
That's what I'm saying. Or belongs in the Blackhawks. Exactly, Brad. On this, we align and we agree. On this, we align and we agree. Good stuff. All right. So I think we'll start winding her down on that. It's been good. We're just approaching the 5-hour mark. So, Yannick, we're going to go right over the 5. We need about 5 minutes. We're going to finish up. We'll wind her down.
Let's do it.
But let us know if there's anything else you want to chat in the last couple of minutes. You need any precious metal advice? Listen, if you have enough, you could probably buy a bunch of this stuff. You probably afford it at this point. It's gotten expensive enough.
No, I'm good. I'm like, I got everything I need. If you know anyone who's got free war, other than that, I'm okay.
It's kind of ridiculous, man. It's wild. I'm just thinking ahead, Yannick. I'm already envisioning a line waiting to get into a line. And I'm like, oh my God, you people are insane. Oh, lost your minds.
Yeah. Wow.
It's getting wild.
Me.
Absolutely, Brad. No, all good. All good. Pokemon Thieves should upgrade the gold.
Actually, go back on the Miller if you don't mind.
Okay.
And
do you have a lot number or something?
I will.
Okay. Yeah, if you got that will help because I've got it in front of me, but I'd have to. Scrolling takes a little bit. If you got a lot number, that helps.
I was there. It's a autograph booklet.
Okay.
And the number would be 252.
All right, 252. I'll pull it up. Amanda, I will make no such promises.
Look at the names in that booklet. It's insane.
252.
Insane.
Let me jump to it. 252. Okay, let me try that.
And it goes like sports, non-sports, baseball, hockey.
For the record, the jump button needs some work because that was weird. Okay, so let me see what we got here. All right, so I got it. Now, all right, so a lot here is listed as 41 to 73 significant baseball and hockey autograph book. All right, so let's zoom in here to get a bit of an idea.
So like right there on the left page there. Look at that's the most famous name already you see. It's Satchel Paige.
Oh.
Yeah, right about here. Yep.
Right there.
It looks like you got a whole write-up after too. You
Uh-huh.
got that. So upside down, I gotta love that. All right, so let me pull up the list here. Let me see what we got. So from the esteemed collection of Angelo Savelli.
Oh, it's
The names-
Angelo's. Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
The,
Well, there you
the
go.
names in the book range from Gordie Howe to Satchel Paige.
Buddy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they range from Gordie Howe
he
to
was.
Satchel Paige, and that's from 41 to 73. So 83 front and back full autograph pages. And let's just see here. Highlights include full team autograph pages from the 47 to 61 Chicago Blackhawks, spanning across 9 pages. Notable rookie signatures of Bobby Hall and Roy Conacher. Let's see, including Hall of Famers Pierre Pilote, Glenn Hall, and Ted Lindsay. The booklet also includes signed pages from the 42 to 45 Detroit Red Wings, Ted Lindsay, Jack Stewart, and Harry Lumley.
Oh, no Terry?
Sorry?
No Terry Sawchuk?
It doesn't mention it yet. I'm
We're
looking.
not there yet.
there's-
4 full pages include Gordie Howe, Maurice Richard, Sid Abel, Jack Stewart, Ted Lindsay, Clarence Campbell. Got the Satchel Paige, as you mentioned, following a 1950 Negro League game. Let's see.
Not a lot of big
owner,
Bill
autographs there.
Hodge.
Yeah,
Dick
so here we go.
Snyder.
There was a 1950
Early
MLB
Win.
All-Star game played in Hamilton, Ontario. So they're familiar. You get Gil Hodges, Duke Snyder, Early Win, Dom DiMaggio, Al Rosen, Rishon Dienst, King Clancy, Howie Meeker, Bob Feller, Lefty Gomez, Carl Yastrzemski, some 66 Red Sox.
So not a lot of rare autographs,
No,
but a
you
nice
know,
collection for sure.
to be all in the same little book. Like,
But are they front and back is the other question too.
yeah, I think so.
It's all over the place. Like you can see
Yeah,
there.
when it's front and back, it really hurts it a lot.
Yeah,
You know, Gordie Howe's not rare. You know, Satchel
No.
Paige is rare, but I mean, not that rare, but I mean, it's rare. King Clancy, not rare. You know, Sid Abel, not so rare. I'm just trying to pick out, you know.
Satchel Paige is probably one of the
Yaz
hardest.
is not
ones,
rare.
you know?
So it's a nice collection, but I don't think it's what's the value? Sorry.
The estimate
Yes, estimate. Sorry.
1,500 to 25.
Whoa, really?
Yep.
25? I don't see that.
100, not 1,000.
It doesn't matter.
There's 83 autographs in it. It's $30 an autograph, Bobby.
Yeah, well, you know, most of those aren't more than 10, 15 bucks. So
Yeah, it's still $30 per.
mm.
The satchel is more than $30.
I understand there's going to be
Yeah.
the high ones, and then
Yeah,
you know,
the high ones are pretty much going to carry the value.
yeah, pretty much, I guess,
Yeah, the rest you can consider a toss-in.
basically.
Yep. The book would be of questionable origin if it didn't have Bob Feller. Valid. Agreed.
Hmm. Feller's a tough autograph.
No, it's not. He's the Johnny Bauer of
I know
baseball.
he is. Yes,
Yeah.
I got his
Right now,
autograph.
if you look under your chair, there's a Bob Feller autograph right there.
I got him at the expo with my dad. There, he was there all the time, right?
Bob was going to the YouTube Soccer Hall of Famers to fill in the holes in the auto book. That's right.
Hmm.
That's right. So yeah. So if somebody wants to have an autograph and they want to fill in some of those gaps, you can pretty much do it in one book. Cover a lot of them.
It's a lot of diversity in one auction, you know. And it's like you know, they're front and back, so you can't really cut out certain ones and sell them. So it's a tough lot.
no,
Tough lot.
Don't challenge Brian Gray. He'll be like, I can do it.
Well, hey,
I can
yeah.
do it.
He'll
If
put 'em
I
on
use a
stickers.
laser,
He'll-
Yannick, if I use a
He'll put-
laser beam,
He
I
might.
can cut the page in half,
He might.
Sharks with laser beams on their heads.
so I can use the front and the back.
Sharks with laser beams. Oh, I like that.
Yeah, somewhere off in the distance, Big Brian is accepting your challenge, Bobby.
Might be.
He will spend millions of dollars to get a laser fine enough just to shoot down the middle and
Holy.
make 2 pages.
I guess.
That's right. Big Brian, challenge accepted. That is correct. That is right, Bob. I see now. I see the vision.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All right. That's it. All right, folks. Appreciate you hanging out. Episode 275 in the books. Thank you to Dan for popping in, Ham, Florida man himself, and Eric was here.
Hmm.
So that does
Oh,
count, I
wow.
suppose. For something. Yannick, I don't know what it counts for, but it counts for something, I'm sure.
It does.
If it's any consolation, wherever Eric is, he can know and take heart that as soon as I finish this, I'm going to go to the refrigerator and I'm going to grab a Boston cream donut, or as he
Ooh,
would refer to it as a cream donut.
donut.
Just a donut. I will have one of those because Metro makes them. So I have some sitting in the refrigerator.
They're actually pretty good.
They are really good. Yeah. I was very
Metro
impressed.
ones are, yeah. Or
Yeah, they're solid. They do a good job. Eric, that's right. Eric. So we got that. All right, folks. Have yourself a good one. More videos coming up on the channel. Feel free to leave any comments or thoughts on it. I'll leave a link to some of the stuff that was referenced. I think there was 1 or 2 things. I'll include a link to the Boston Card Hunter or Card Hunter interview with the Beckett thing if you want to get outraged over something from 2017. So you're more than welcome. Feel free. Knock yourself out. Shadiness in the hobby continues unabated, and we can only assume Eric is behind it. That's the important part. We can only assume. That's why he ran away like a coward. He didn't want to face our careful investigation. But don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of it. We'll figure it out. That's it. That's it for this one. Have yourselves a good night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Catch you in the next one.
Ciao.